Hello and a very good morning, viewers. It's 7 a.m. and you're watching Live This Morning with me, Deepak Suresh Kumar. Lots of stories lined up, from an update in Rania Rao gold smuggling to PM's podcast, AI podcast. We get you all the latest, but first a quick check on the headlines we are tracking. The United States has begun to carry out large-scale military strikes against dozens of targets in Yemen controlled by Iran-backed Houthi rebels. Vododara car crash, prime accused Rohit Sharma denies drunk driving, claims lost control due to potholes. Accused sent to 2-day police custody. Rania Rao's stepfather and DGP Ramachandra Rao sent on compulsory leave. The actor alleges being slapped multiple times, forced to sign blank papers by DRI officers. PM Modi's much anticipated podcast with renowned MIT scientist and AI researcher Lex Fridman is set to release today. After spending 9 months aboard the International Space Station, NASA astronauts Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore are finally on track for their long-awaited return to Earth. Viewers, the probe into the gold smuggling case in which an actor and high-profile police officers are allegedly involved. Rania Rao's statement has once again exposed what's happening in the investigation. Rania Rao claims that she was slapped multiple times, asked to sign blank papers, and what's more to this story is that her stepfather and also the DGP has been sent on a leave. Here's more on the story.
In a major development in the gold smuggling case, Kannada actor Rania Rao's stepfather, DGP rank IPS officer K. Ramachandra Rao, has been sent on compulsory leave by the Karnataka government. This comes after a Bengaluru court rejected Rania Rao's bail plea, citing her 27 visits to Dubai since January 2025. The Directorate of Revenue Intelligence told the court that Rania Rao allegedly misused the VIP airport protocol services available to her stepfather K. Ramachandra Rao to facilitate gold smuggling. Following Rania's arrest, her stepfather distanced himself from her, claiming she has not been in touch with the family since her marriage in November 2024 to an architect. The actress has also alleged that she was slapped multiple times, denied food, and was forced to sign blank documents by the DRI officers. The gold smuggling investigation has intensified, with 3 central agencies now probing different aspects of the case. The DRI is investigating Rania Rao's direct involvement, the CBI is probing the largest smuggling network, and the ED is tracking the suspected Hawala transactions linked to the case. Additionally, the Karnataka government has launched an inquiry into the alleged misuse of VIP airport protocol privileges by the actor.
Well, viewers, Rania Rao has made some startling claims. She has said that while she was in custody of the DRI officials, she has been slapped multiple times. She has been made to sign blank papers and much more. Now, the probe has progressed. The lens is on all those airport staffers who gave Rania Rao a free pass. In fact, one of the protocol officers was also quizzed. His name is Baswaraju. He was also quizzed by the DRI sleuths. And in the latest, her father, the man on your screens, Dr. Ramachandra Rao, who's also the DGP, has been sent on a leave. So this has raised eyebrows on his possible alleged involvement in the entire gold smuggling case. So the investigation is set to reveal more and more details in the coming days. But what we know right now is the fact that Rania Rao's stepfather has been sent on a leave. In fact, just a couple of days back, Rania Rao had made her statement before the DRI officials, revealing how the entire smuggling of gold was carried out by her. In fact, my colleague Abhishek is joining me live this morning. Abhishek, a very good morning to you. Now in the latest, the DGP, stepfather of Rania Rao, has been sent on a leave, and this has raised eyebrows. Abhishek, tell us more on the story.
Well, Deepak, it was very clear that Rania Rao had a very big support from the police department as well, and her stepfather might have been involved in the case, is what a couple of leaders from various across the state had already spoken. So, with respect to the government's intention of sending Mr. Ramachandra Rao on a compulsory leave, is to showcase that they are with the probe and they are trying to make something up to closing up their loopholes, is what one feels as of this point. So, Ramachandra Rao, who's been sent on a compulsory leave, the message what the government is trying to give directly is that we are supportive with the probe, whereas if at all Dr. Ramachandra Rao is involved in the scam, this might be a backlash on the government, because without the support of senior officers and of the ministers from the government and the MLAs, Ramachandra Rao wouldn't be able to do this all alone. So, to avoid any other backlash on the government, which the government has already been facing with respect to a lot of issues currently which are going on, the government has decided to send Ramachandra Rao on a compulsory leave. And also, if at all CBI and DRI officials want to talk or have a word with the government with respect to Ramachandra Rao's involvement in this case, the government might give a free hand to the DRI and CBI officials to show that they are with the probe and they also want the underlying truth to be unearthed at this hour. Deepak.
Right, Abhishek, thank you for joining me with those details on the Rania Rao gold smuggling case as the probe continues to deepen. Investigations on the possible shielding and backing from top police officers is also on. We'll get you all the details now. Let's move on, viewers, because LET's Jammu and Kashmir Operations Chief has now been eliminated. A big win for the security forces in Jammu and Kashmir, because Abu Qatal has now been eliminated. He has been the Jammu and Kashmir Operations Chief of the LET, held the title of Ghazi for Lashkar's Jammu and Kashmir operations. And Abu Qatal was also involved in orchestrating terror attacks from across the border in Pakistan. As far as killings are concerned, he was killed by unknown gunmen late last night. Circumstances of the killing remain unclear. Let's tell you about the key attacks he had orchestrated. 7 civilians were killed in Dhangri in Rajouri. On January 1st, 5 Hindus were shot dead. January 2nd, 2 more killed in an IED blast planted by terrorists. And 5 Indian Jawans of the Rashtriya Rifles were killed in action. The attack took place in Bhattaduria and Poonch. Army vehicle was ambushed, attacked and later set on fire by Lashkar terrorists. All of this was planned by Jammu and Kashmir's Operations Chief of LET, Abu Qatal. Gursimran is joining me live. Gursimran, give us more details about how this could be a big win for the security forces in dismantling terror in Jammu and Kashmir.
See, this is a big blow to the Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jamaat, as one of their top commanders has been killed by the unknown gunman in the Jhelum district of the Punjab province of Pakistan. As per the statement that has been issued to the local media by the Punjab police, it states that Jamaat-ud-Dawa commander Abu Qatal alias Nadeem has been shot dead by the unknown gunman along with one other commander whose identity is yet to be confirmed, and one of the other who was travelling with them is injured. The bike-borne gunmen, they came and they fired late last night on a vehicle that in which they were travelling in. again it was an SUV that was fired upon. That is what we are picking up from the sources that have learned from the Punjab police in Pakistan. Now coming to what the Abu Qatal has done. His name is Abu Qatal alias Qatal Sindhi. He is one of those dreaded terrorists that were on the radar of the security forces for a longer period of time, because he was involved in the two of the deadliest attacks that have taken place in the Jammu and Kashmir. First was the January 1st and 2nd terror attack in the Dhangri village of the Rajouri, wherein 7 civilians, 5 on the gunpoint after checking their Aadhaar cards by the terrorists of Lashkar-e-Toiba. They were killed, and the second day there was an ID attack in which a minor and another one was killed by the Pakistani terrorist. These terrorists were working on the behest of Abu Qatal and were getting the directions from Abu Qatal. The second terror attack was the Bhattaduriya terror attack that happened on the April 20, 2023, when the army vehicles of Rashtriya Rifles was fired upon. Even the UBGLs were also fired. Grenades were lobbed at the army vehicle, setting it to fire, in which 5 brave hearts of the Indian army, they were killed in action. So these two were the terror attacks, and when the investigation was handed over to the National Investigation Agency, it came into being that Abu Qatal was the mastermind along with the Sajid Jatt, and he was the one who was orchestrating the attacks in the Rajouri Poonch. He was the Ghazi, that means the chief of the operations for Lashkar-e-Toiba in Jammu and Kashmir. Since he has been in the Rajouri and the Poonch in 2002-2003 as per official records, and as per the unofficial records, he has been in Jammu and Kashmir in 1999 to 2000 as well. So he has been infiltrated twice, exfiltrated twice from Jammu and Kashmir, and he has revived its old contacts. One of those who is presently in the custody of the National Investigation Agency, Nisar, he revived his old contacts, and then he used to drop the cash, ammunition, and also the consignments of the weapons into the Indian territory, which was further picked by Nisar at his home in the Mendhar and then was given to the terrorist. So Abu Qatal was a big name when it comes to the security agencies, those who know that how Lashkar was operating in Jammu and Kashmir, and he was on the radar of the security forces, but now he has been gunned down by the unknown gunman in the Jhelum district of Pakistan, so Punjab, and as we speak, the identity of the other commander of the Lashkar-e-Toiba who was travelling with Abu Qatal is still not ascertained by the Punjab police in Pakistan, but a big setback to Lashkar-e-Toiba and especially to its nefarious plans in the Rajouri and Poonch, where the terrorists of Lashkar, those who have infiltrated back in 2021-22, they are still active, but now their handler, the key man who was behind the J&K operations of Lashkar-e-Toiba, known as Lashkar Ghazi in Jammu and Kashmir, Abu Qatal Sindhi, has been neutralized by unknown gunmen in Pakistan's Punjab.
Also, Gursimran, NIA has also named him in multiple cases, like you were mentioning about these attacks. NIA has also named him and 4 others as well in the civilian attack case, and much more than that. And as far as LET's operations in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, this is a big setback to them, because the key cog in their operations, wheel has been knocked off.
See, you have rightly mentioned, because it is going to be a big setback for the planned operations that the Lashkar has done. Because we are in the 3rd month of the year, that means we are witnessing the onset of the summers. And if we go back to the last 4 to 5 years, the onset of summers and the summers have been really hot in the Jammu and Kashmir, especially in the Jammu region, because starting from 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, all the major attacks have been witnessed either in the mid or the late of March, and then it is the spree of the attacks that we have witnessed, especially in the Rajouri and the Poonch, where the terrorists are carrying out back-to-back terror attacks. Since the terrorists that are active in the Rajouri and the Poonch, they have been here for more than a couple of years. They are well aware of the dynamics, they are well aware of the terrain of the area, and that's why they have been giving a tough time to the security forces. But now with the end of Abu Qatal, it means that their handler from across the border, who was giving them directions to carry out the terror attacks, is no more, and that is going to have setback. Reason being, Abu Qatal was well aware of the terrains, because he has infiltrated, as per the unofficial records, twice. Official record says only once, but unofficial record says that he has infiltrated into 1999 to 2000, and then 2001 to 2003 was the time when he infiltrated.
Do we have any details about these gunmen who attacked Abu Qatal? Any details on their affiliation?
See, there has been no word regarding the affiliation. The Punjab police in Pakistan says that they have launched a massive manhunt to nab this unknown gunman, but the unknown gunman has always been a mystery for the Pakistani security agencies as well as for the Pakistani terror groups, because we have seen that many of the top terror commanders in Pakistan have been killed by these unknown gunmen. And what has come out so far, that it is due to their internal rivalry, because who can get the much from the ISI needs to prevail. And to prevail, these terror groups have been targeting each other, and this was another such event of the targeted killing by the unknown gunman, which seems to be so as to establish their supremacy in the eyes of the Pakistani ISI that they have done this. But the details are awaited that who were these gunmen, because they have not been nabbed by the Pakistani Punjab's police or by the Frontier Corps, but they have managed to flee from the site after killing the two commanders, including one is Abu Qatal. The identity of second commander is still unknown, while injuring the third one that was traveling in a SUV vehicle.
Right, good Simran, many thanks for joining me with those details. Now let's move on, viewers, because the student, the Indian origin student Sudiksha Konanki, who went missing in the Dominican Republic, has intensified the search operations for her, because according to the investigations, a person named Joshua Ribe was last spotted with her on the beach, and now as part of the ongoing investigation, drones have been launched in that particular area, Punta Cana. That's where she was last spotted, and now the operations have intensified to locate the missing student. Here's more.
A drone piloted by members of the armed forces of the Dominican Republic takes off as part of the ongoing search operation of Sudiksha Chaudhary Konanki. Sudiksha, a 20-year-old student of University of Pittsburgh, went missing while being on a spring break in Dominican Republic. Konanki, a citizen of India and a permanent resident of the United States, was last seen on March 6 at the Rio Republic Resort in Punta Cana town. She has gone missing while on vacation in the Dominican Republic, and US federal law enforcement agencies are working with authorities in the Caribbean country to probe into her disappearance. As per a report, 2 Venmo payments were made by Konanki on the afternoon before she went missing. The first transaction was made at 2:54 p.m. with the emoji of a sailboat in the description, while the second payment towards Coco Bongo, a renowned nightclub, was initiated at 3:38 p.m. In a previous statement, police said surveillance cameras captured 5 women and 1 man leaving the beach at about 6 a.m. on March 6. Konanki apparently stayed behind with a man, and surveillance video shows him leaving the beach area hours later without her.
Viewers, moving on, Union Minister for Railways Ashwini Vaishnaw has made a key announcement. He has said that the electronic components for the Hyperloop will be manufactured at the integral coach facility in Chennai, and this announcement was made by him after he visited IIT Madras and also visited the testing track of the Hyperloop technology. Take a look.
Union Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw inspected the Hyperloop test track at IIT Madras in Chennai on Saturday, where he witnessed a live demonstration of the innovative technology. The minister announced that the electronics component technology for the Hyperloop project will be developed at the Integral Coach Factory in Chennai. In discussions with media personnel, Vaishnaw detailed how the project will function and its potential to revolutionize high-speed travel.
Here at IIT Madras, one major experiment, one major project has been taken up by some of the young engineers and the professors for developing a new Hyperloop. This is at this point of time experimental stage, but very good results are visible now. I congratulate the team of IIT Madras and Avishkar for doing this experiment. From Railways, we have been supporting this project for some time through funding as well as through technology, and today we have decided that the entire electronics of this thing, this project, will be developed in ICF Chennai.
TUTR Hyperloop, a deep tech startup incubated at IIT Madras, is gearing up to launch India's first commercial Hyperloop project, aligning with the centre's Atmanirbhar Bharat and Viksit Bharat 2047 goals. The minister also congratulated the project team and confirmed that the Ministry of Railways has extended substantial financial and technical support to this promising initiative.
In a bizarre turn of events, a police officer and a local BJP leader allegedly engaged in a public slap fight in Karnataka's Chitradurga. A video of the alleged altercation has gone viral, drawing widespread reactions. FIR has been registered at the city police station against BJP district president Hanumante Gowda for allegedly assaulting PSI Gadi Lingappa. In a shocking incident in Gadra village, Moganj district of Madhya Pradesh, a police team, including the station in charge, was attacked while attempting to rescue a young man held hostage by a tribal family. The attack led to a tragic death of an ASI, while several other police officers were injured. The remaining policemen were forced to lock themselves in a room to save their lives. Following the attack, multiple police teams rushed to the scene to control the situation.
आज शाम को यहाँ शाहपुर थाना क्षेत्र में गर्रा गांव में हिंदू समाज के दो गुटों के बीच में विवाद की स्थिति बनी है और इस विवाद के चलते एक व्यक्ति की मृत्यु हुई है और इस विवाद के चलते भीड़ भाड़ काफ़ी इकट्ठी हो गई थी, कुछ पत्थरबाजी भी हुई है। इसके चलते हम लोगों ने यहाँ धारा 163 लगा दी है और पूरी तरह से शांति बनी हुई है। मैं यहाँ पर हूँ, SP यहाँ पर हैं, पुलिस फोर्स हमारा यहाँ पर है, पेट्रोलिंग पूरे गाँव में चल रही है और स्थिति अभी पूरी तरह से नियंत्रण में है।
Sukma police arrested two Maoists of PLGA Battalion Number 1. The Maoists have been involved in incidents like reconnaissance on the activities of security forces and giving information to Maoists, planting IED spikes on the routes of security forces, blocking the routes by digging and much more. Assam police on Saturday arrested Assam Congress spokesperson Ritham Singh on charges of his alleged social media post against a BJP MLA of Lakhimpur, Manabdeka. Security sources said that a team from Lakhimpur police arrived at Ritham Singh's residence in Guwahati on Saturday and took him into custody. AAP National Convener Arvind Kejriwal was spotted outside the residence of senior BJP leader Lakshmi Kanta Chawla in Amritsar on Saturday. The unexpected meeting has sparked intense political speculation. BJP leader and Delhi Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa, however, took a jibe at the Aam Aadmi Party Supremo over the meeting.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जगह जगह जा रहे हैं। कोई भी आदमी जब विफल हो जाता है, हताश हो जाता है, तो किनारा ढूंढते हैं। अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी बीजेपी में आने का सोच रहे हैं लक्ष्मीकांत चावला जी के घर जाकर, तो बीजेपी उनको किसी भी सूरत में स्वीकार नहीं करेगी।
A fire broke out in Indore's GNT market on Saturday, cutting a cooler manufacturing factory and causing losses to the tune of lakhs. The fire originated in this Royal Cooler Company and Kaviraj Metal Industries, both involved in cooler manufacturing. BJP has launched a sharp attack on Congress leader Rahul Gandhi over the inclusion of a French economist in a committee to study the caste census conducted by the Telangana government. BJP leader GVL Narasimha Rao accused Gandhi of compromising India's demographic data for political gain, claiming that the involvement of a foreign expert poses a sinister agenda and could destabilize the country by putting sensitive caste data in the hands of outsiders. Viewers, Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore have been stranded at the International Space Station for the last 9 months, and they have been waiting to be rescued. And after back-to-back setbacks, finally SpaceX and NASA launched the Crew 10 mission, which will be aimed at bringing back those 2 astronauts who have been stuck in Indian orbit, in the Earth orbit, I beg your pardon, and the homecoming is soon expected. Take a look at this report. NASA and SpaceX successfully launched a long-awaited crewed mission to bring back US astronauts Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore. The two had been stranded in the International Space Stations for over 9 months after the Boeing Starliner capsule that they launched started to malfunction. To retrieve them, a Falcon 9 rocket with a crew aboard the Dragon capsule blasted off from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 7:03 p.m. local time, carrying aboard a 4-member team bound for the orbital outpost. The 4 astronauts are now headed to the International Space Station on the Crew 10 mission to replace Sunita Williams, Butch Wilmore and 2 others. Once their spacecraft arrives and docks at the ISS on March 15th, the 4 astronauts will spend a few days aboard, taking the handover of operations from Crew 9 members.
We know what we've lived up here. We know the ins and outs and the specifics that they may not be privy to, and I'm sure that they have some issues that they are dealing with, information that they have that we are not privy to.
Once the overlap between the crew members happen so that the new members can fill in, Williams and Wilmore are set to return by not later than March 19th. What was once supposed to be an 8-day mission prolonged to be a 9 months ordeal for the 4 members aboard the Crew 9 mission. Viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll get you more details on Tesla taking a major step towards entering the Indian market. Stay tuned for more on that.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Suggestion for Anil Kumble, who has seen a lot of ups and downs in his game.
People talk about the 600 plus wickets and they tell me that you are number 1 in India. All that is fine, but I had to bowl about 40,000 deliveries to get those 600. So which meant that more than 39,000 deliveries didn't get me any success. So it's about being persistent. It's about being at it all the time, and then eventually things will work out.
Hello and a very good morning, viewers. It's 7:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Lots of stories lined up from across the world. We'll get started after a quick check on the headlines. US has began its operations in taking out Houthi rebels. It has targeted major targets. Vododara car crash. Prime accused Rakshit Chaurasia denies drunk driving claims. He lost control due to potholes. Accused sent to 2-day police custody. Rania Rao's stepfather and DGP Ramachandra Rao sent on compulsory leave. The actor alleges being slapped multiple times, forced to sign blank papers by DRI officers. PM Modi's much anticipated podcast with renowned MIT scientist and AI researcher Lex Fridman is set to release today. After spending 9 months aboard the International Space Station, NASA astronauts Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore are finally on track for their long-awaited return to Earth. Viewers, tensions continue as talks continue to remain in a limbo as far as the 30-day ceasefire proposal is concerned. Now, 30 leaders, including UK Prime Minister, have rallied behind Zelensky, calling on the US to speak to Russia and ensure that the ceasefire proposal is accepted too. Take a look. Drumming the idea of a 30-day ceasefire out and loud, Zelensky is accusing Russia of prolonging the war and calling his allies to mount pressure on Moscow. Listen in.
Well, we talked about who would delay peace and slow everything down, and now we see it clearly. A ceasefire could have already happened, but Russia is doing everything to prevent it. Putin is lying to everyone about the situation on the ground, especially about what's happening in the Kursk region, where our Ukrainian forces continue their operations.
In a 2-hour virtual meeting hosted by UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Zelensky called on US President Donald Trump to make Moscow understand with the only language it understands.
The path to peace must begin unconditionally, and if Russia doesn't want this, then strong pressure must be applied until they do. Moscow understands one language. I ask you to talk to America, to President Trump, to help bring peace faster. This can happen through full sanctions, strong pressure, forcing Russia to make peace. Peace is possible. It's possible when we all work together for peace, for security guarantees, for ensuring that the aggressor gains nothing from this war.
Reiterating Zelensky's words, Starmer called on to the coalition to reaffirm its commitment to help Ukraine.
We agreed we will keep increasing the pressure on Russia, keep the military aid flowing to Ukraine, and keep tightening the restrictions on Russia's economy to weaken Putin's war machine and bring him to the table. And we agreed to accelerate our practical work to support a potential deal. So we will now move into an operational phase. Our militaries will meet on Thursday this week here in the United Kingdom to put strong and robust plans in place to swing in behind a peace deal and guarantee Ukraine's future security.
Around 30 leaders were involved in the call hosted by Sharma, including French President Emmanuel Macron and allies from Australia, Canada and New Zealand. Meanwhile, US was not represented in the meeting. In a defiant speech at the Justice Department, President Donald Trump vowed to expose his enemies and seek retribution for what he called lies and abuses within the department. While discussing his administration's policies on crime, drugs and immigration, Trump took aim at prosecutors and investigators involved in the cases against him, calling them scum and also dismissing the charges as baseless. He also criticized the media for allegedly influencing judges as he vented about the ongoing legal battles.
These networks and these newspapers are really no different than a highly paid political operative. And it has to stop. It has to be illegal. It's influencing judges, and it's really changing law, and it just cannot be legal. I don't believe it's legal. And they do it in total coordination with each other.
President Donald Trump ordered airstrikes on Yemen's capital Sanaa, promising overwhelming lethal force until Iran-backed Houthi rebels cease their attacks on vital shipping routes. The Houthis reported 9 civilian casualties, with explosions rocking the area near the Sanaa airport complex, which houses a major military facility. The airstrikes came shortly after the Houthis threatened to resume attacks on Israel vessels in response to Israel's Gaza blockade. Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky accused Russian President Vladimir Putin of deliberately prolonging the war in Ukraine. He also urged international leaders to exert active pressure on Russia to end the conflict. During a 2-hour virtual meeting hosted by UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Zelensky called for stronger and sustained sanctions against Russia and reiterated Ukraine's support for a 30-day ceasefire proposal.
Peace must begin unconditionally, and if Russia doesn't want this, then strong pressure must be applied until they do. Moscow understands one language. I ask you to talk to America, to President Trump, to help bring peace faster. This can happen through full sanctions, strong pressure, forcing Russia to make peace. Peace is possible.
A powerful storm system sweeping across the US has sparked deadly dust storms and wildfires, with more than 130 fires reported in Oklahoma alone. Nearly 300 homes have been damaged or destroyed. The state governor also confirmed that 266 square miles of land have burned. Extreme weather, including hurricane-force winds up to 80 miles per hour, is expected to impact over 100 million people, bringing blizzard conditions to the north and heightened wildfire risks in the south. Evacuations have been ordered in some communities as the situation continues to worsen.
What we know right now is there's about 170,000 acres that were burned, and forestry is up flying right now to kind of get the exact number. We have, last night I had a report of about 293 homes/structures that were destroyed.
Hungary's populist Prime Minister Viktor Orban vowed to eliminate what he called a global shadow army working for foreign interests. In an address to media outlets, Orban said that some of these media outlets and organizations are funded from abroad. In a speech marking Hungary's 1848 revolution, Orban echoed racist conspiracy theories, claiming there is a plot to replace Europe's indigenous population with migrants. He also criticized the European Union, comparing its influence to past empires, and argued that the EU should stop supporting Ukraine in the war. Thousands of people gathered in Bucharest for a pro-European rally, waving EU and Romanian flags to oppose rising nationalism in the country. The protest followed Romania's election body rejecting the far-right candidacy of Diana Sosasha for the presidential rerun in May, while approving George Simeon, leader of the AUR party. Diana, who is against Romania's EU and NATO membership, plans to appeal the decision. The presidential race will take place on May 4th, with a final list of candidates to be confirmed by March 19th. Relatives and supporters of Israeli hostages held in Gaza Strip demanded the immediate release of all the remaining captives during a weekly rally in Tel Aviv. The attendees were shown a video addressed by a released hostage who, while thanking the military, pointed out that Israel's army presence in Gaza makes it difficult. Earlier on Saturday, Hamas said it will only release an American Israeli and the bodies of 4 other hostages if Israel implements their ceasefire agreement.
From those released about the horrors of captivity, the hunger, the fear, the suffering. They cannot wait any longer. Mr. President, we turn to you because you are the only one who can make this happen. The Israeli government has made its promises.
Viewers, US President Donald Trump on Saturday ordered the US military to conduct airstrikes targeting the Houthi rebel group in Yemen. It is the most notable military action of his second term so far, and President Trump has vowed using overwhelming lethal force against these rebels. On Saturday, US President ordered a series of airstrikes on Yemen's capital Sanaa against Iran-backed Houthi rebels. He made the announcement on his social media post. He wrote in his post that he would continue using overwhelming lethal force until Houthi rebels stop attacks on shipping lanes of Red Sea. Trump said that he ordered the US military to launch a decisive action against the Houthis. Last December, Houthis clashed with American Navy ships in the Gulf of Aden. The Houthis have also warned that Israeli ships in the Middle East waters will be their target. The order comes at a crucial time when President Trump pushes for talks between the two countries through his letter to Iran's supreme leader. Bureau of Indian Standards has conducted search and seizure operations at Amazon and Flipkart warehouses across several cities, including Lucknow, Gurugram and Delhi, seizing a range of non-certified products items such as toys, hand blenders, water bottles and speakers were found lacking mandatory BIS certification. The investigation linked these products to Tech Vision International Private Limited, and legal action is being initiated under BIS Act 2016. The raids come just ahead of the e-commerce platform's major festive sales. The RBI has imposed a monetary penalty of 3.1 lakh rupees on JM Financial Products Limited for non-compliance with regulatory provisions. The penalty follows a statutory inspection of the company's financial position as of March 31st, 2023, which revealed that JM Financial failed to disclose a material related party transaction in its annual report. The RBI's action is based on deficiencies in regulatory compliance, though it does not question the validity of the company's transactions or agreements with customers. Tesla is taking a significant step towards entering the Indian market, with the company seeking certification for its electric cars, the Model Y and Model 3. Tesla India Motor and Energy Private Limited has submitted applications for homologation, a critical process ensuring that vehicles meet India's safety, emissions and roadworthiness standards. This move aligns with India's growing electric vehicle market, which saw a 20% increase in EV sales in 2024. Tesla's entry could further boost competition and innovation, especially as India and the US discuss a free trade agreement that may lower tariffs and foster bilateral trade. The Reserve Bank of India has reassured investors and depositors of IndusInd Bank's financial stability following concerns over discrepancies in its derivative portfolio. In a statement released on Saturday, the RBI affirmed that the bank remains well capitalized with strong financial metrics, including a capital adequacy ratio of 16.46% and a liquidity coverage ratio of 113%. The reassurance comes after a report revealed unrecorded trades amounting to 1,530 crore rupees, sparking investor anxiety and a sharp decline in stock prices. The RBI also confirmed that the bank is addressing the issue with external audit team. Elon Musk announced that SpaceX's Starship rocket is set to depart for Mars by the end of 2026, carrying the Tesla humanoid robot Optimus. Musk also stated that human landings on Mars could begin as early as 2029, though 2031 is considered more likely. The Starship, the largest and the most powerful rocket ever built, plays a key role in Musk's long-term vision of colonizing Mars. Viewers, Tesla is taking a major step towards entering India's rapidly growing electric vehicle market. The company has in fact submitted applications for homologation of its Model Y and Model 3, bringing it closer to launching its electric cars in our country. Watch this report to know more. Tesla has submitted the applications for homologation of its Model Y and Model 3 in India, a key step before sales can begin. Tesla's entry comes as India and US discuss trade talks that could reduce tariffs, making EV imports more feasible. Tata Motors and JSW MG Motors currently dominate the EV market, but Tesla's entry is set to intensify the competition. Amid the procedure, Elon Musk clarified that Tesla will first be importing vehicles before considering local manufacturing in India. The EV maker giant is also entering at a time when its share prices has declined by over 30% in the past month and are down 35% on a yearly basis. The EV market in India is expected to continue growing, with government support pushing electric vehicles, sales and adoption. India's electric vehicle market saw 20% growth in 2024, driven by government incentives like the PM e-Drive scheme. The EV maker's entry is also poised to drive further innovation and also competition, helping accelerate India's transition to green energy. Viewers, one of the most anticipated Formula One races ever is here as Lewis Hamilton made his long-awaited debut for Ferrari. He qualified 8th fastest in his Ferrari debut for the Australian Grand Prix on Saturday at Albert Park. Meanwhile, McLaren's Lando Norris claimed pole position for the Formula One race. Here's more to this story. After a low-key performance in his first qualifying outing for Ferrari, Lewis Hamilton explained the immense effort it took to break into the top 10. Lewis Hamilton qualified 8th fastest in his Ferrari debut for the Australian Grand Prix on Saturday at Albert Park. Meanwhile, McLaren's Lando Norris claimed pole position for the F1 race. Norris called it a perfect way to start the year.
It's the perfect way to start the year, you know. So, first of all, a big congrats to the team. Everyone at McLaren's done an amazing job to continue from where we were at the end of last season to start with a 1-2. But it's just quali, right? So let's wait and see tomorrow. I know it's going to be a tricky race, but today was the perfect way to start.
Norris's teammate and Melbourne-born Oscar Piastri was second, enabling McLaren to lock out the front row for the second straight race. He said he was pretty happy.
Yeah, pretty happy. It's obviously great to start the year on the front row. Probably one position further back that I would have liked, but no, I think it's a great start to the year and great to have the team on the front row. So now we'll reset and see what tomorrow has in store, but no, pretty happy with how qualifying went.
Red Bull's Max Verstappen The defending world champion claimed third, shrugging off pre-season pace concerns for the team about its RB21 car. Moving on, viewers, Rohit Sharma is set to continue as India's Test captain after leading the team to Champions Trophy 2025 glory backed by BCCI. Rohit remains committed to red ball cricket despite recent struggles.
From rising to the challenge in the summit clash to brilliantly leading the side to Champions Trophy glory, India captain Rohit Sharma has not put a foot wrong. It has been a month to remember for Rohit. Things were not looking up for the India captain since he opted out of the final Border Gavaskar test at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Jasprit Bumrah led the side at the SCG in Rohit's absence, and despite putting up a fight, it was not good enough as Team India conceded the coveted title after losing 1-3. That is when it just seemed that it was the end of the road for Rohit, at least in tests. But surprisingly, Rohit did not announce his retirement from the longer format after the SCG loss. There were whispers that things are not exactly perfect between Rohit and the new head coach Gautam Gambhir. What lay ahead for Rohit was an all-new challenge, the 50-over format, which India had not played in a long time due to a packed T20 schedule. One reckoned this would be Rohit's last throw of the dice in ODIs as well. Reports suggested that Rohit's ODI future would hinge around how the side performs at the marquee ICC event. Rohit led the side well and silenced his critics as India reached the final unbeaten. But while Rohit, the leader, was receiving praise, the batter was being questioned as the bat had not lived up to the billing. But come the final, Rohit shone, and how. He turned out to be India's main man in the finale in Dubai. Rohit, who one reckoned was done with tests as India was playing the next test in June in England, Rohit reportedly has the backing of the Board of Control for Cricket in India and its selection panel. Rohit has at times been criticized for his fitness, but he personally believes that there is a lot of cricket still left in him. Even after the loss at the BGT, Rohit had said back then that his bad patch will not continue forever, and he smartly left it at that. Now this makes things interesting from a point of view of fans, as Rohit is 37 and is not getting any younger. So the question is, will his body permit him to practically drag on for more?
US military attacks Houthis in Yemen. More on this after a quick break. Do stay tuned.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
The churn in Nepal. What the hell is happening in our neighboring state of Nepal, which is a crucial buffer state between India and China and straddles the Himalayas? There is a significant churn, that is for sure. There is a surprising yearning and nostalgia in the people of Nepal for a return to their roots, for a return to the kingdom of Nepal, which was a Hindu kingdom. The simple fact is that conversion is taking place in Nepal at an astonishing pace, and it is threatening the local identities of the Hindus and the Buddhists of Nepal. They are seriously concerned that at this rate, their entire identity could be effaced. There could be a paradigm shift in Nepal, and they are extremely concerned. They are
A commemorative coin honoring John Lennon was unveiled by the Royal Mint in Britain on Friday. Released during the year the iconic singer-songwriter would have turned 85 years old, the coin is marked with the former Beatles' name, portrait of his face in the profile, and the name of his famous solo hit and album, Imagine. Robert De Niro and Deborah Messing attended the European premiere of The Alto Nights in London on Thursday night. De Niro plays two roles for the upcoming mafia movie based on the true story of two famous crime rivals of the 1950s, the more cautious Frank Costello and the no-filter Vito Genovese. Bidding will soon begin for a rare Star Wars movie prop, and it's definitely something that many die-hard fans are eager to add to their collection. The items going up for auction were used during a scene in Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope. The film, which hit screens everywhere in May 1977, was the first piece of Star Wars content ever produced, the first of many films, television series, books, comics, and so forth.
To tell especially parents of young girls, we have enough people telling us that we can't do something. We just need our parents to tell us that we can. So when you have your parents by your side saying, it doesn't matter how many people say you can't become a tennis player or whatever else you want to be, I'm telling you, the confidence that you feel and the kind of inspiration you feel coming from them, that's something that I was very lucky to have. And I would love to tell parents today to try and encourage the young girls to take paths that are out of the ordinary.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
this week on Get Me Right, is Nepal heading back to becoming a Hindu Rashtra again? Kind of reception King Gyanendra got on his return to Kathmandu after a brief hiatus shows a nation yearning for its roots. We explore. Also, the contours of Donald Trump's tariffs are clear now. While the American president succeeds in ending a war in Europe, the tariff war is just hotting up, and perhaps to the detriment of the United States. Take a deep dive this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. This is Republic and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Madhurima Mishra. Now, viewers, this morning we bring you news from Pakistan's Punjab Lashkar's Operation Chief for Jammu and Kashmir, Abu Qatl, has been neutralized. Now, this operation took place last night in Jhelum area of Pakistan. Remember, he is one of the masterminds behind multiple attacks that took place in the territory of Jammu and Kashmir. The NIA had also charge-sheeted Qatl multiple times in 2023 and 2024. Viewers, will bring you more on this, but first, take a look at this headline. The United States has begun to carry out large-scale military strikes against dozens of targets in Yemen controlled by Iranian-backed Houthi militia. Vododara car crash prime accused Rakshit Chaurasia denies drunk driving, claims lost control due to potholes. Accused sent to 2-day police remand. Rania Rao's stepfather and DJP Ramchandra Rao sent on compulsory leave. The actor alleges being slapped multiple times, forced to sign blank papers by DRI officers. Modi's much-anticipated podcast with renowned MIT scientist and AI researcher Lex Friedman is set to release today. After spending 9 months abroad, International Space Station, NASA astronauts Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore are finally on track for their long-awaited return to Earth. Well, viewers, we'll start up with what's happening in state of Karnataka. Remember that the gold smuggling case involving sandalwood actress Rania Rao is getting murkier by the day. Now, multiple links are coming forward in this particular case where the involvement of the stepfather is also under the scanner, viewers. He is a DJP rank officer there in the state of Karnataka and has been sent to leave until this case is solved. Take a look at this report.
In a major development in the gold smuggling case, Kannada actor Rania Rao's stepfather, DGP rank IPS officer K. Ramachandra Rao has been sent on compulsory leave by the Karnataka government. This comes after a Bengaluru court rejected Rania Rao's bail plea, citing her 27 visits to Dubai since January 2025. The Directorate of Revenue Intelligence told the court that Rania Rao allegedly misused the VIP airport protocol services available to her stepfather K. Ramachandra Rao to facilitate gold smuggling. Following Rania's arrest, her stepfather distanced himself from her, claiming she has not been in touch with the family since her marriage in November 2024 to an architect. The actress has also alleged that she was slapped multiple times, denied food, and was forced to sign blank documents by the DRI officers. The gold smuggling investigation has intensified, with 3 central agencies now probing different aspects of the case. The DRI is investigating Rania Rao's direct involvement, the CBI is probing the largest smuggling network, and the ED is tracking the suspected Hawala transactions linked to the case. Additionally, the Karnataka government has launched an inquiry into the alleged misuse of VIP airport protocol privileges by the actor.
Viewers, let's shift our focus to what has happened in Pakistan's Punjab. It's a major victory for India. Now, Lashkar terrorist Abdul Qatl has been eliminated by unknown gunmen in Pakistan's Punjab. Now, he was a mastermind behind multiple attacks that took place in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Remember, the NIA has charge-sheeted him multiple times. Abdul Qatl, viewers, was also referred to as Ghazi of Lakshar for Jammu and Kashmir. Take a look at this report. Okay, joining me live on this broadcast is Major General K.K. Sinha. Good morning, sir. This is a good news for India because Abdul Qatl was the Ghazi for Lashkar in Jammu and Kashmir. How is this going to affect the operations of Lashkar in Jammu and Kashmir? As we've seen time and again attempts made to hamper and to attack the Indian armed forces.
Good morning and Jai Hind. You said that this is a very good news for, especially for the security forces who has lost, their loved ones and the people who are actually carrying out operations in Jammu and Kashmir for saving the India. There were two incidents in which you said the Abdul Qatl Ghazi. He is known as a Ghazi, and Ghazi is a name which has been, since I think 2021 onwards. But he became very active for targeted killing, not only to the security personnel, but also the civilians, a targeted killing in which the two famous cases of 2023, in which, because he was not only responsible for Jammu and Kashmir, carrying out operations, what we happened that, the shifting of operations from the area of Poonch Rajouri down right up to Jammu, he was in charge and he was very successful. He being shot down by unknown gunman, and that also in Punjab, in Jhelum. What's happening in Pakistan, that all these people who are perpetuating actions in Indian territory has been being eliminated by unknown gunman. This is the general news. But you must understand that this is happening because there are some element in Pakistan who is doing it, and they are doing it not on behalf of the India, but the favor of the India. Because there are a number of people, there are a number of sections in Pakistan who wants to, join the Indian Union. That is what was done in 1947 when they got, actually they divided by a design of, making, complete Southeast Asia, absolutely weakening it down. Otherwise, India would have emerged after the partition, before the partition, if India would have one unit. So I take it that way. It's very, very good news and very, very, strategically, from the security point of view, this is a very good news because what happened in Poonch and Rajouri, because center of gravity, if you see it has been shifting in Jammu and Kashmir. And especially after the abrogation of Article 35, A and 370, you have seen the way the things are coming back to India. And now, because of these actions, with these people who are actually the perpetuator are getting eliminated, the people from POK, also in Gilgit-Baltistan, they want to join India. Overall, if you carry out an analysis, what is happening in Pakistan, you see what is happening in Balochistan. A few days back, one Baluch, he was a Baluch, but he actually sided with the ISI and actually he was responsible for the abduction of Kulbhushan in Jadhav in that area. He has been eliminated. So it is happening all over in Pakistan. If you see, it is happening in Gilgit-Baltistan, it's happening in POK, it is also happening into Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, it is happening in Balochistan.
Absolutely, sir.
And now it is happening in Punjab.
Absolutely,
and Punjab, what
correct,
is
sir.
there? Saraki movements have started. you have to understand, the Saraki is the area in Punjab who wants to join back with India. That is very important to understand. And it's happening in Jhelum, especially. Sarakis are very, very active in that area.
Yes, sir.
So someone is saying that
India
is getting
Sir, you've put it very amicably for our viewers as to how Pakistan has been on the back foot for a very long time. If we talk about what happened in Balochistan, and of course the person who had collided to put in Kulbhushan Jadhav behind bars has also been neutralized. So we seem like we're moving in the right direction, and Pakistan has its foot in his mouth. We'll have to wait and watch as to what really happens, because it's a developing story. We'll be bringing back more on this for viewers, and we'll keep coming back to you, sir, as well. Now, viewers, let's shift our focus to what's happening with a 20-year-old university student of Pittsburgh, namely Sudiksha Chaudhary Konaki. She has gone missing while she was on a spring break in the Dominican Republic. Now, search operations are on. She was last seen on March 6 at one of the clubs over there, one of the resorts, Republic Resort in Punta Cana, and a drone operation by the armed forces has also been launched by the Dominican Republic to find out where she is. In the ongoing search operations, the United States Federal Law Enforcement are also participating. Take a look at this report.
A drone piloted by members of the armed forces of the Dominican Republic takes off as part of the ongoing search operation of Sudiksha Chaudhary Konaki. Sudiksha, a 20-year-old student of University of Pittsburgh, went missing while being on a spring break in Dominican Republic. Konaki, a citizen of India and a permanent resident of the United States, was last seen on March 6 at the Rio Republic Resort in Punta Cana town. She has gone missing while on vacation in the Dominican Republic, and US federal law enforcement agencies are working with authorities in the Caribbean country to probe into her disappearance. As per a report, 2 Venmo payments were made by Konaki on the afternoon before she went missing. The first transaction was made at 2:54 p.m. with the emoji of a sailboat in the description, while the second payment towards Coco Bongo, a renowned nightclub, was initiated at 3:38 p.m. In a previous statement, police said surveillance cameras captured 5 women and 1 man leaving the beach at about 6 a.m. on March 6. Konaki apparently stayed behind with a man, and surveillance video shows him leaving the beach area hours later without her.
So viewers, that was a report coming in from Pittsburgh, but we'll now move on to more news coming in from across the length and breadth of the country. Take a look at this round. In a bizarre turn of events, police officials and a local BJP leader allegedly engaged in a public slap fight Karnataka's Chitradurga area. A video of alleged altercation has gone viral on social media, drawing widespread reaction. FIR has been registered at the city police station against the BJP district president Humante Gowda for allegedly assaulting PSI. In a shocking incident in Gadra village, Mauganj district of Madhya Pradesh, a police team, including the station in charge, was attacked while attempting to rescue a young man held hostage by a tribal family. The attack led to the tragic death of an assistant sub-inspector, while several other officers were injured. The remaining policemen were forced to lock themselves in a room to save their lives. Following the attack, multiple police teams have been rushed to the scene to control the situation.
आज शाम को यहाँ शाहपुर थाना क्षेत्र में गरगा गांव में हिंदू समाज के 2 गुटों के बीच में विवाद की स्थिति बनी है और इस विवाद के चलते एक व्यक्ति की मृत्यु हुई है और इस विवाद के चलते भीड़ भाड़ काफ़ी इकट्ठी हो गई थी, कुछ पत्थरबाजी भी हुई है। इसके चलते हम लोगों ने यहाँ धारा 163 लगा दी है और पूरी तरह से शांति बनी हुई है। मैं यहाँ पर हूँ, SP यहाँ पर हैं, पुलिस फोर्स हमारा यहाँ पर है, पेट्रोलिंग पूरे गाँव में चल रही है और स्थिति अभी पूरी तरह से नियंत्रण में है।
Sukma police arrested 2 Maoists, including supplier of Telangana State Committee and PLGA Battalion Number 1. The Maoists have been involved in incidents like recognizance of the activities of security forces and giving information to Maoists, planting IEDs, spikes of the route, security forces blocking the routes by digging, etc. Assam police on Saturday arrested Assam Congress spokesperson Ritam Singh on charges of his alleged social media post against BJP MLA of Lakhimpur Manab Dekha. Security forces said that a team from Lakhimpur has arrived at Ritam Singh's residence in Guwahati on Saturday and took him into custody. AAP National Convener Arvind Kejriwal was spotted outside the residence of senior BJP leader Lakshmi Kanta Chawla in Amritsar on Saturday. The unexpected meeting has sparked an intense political speculation. BJP leader and Delhi Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa, however, took a jibe at AAP Supremo over the meeting.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जगह जगह जा रहे हैं। कोई भी आदमी जब विफल हो जाता है, हताश हो जाता है, तो किनारा ढूंढते हैं। अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी बीजेपी में आने का सोच रहे हैं लक्ष्मीकांत चावला जी के घर जाकर, तो बीजेपी उनको किसी भी सूरत में स्वीकार नहीं करेगी।
A significant fire broke out in Indore's GNT market on Saturday, gutting a cooler manufacturer factory and causing losses of lakhs of rupees. The fire originated this afternoon in the Royal Cooler Company and Kaviraj Metal Industries, both involved in cooling manufacturers. The BJP has launched a sharp attack on Congress leader Rahul Gandhi over inclusion of a French economist in committee to study the caste census conducted by the Telangana government. BJP leader GVL Narasimha Rao accused Gandhi of compromising India's demographic data for political gain, claiming that involvement of a foreign expert poses a sinister agenda and could destabilize the country by putting sensitive caste data in hands of outsiders. Viewers, shifting our focus to Serbia now, tensions are escalating in Serbia as massive anti-government protests continue to erupt across the country. In the capital, Belgrade, over lakh demonstrators gathered, voicing their anger against the president over there of the populist regime. What started as a peaceful rally have now turned into a raging display of discontentment. Watch this report to know more on this.
A vast demonstration has been gathering in Belgrade to protest against the populist regime of Aleksandar Vučić. At least 100,000 people descended on Belgrade for the rally, waving flags and clogging downtown Belgrade. Regular demonstrations from over November have shaken Vučić's firm grip on power in Serbia like never before in the past 13 years.
Da iskažem svoju punu podršku mladim ljudima koji se bore za slobodu u ovoj zemlji. Današnji protesti su bili potpuno mirni, dok gospodin predsjednik i njegovi poslušnici nisu ubačene elemente da izazovu incidente i eventualno krvoproliće.
Earlier this month, after a violent showdown in parliament that saw grenades being hurled by the opposition, several flashbangs exploded near a crowd of protesters who went outside Serbia's parliament on Saturday. Angry protesters toppled tractors in the city on a raging display of discontentment against the leading party. Amid this, Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić, whose regime has been marred with allegations of corruption and autocracy, broke silence.
22 lica su uhapšena zbog toga što su činili krivična dela protiv imovine, kako drugih lica, tako i Republike Srbije, protiv. Mi smo dobro razumeli poruku i svi ljudi koji su u vlasti moraju da razumeju poruku kada im se okupi toliki broj ljudi. I morat ćemo sebe da menjamo i morat ćemo da naučimo mnogo toga. Sa druge strane, nadam se da su neki drugi dobro razumeli poruku većinske Srbije, da građani Srbije ne žele obojene revolucije.
All public transport in Belgrade was cancelled as protesters streamed into the city from various directions. What has been happening nationwide is culmination of 4 months of protests that erupted after a concrete canopy collapsed at a train station in November, killing 15 people.
Viewers, now take a look at what's happening in the US. US President Donald Trump on Saturday ordered the United States military to conduct airstrikes targeting the Houthi rebels group in Yemen. It is the most notable military action of his second term thus far. President Trump has vowed at the time to make sure that overwhelming lethal forces against the rebels are taken care of. Here's a report.
On Saturday, US President ordered a series of airstrikes on Yemen's capital Sanaa against Iran-backed Houthi rebels. He made the announcement on a social media post. He wrote in his post that he would continue using overwhelming lethal force until Houthi rebels stop attacks on shipping lanes of Red Sea. Trump said that he ordered the US military to launch a decisive action against the Houthis. Last December, Houthis clashed with American Navy ships in the Gulf of Aden. The Houthis have also warned that Israeli ships in the Middle East waters will be their target. The order comes at a crucial time when President Trump pushes for talks between the two countries through his letter to Iran's supreme leader.
Viewers, more news coming in a major milestone for space exploration. NASA and SpaceX have successfully launched the Crew 10 mission to bring the two astronauts Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore back home after a lengthy 9-month stay around the International Space Station. This mission, which lifted from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, aims to replace the stranded astronauts and ensure a smooth handover of the operations there, the ISS here, and bring them back to Earth. Here's more on this.
NASA and SpaceX successfully launched a long-awaited crewed mission to bring back US astronauts Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore. The two had been stranded in the International Space Stations for over 9 months after the Boeing Starliner capsule that they launched started to malfunction. To retrieve them, a Falcon 9 rocket with the crew aboard the Dragon capsule blasted off from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 7:03 p.m. local time, carrying aboard a 4-member team bound for the orbital outpost. The 4 astronauts are now headed to the International Space Station on the Crew 10 mission to replace Sunita Williams, Butch Wilmore and 2 others. Once their spacecraft arrives and docks at the ISS on March 15th, the 4 astronauts will spend a few days aboard, taking the handover of operations from Crew 9 members.
We know what we've lived up here. We know the ins and outs and the specifics that they may not be privy to, and I'm sure that they have some issues that they are dealing with, information that they have that we are not privy to.
Once the overlap between the crew members happen so that the new members can fill in, Williams and Wilmore are set to return by not later than March 19th. What was once supposed to be an 8-day mission prolonged to be a 9-month ordeal for the 4 members aboard the Crew 9 mission.
Viewers, let's bring you more from across the globe. Let's take a look at the In a defiant speech at the Justice Department, President Donald Trump vowed to expose his enemies and seek retribution for what he called lies and abuses within the department while discussing his administration policies on crime, drugs and immigration. Trump took aim at prosecutors, investigators involved in the case against him, calling them scum and dismissing the charges as baseless. He also criticized the media for allegedly influencing judges as he vented about for ongoing legal battles.
These networks and these newspapers are really no different than a highly paid political operative. And it has to stop. It has to be illegal. It's influencing judges, and it's really changing law, and it just cannot be legal. I don't believe it's legal. And they do it in total coordination with each other.
President Donald Trump ordered airstrikes on Yemen's capital, Sanaa, promising overwhelming lethal force until Iranian-backed Houthi rebels case their attacks on vital shipping routes. The Houthi reporting 9 civilian casualties with explosions rocking the area near the Sanaa airport complex, which houses a major military facility. The airstrikes came shortly after Houthis threatened to resume attacks on Israeli vessels in response to Israel's Gaza's blockade. Ukrainian President Zelensky accused Russian President Vladimir Putin of deliberately prolonging the war in Ukraine. He also urged international leaders to apply active pressure on Russia to end the conflict during a 2-hour virtual meeting hosted by UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Zelensky called for a stronger and sustained sanctions against Russia, reiterated Ukraine's support for 30-day ceasefire proposal. Now, viewers, a powerful storm system sweeping across the United States has sparked Tesla is taking a major step towards entering the Indian markets. Rapidly growing electric vehicles coming in Indian market. Remember, viewers, that Tesla had also posted jobs for India that had sparked a lot of excitement across the length and breadth of the country. We'll bring you more after this short break.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
The United States has begun to carry out large-scale military strikes against dozens of targets in Yemen controlled by Iranian-backed Houthi militia. Vododara car crash prime accused Rakshit Chaurasiya denies drunk driving claims. Lot of lost control due to potholes. Accused sent to 2-day police remand. Rana Rao's stepfather and DJP Ramchandra Rao sent on compulsory leave. The actor alleges being slapped multiple times, forced to sign blank paper by DRI officials. Modi's much anticipated podcast with renowned MIT scientist and AI researcher Lex Friedman is set to release today. After spending 9 months abroad the International Space Station, NASA astronauts Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore are finally on track for their long-awaited return to Earth. Viewers, we'll start with some sports news coming in. Rohit Sharma is set to continue as India's test captain after leading the team to Champion Trophy's 2025 glory. Backed by the BCCI, Rohit Sharma is committed to the red ball cricket despite recent struggles. Take a look at this report.
From rising to the challenge in the summit clash to brilliantly leading the side to Champions Trophy glory, India captain Rohit Sharma has not put a foot wrong. It has been a month to remember for Rohit. Things were not looking up for the India captain since he opted out of the final Border Gavaskar test at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Jasprit Bumrah led the side at the SCG in Rohit's absence, and despite putting up a fight, it was not good enough as Team India conceded the coveted title after losing 1-3. That is when it just seemed that it was the end of the road for Rohit, at least in tests. But surprisingly, Rohit did not announce his retirement from the longer format after the SCG loss. There were whispers that things are not exactly perfect between Rohit and the new head coach Gautam Gambhir. What lay ahead for Rohit was an all-new challenge, the 50-over format, which India had not played in a long time, due to a packed T20 schedule. One reckoned this would be Rohit's last throw of the dice in ODIs as well. Reports suggested that Rohit's ODI future would hinge around how the side performs at the marquee ICC event. Rohit led the side well and silenced his critics as India reached the final unbeaten. But while Rohit, the leader, was receiving praise, the batter was being questioned as the bat had not lived up to the billing. But come the final, Rohit shone, and how. He turned out to be India's main man in the finale in Dubai. Rohit, who unreckoned was done with tests as India was playing the next test in June in England, Rohit reportedly has the backing of the Board of Control for Cricket in India and its selection panel. Rohit has at times been criticized for his fitness, but he personally believes that there is a lot of cricket still left in him. Even after the loss at the BGT, Rohit had said back then that his bad patch will not continue forever, and he smartly left it at that. Now this makes things interesting from a point of view of fans, as Rohit is 37 and is not getting any younger. So the question is, will his body permit him to practically drag on for more?
Viewers, more news coming in from across the sports arena. Virat Kohli announced his retirement from the format after the T20 World Cup final, which India won after beating South Africa in Barbados. However, However, in a lighter vein, he said that he might think of retirement over the ongoing game following after India reaches the finale in 2020 Los Angeles Olympics men's cricket event. Sunrise Hyderabad have a huge boost as all-rounder Nitish Kumar Reddy is all set to join the camp ahead of the IPL 2025 campaign. As per reports, the Indian star has received necessary clearance after passing the fitness test for the side strain which kept on him the sidelines since January. Virat Kohli joining the Royal Challengers Bengaluru squad ahead of the IPL 2025 season on Saturday. On Saturday has sent Kohli played in India's Champions Trophy after the victory. He has now gone into Royal Challengers recently and is set for his 18th season with RCB in the IPL. The Indian players who joined the squad late, they were given a rest after their Champions Trophy exploits. Former India cricketer Harbhajan Singh, who has shared the dressing room ordeal on a number of occasions with the Chennai Super King legend MS Dhoni, reckoned he is the best ever captain. Dhoni, who is a legend, already has amassed over 5,000 runs in 264 matches and 229 innings at the strike rate of 132.53. Ahead of the start of IPL 2025 season, defending champions KKR batter Venkatesh Iyer admitted that he feels pressure of his hefty price of rupees 23.75 crores after being brought to the franchise last year's mega auction. Iyer, who became the third most expensive player in IPL's history, Ajinkya Rahane deputy in the upcoming season. Jasprit Bumrah is likely to miss the initial rounds of IPL 2025 matches for Mumbai Indians as the star pacer is still recovering from the lower back injury that rendered him out of action since January. Bumrah suffered the injury during the second day of the fifth against Australia at Sydney and did not bowl in the Australia's second innings. The Indian Super League announced the dates for 2024-2025 playoffs with the two legends in the semi-final schedule between April 2 and 6th. The final to be played on April 12th. The league stage concludes on March 12. The knockouts will be played on March 29th and the 30th. The semi-finals will be held on April 2nd, 3rd, 6th and 7th. Moeen Ali has cast doubt over widely held perception that Pakistan possesses one of the best fast bowling trio in the world cricket. The former England all-rounder believes that while Shaheen Afridi, Haris Rauf and Nastina Shah are talented, but they do not rank among the absolute best in the game today. The already well known that Australia's dashing opener David Warner makes a special cameo in the upcoming heist comedy Robin Hood starring hero Nitin. Highly anticipated film has just released the first look poster. The poster showcases Warner in a sleek and uber cool avatar. He gazes down and beneath a spotlight. Viewers, now moving on to more news coming in. One of the most anticipated Formula Race 1 ever is here, and Lewis Hamilton made his long-awaited debut for Ferrari. He qualified as the 8th fastest in his Ferrari debut for the Australian Grand Prix on Saturday at Albert Park. Meanwhile, McLaren's Lando Norris claimed a pole position for Formula 1 race. Here's a report.
After a low-key performance in his first qualifying outing for Ferrari, Lewis Hamilton explained the immense effort it took to break into the top 10. Lewis Hamilton qualified 8th fastest in his Ferrari debut for the Australian Grand Prix on Saturday at Albert Park. Meanwhile, McLaren's Lando Norris claimed pole position for the F1 race. Norris called it a perfect way to start the year.
I mean, it's the perfect way to start the year, you know. So, first of all, a big congrats to the team. Everyone at McLaren's done an amazing job to continue from where we were at the end of last season to start with a 1-2. But it's just quali, right? So let's wait and see tomorrow. I know it's going to be a tricky race, but today was the perfect way to start.
Norris's teammate and Melbourne-born Oscar Piastri was second, enabling McLaren to lock out the front row for the second straight race. He said he was pretty happy.
Yeah, pretty happy. It's obviously great to start the year on the front row. Probably one position further back that I would have liked, but no, I think it's a great start to the year and great to have the team on the front row. So now we'll reset and see what tomorrow has in store, but no, pretty happy with how qualifying went.
Red Bull's Max Verstappen, the defending world champion, claimed third, shrugging off pre-season pace concerns for the team about its RB21 car.
Viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, but we will be coming with more business news after this very short break. Stay tuned.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Welcome back, viewers. Now we'll go towards the business segment. here's a wrap of reports from business news from across the globe. BIS raids Amazon Flipkart warehouses. The Bureau of Indian Standards has conducted search and seizure operations at Amazon and Flipkart warehouses across the several cities, including Lucknow, Gurugram and Delhi. Seizure a range of non-certified products. Items such as toys, hand blenders, water bottles and speakers were found lacking mandatory BIS certification. The investigation linked these products to Technivization International Private Limited. The legal action is being initiated under Business Act 2016. The raids come just ahead of e-commerce platform major festive sales. The Reserve Bank of India has imposed a monetary penalty of rupees 3.10 lakh on JAM Financial Products Limited for non-compliance with regulatory provisions. The penalty follows a statutory inspection of the company's financial position as of March 31st, 2023, which revealed that JAM Financial failed to disclose a material related party transaction in its annual report. The RBI's action is based on deficiencies in regulatory compliance. It does not question the validity of the company's transactions or agreements with the customers. Tesla is taking a significant step towards entering the Indian markets, with the company seeking certification for its electric cars, the Model Y and Model 3. Tesla India Motors and Energy Private Limited has submitted application for homologation, a surgical process ensuring that the vehicles meet India's safety emission and roadworthiness standards. This move aligns with India's growing electric vehicle market, which saw a 20% increase in EV sales in 2024. Tesla's entry could further boost competition and innovation, especially as India and the US discuss a free trade agreement that may lower tariffs and foster bilateral trade. RBI assures stability for IndusInd Bank. The Reserve Bank of India has reassured investors and depositors of IndusInd Bank's financial stability following concerns over discrepancies in its derivatives portfolio. In a statement released on Saturday, remains capitalized within the strong financial merits, including a capital adequacy of 16.46 and a liquidity coverage of 113. The reassurance comes after a report revealed unrecorded trades amounting to 1530 crores, sparking investor anxiety, a sharp decline in stock prices. The RBI also confirmed that bank is addressing issues with an external audit team. Elon Musk announces mission to Mars. That SpaceX Starship rocket is set to depart from Mars by the end of 2026, carrying the Tesla humanoid robot Optimus. Musk also stated that human landings on Mars could begin as early as 2029, though 2031 IS is considered more likely. The Starship, the largest and the most powerful rocket ever built, plays a key role in Musk's long-term vision of colonizing Mars. However, before a mission can proceed, SpaceX demonstrated rocket's reliability and safety following the recent flight setback. Viewers, Tesla is taking a major step towards entering India's rapid growing electric vehicle market. The company has submitted application for homologation of its Model Y and Model 3, bringing it closer to launching its electric car in the country. Watch a report to know more on this.
Tesla has submitted the applications for homologation of its Model Y and Model 3 in India, a key step before sales can begin. Tesla's entry comes as India and US discuss trade talks that could reduce tariffs, making EV imports more feasible. Tata Motors and JSW-MG Motors currently dominate the EV market, but Tesla's entry is set to intensify the competition. Amid the procedure, Elon Musk clarified that Tesla will first be importing vehicles before considering local manufacturing in India. The EV maker giant is also entering at a time when its share prices has declined by over 30% in the past month and are down 35% on a yearly basis. The EV market in India is expected to continue growing, with government support pushing electric vehicles, sales and adoption. India's electric vehicle market saw 20% growth in 2024, driven by government incentives like the PM e-Drive scheme. The EV maker's entry is also poised to drive further innovation and also competition, helping accelerate India's transition to green energy.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
A commemorative coin honoring John Lennon was unveiled by Royal Mint in Britain on Friday. Released during the years iconic singer-songwriter would have turned 85 years old. The coin is marked with the former Beatles' name, a portrait of his face profile, and the name of his famous solo hit album, Imagine. Robert De Niro and Deborah Messing attended the European premiere of The Alto Nights in London on Thursday night. De Niro plays two roles for the upcoming mafia movie based on the true story of famous crime rivals in the 1950s, the more cautious Frank Costello and no-filter Vito Ginovasce.
You know, you see animals with coats in the winter and walking them. We thought, why not put them in coats? You're going to put them in coats. Those characters, Frank and Bobby, I would think, or maybe Bobby's character would say, well, why not give them, you know, mink in those days is not like today, so put two mink coats on them.
You know, you see animals with coats in the winters and walking them, and we thought, why not put them in coats? You're going to put them in coats, those characters, Frank and Bobby, I think maybe character would say. Viewers, Raina Rao's stepfather has been sent to a leave until further orders. Remember that he is a DGP rank official, viewers, and is linked to the entire gold smuggling case. His role is under investigation. We'll be right back after a very short break. Stay tuned.
the churn in Nepal. What the hell is happening in our neighboring state of Nepal, which is a crucial buffer state between India and China and straddles the Himalayas? There is a significant churn, that is for sure. There is a surprising yearning and nostalgia in the people of Nepal for a return to their roots, for a return to the kingdom of Nepal, which was a Hindu kingdom. The simple fact is that conversion is taking place in Nepal at an astonishing pace, and it is threatening the local identities of the Hindus and the Buddhists of Nepal. They are seriously concerned that at this rate, their entire identity could be effaced. There could be
Gurudev, the core philosophy of Sanatan Dharma is rooted in acceptance. As Swami Vivekananda said at the World Parliament of Religions, he said, we believe not only in universal toleration, but we accept all religions as true. I am proud to belong to a nation which has sheltered the persecuted and the refugees of all religions and all nations of this earth. Gurudev, I'd like to start by asking you that do you believe that this philosophy of acceptance has been the driving force behind India's boundless potential and can be the driving force behind its future limitless growth?
Yes, there are two types of acceptance. One is a passive acceptance. But there is another type of acceptance where you accept in order to act. Sanatana Dharma stands for that type of acceptance which doesn't let you lay back or be complacent, rather be dynamic and look forward. When you accept, what happens, your emotions calm down, then your intellect becomes sharper to act. That's the beauty here. We always say Sanatan Dharma, I always say, in Hindi, I say, that which is Puratan and Nitnutan, that which is ancient, at the same time, new and very adaptable to situations, to events, to people, and geopolitical situation, retaining its original flavor. That is Sanatana.
So just to take this forward, this relates also to how our society is, how our country is, how we have been as a people.
Yeah, see, we can never become fanatics.
Yes.
Fanaticism begins when you shut down your intellect. You start questioning. You start pondering. You put a lock on your intellect. That's when fanaticism begins. Our country has never been fanatic. We have always encouraged free thinking, original thinking, and honoring the roots at the same time.
So, Gurudev, in our country's history, there have been many challenging moments. We have had foreign invaders. We've been colonized. If I were to ask you this, that what brought us to that point? And now we are 75 years beyond shaking away the vogue of colonialism. How will our religion, our essential belief, what is in our culture has been given to us through generations, take us to a point where that never repeats itself? And if we have been if we are not as a religion, as a community, if we are not passive, how did that happen onto us?
Arnab, I can say it in one word.
Please.
It's infighting.
Infighting?
Infighting. If there was no infighting, if people were united, this would never have happened. Just a few hundred British soldiers could never have taken. A few hundred Mughals would have never have won this beautiful country. We were fighting, all the Maharajas were fighting. They were all embroiled themselves in their own little world. They never saw beyond their personal comfort to the comfort of the country. And those, like Maharana Pratap and Shivaji Maharaj, Sambhaji and all, they were being cheated and backstabbed by their own people. The history has told us many times. There were many Jaijans who rose up and for their petty benefits, for petty selfish goals, and they didn't care for.
Or is it that we lost touch with our own spiritual and cultural roots, which made it easier for us to become colonized?
Of course. A big vacuum was created on that as well. The religious leaders, spiritual leaders, instead of bringing spirituality to people, they waited for spiritual leaders, people to come to them, to their own places. So, you see, that was one time, but when the country is going through a tough time, it's a need for religious or spiritual leaders to go to people and provide them. See, in a very wealthy society or well-to-do society, people go to hospital, but sometime when there is a disaster, doctors need to go to the camps where people are. In the same way, spiritual leaders, instead of holding themselves just with rituals, they should have gone out and approached the people and comforted them from where they are, and encouraged them, instead of making them passively accept, jo ho raha hai, hone dijiye, sab Bhagwan dekh lenge. This type of attitude has also been a blot on our history.
Is that why you travel so much? You're living out of a suitcase. You're always reaching out. Gurudev is always talking to large numbers of people. And sometimes I ask him, what are you doing? He said, I'm just speaking to some people. And then someone sends me the picture of the number of people he's speaking to. Once I spoke to him, I said, what are you doing, Gurudev? He said, I'm speaking to some people. And then someone who was next to him showed me, I think it was in South America, the number of people he was speaking to, and it's just incredible. I think this reach out is so important, Gurudev, what you're doing. And this reach out in an era of what is described as westlessness. I've been reading this book by Samir Puri, Gurudev, where he says the West is not going away, but the influence of the West is on the decline. We must never assume that Western civilization will go away. But the influence of the West will be balanced by the emergence of Eastern civilizations. How do you view this, Gurudev?
I think the reverse is happening. The influence of East is taking roots in the West now.
Yes.
See, 45 years ago when we started yoga and meditation, yoga means people thought, oh, it's only for people who would stand in one leg and put all the ashes on them, maybe in the bank of Ganges somewhere. This type of narration was there. And today, Arnab, you have more than 2.5 billion people practicing yoga around the world. Yoga and meditation is more than $30 billion industry in US alone. So, yoga has become more an acceptable thing. Meditation has become so much more accepted. See, last year, December 6th, 193 countries came together and they wanted to declare, UN to declare World Meditation Day. This was not moved by India because we have already done the Yoga Day. Yoga includes meditation.
Yes.
But this was motivated by many other countries like Mexico and Liechtenstein. Small country like Liechtenstein, it says we need meditation. Because the wellness of mental wellness is of dire consequence or importance today. And so people find that meditation is the way. And so they all came to, and India joined them and said, of course, it's the route is here. So we jumped in and said, we will take this. Yes.
Maybe Gurudev, you should teach Donald Trump some meditation. The way he's going these days. Maybe even J.D. Vance, after that last video, both of them need to go through a Gurudev session. That peacemaking effort would be fantastic for the world. I think that's what the world needs. Gurudev, we recently...
I can't agree less.
Gurudev, we recently witnessed the Mahakumbh, and I thought that I must ask you for your views on it. I was in Lucknow a week before the Mahakumbh, and the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister came for an event like this of mine, and I asked him, Yogi ji, kitne log aayenge? And he said, we expect 45 crore Hindus to be at Mahakumbh. And later I told him, and I told his team that, are you sure? I cannot fathom this number, 45 crore. And then the number came on the last day, Gurudev, of 67 plus crore. And that evening, one of my panelists, Shantanu Gupta, had come, and I told him I want to speak to the officer who organized this. And there was an officer of 2007 or 8 card, a young officer. And I asked him, how do you calculate 67 crore? He said, we used incredible technology from AI to drones to mapping. He said, this number is real. Now, what does that number signify, Gurudev? In the history of our nation, what does the Kumbh, the congregation, the nature of the congregation, despite all negative narratives being put, what does that number signify?
Well, it shows the confidence in people that arrangements are made there for everyone to go. See, the faith for Kumbh was there even before. But people were scared to go because they thought, and how to go? First of all, transportation was a big issue. And you go there and there is not proper facilities for people to say. Now when they know that, yes, the government is able to handle, the administration is able to handle any number of people coming there, any crowd, so they get this confidence. Yeah, I too can go and come back safely. There is a joke moving around, you might have heard about it, Arnab. It says, a gentleman says, I lost my wife 3 times and I found her back all the 3 times. And this is, they have made very bad arrangements in the Kumbh that they are able to get people very quickly. So, the arrangement speaks for it. And then, when जब कहते हैं ना कि राजाश्रय मिल जाता है किसी चीज़ को, धर्म को जब राजा का आश्रय मिलता है, support from the administration, from the state, then लोगों के भीतर उत्साह भी बढ़ जाता है उससे,
हौसला भी बढ़ जाता है।
हाँ, राजाश्रय के बिना कभी कहीं भी कोई धर्म फलपा नहीं। दुनिया भर में देखिए, हर सिविलाइजेशन को राजाश्रय मिला है।
So you are saying the political establishment is supporting this because, Gurudev...
That's the desire of people, so they have to support, and they're doing that, what they have to do. That's good.
Is the political establishment being guided by the people or the people being encouraged by the political establishment, which leads to a spiritual awakening? Because it's been there in us. India has been under foreign invaders' rule for so many years, but we have never lost touch with our spiritual roots. So there's some resilience inside us, which despite all the attempts to distort our Hindu legacy or our Sanatan legacy has survived and become strong.
There was a sort of low self-esteem that got developed with this. People were very shy to express. We always thought, religion is our personal thing. We cannot make it public, our belief system. This type of narrative was floating around. And so people thought, oh, this is not so cool, it's not so modern to encourage people going to Kumbh or going to temples. This is all sort of, people who are not so educated, the rural guys will go, and urban elites are nothing to do with, that sort of attitude was prevalent for a long time. But now that is changed because the leadership of the country proudly proclaimed, acknowledged and honored their own rules. Officers भी मंदिर जाते थे, टीका लगाते थे, बाहर आते ही सारा टीका पहुंच करके जाते थे. अब ऐसा नहीं करते. अब तो we are true to who we are. Before we used to hide our identity, feel so shy about our own identity. Now when the leadership stood for our culture, for civilization, our religion, our Prime Minister stood for it, and all other ministers stood for it, then people woke up and say, hey, they feel very comfortable. It's like coming out of some shackle. We were trying to be somebody who we are not. Now we know, oh, it's okay to be who we are.
Yeah.
That self-confidence came up.
Gurudev, I felt so bad once when I had gone to Kashi many years back, before the Kashi Vishwanath temple complex had been redeveloped and built to what it is now. I have not been after that, but I felt very bad because I found the most ancient of temples and perhaps the most significant of religious symbols, shivlings, all scattered in a terrible urban ruin. And I even found that locals had built washrooms next to temples, it was so bad, it was so terrible, so terrible. So I like to connect things in my mind. And I want to share this with the audience that 3 weeks back I had the good fortune of receiving a phone call from my dear friends Ajay and Rajita and from the Art of Living, to whom I'm deeply connected in my heart to you. And I was told about the fragments of the ancient shivling of Somnath that you have been blessed to receive. I couldn't believe it. And I was told that it had been handed over to you for reconsecration. And that evening we did a program and Gurudev came there, and the amazing thing about Gurudev, he does everything in a very playful way. I think I like that because I spend time with such serious people and people who take themselves so seriously. Doesn't matter if others take them seriously or not. And here is a man who everyone takes seriously, but a divine person, but he doesn't seem to take himself too seriously. He wears his greatness so lightly on his shoulders. Gurudev, I'll be frank with you. I love your easygoing, playful nature, which makes us feel so content and happy and relaxed in your presence. That evening you held the fragments of the shivling in your hands and you explained the significance of that. I found a different meaning there, Gurudev. In my mind, I'm linking that to the excavation of the legendary city in Dwarka, to the rebuilding of the Kashi Vishwanath complex, and I'm seeing in all of this a rebuilding and a reawakening of our civilization. Do you agree with me? And that is your immense contribution to our country. And I'd like you to tell me a little bit about that, because there have been so many distortions of our history. The reconsecration of the Shivling, Dwarka, Kashi Vishwanath, what do they all connect in?
And Mahakal, Ujjain, and Kedarnath.
What does it all suggest?
Kedarnath was in such shackles. and it's in such shambles. When we went there, and there is all shanty towns and very shabby atmosphere. But now, such a big difference there. Same with Varanasi. The little gullies, it would take so many hours for people to enter in the gullies in Shivaratri days. And people would not want to go again.
Yes.
Now, the facelift it has got is something that our country deserves this. It was long due. Thanks to our Prime Minister for really making Kashi Vishwanath temple what it is. And I mean, it's like Vatican of India.
Yeah, no less.
Kashi, not less than a Vatican city. And it needs those sort of facility for 1.4 crore people going there. Now, same has happened with Mahakal, Ujjain. The glory of Ujjain, you can see that now. We have only read in textbooks. Now this Somnath Shivling is very interesting. Perhaps it is the spiritual energy that got generated in the entire country after Kumbh. During the Kumbh, that this family, which has been holding this for 1,000 years, when the shivling was broken. The shivling was floating, it was never touched the ground. Uska bhusparsh kabhi nahi hua.
Yes.
तो ये अपने सुना है, पढ़ा है.
Yes.
So when that shivling was broken, the pieces of that were taken by the Agnihotri family of South India, near Papanasham, near Tanjavur district, small village. And so they were keeping it in their home, and they couldn't see that as a pieces, broken pieces, though they made it into shivling. And in the year 1924, they met with Kanchi Paramacharya Chandrasekhara Saraswati ji. And he said, don't bring this out for another 1,000 years. Don't talk about another 100 years. This is what in 1924 he said. Don't bring this out for another 100 years. Then that becomes 1,000 years for now. So they went to Jayendra Saraswati Swamiji. He also said that after the Ram temple, only then we will think about it.
Okay.
Though the Paramacharya has said that after 100 years we should think about later only, 100 years. We must respect what the eldest Guru has said. And then they said that the current Vijayendra Saraswati ji said, yes, go and give it to Gurudev, Sri Ravi Shankar ji in Bangalore. And this is the Sankalpa of the senior Acharya also, to bring it out after 100 years.
Yes.
So it happened. And they brought it, and it's so interesting. This shivling has the magnetic effect. Unlike other magnets which has north and south pole, the magnet here is in the very center. It has 140 gauss.
Yes.
That's a huge magnetic force. So I feel this is a blessing. God, we say, has 5 qualities, 5 actions that God does. One is creation, sustenance, dissolution, and anugraha means blessing, and tirobhav means hiding. So Shiva was in hiding for 1,000 years, and he's come back.
But also means that 1,000 years back, that family, and 4,000 years, and the last 100 years, we knew that one day the shivling which was broken will come back. That means somebody has had a sense of history, or a sense of belief, or that we knew culturally that our culture can be suppressed but not defeated.
It cannot be eliminated.
Pardon me?
It can be suppressed, but it can never be eliminated.
Never be eliminated or defeated.
शिव जी को कोई मिटा नहीं सकते.
Wow. Gurudev, the Art of Living is a huge global organization. And I think that is such an incredible thing what you've built, an organic growth, not inorganic, but just organic because it's received with love, blessings, and wisdom. Now, I want to understand how you read global events and global politics, and you lead a large global organization. I found this quotation of our fantastic foreign minister very interesting, because I feel that there's a new world order which is emerging now, Gurudev, with the West, as you have yourself said, declining a little bit, and we wanting to reclaim our identity, and we becoming more confident as a people. So Dr. Jaishankar had rightly pointed out when he went to Europe, he had talked about a Eurocentric mindset, and he said Europe has to grow out of the mindset that Europe's problems are the world's problems, and the world's problems are not Europe's problems. So this is a new way of thinking, and we love the way it is enunciated. Gurudev, can you enlighten us something, because we want to receive your wisdom in terms of your experiences. Can you enlighten us with your experiences which have shown you that the world is embracing India's way, and what can the world learn from India in India's ethos and India's way of life? If you can share some of your experiences, you meet world leaders, you meet incredible personalities, you meet people all over the world, and you're everywhere, from Iceland to Australia, you're everywhere. So can you tell us a little bit about what you see?
There's a lot of things to say.
We would like to hear.
I would say the prejudice in the minds of people are the limited responsibility and a sense of superiority consciousness.
Okay.
Can block someone to keep their eyes open. And the recent changes in the world have broken those eyes, have broken those walls. Now people are able to see beyond their, sense of, this is the world. If you see the news, Arnab, in United States, the way the news is covered, rest of the world is only 2%, 3%, 4%, and America occupies 95%.
Yes.
So, and if there are some influencer people there, so Middle East, it will occupy more space there.
Yes.
Other than this, nobody matters at all. What is happening in Korea or in Japan or another place, it's none of their business. But this is changing fast now. It's no more the same narration that was being promoted and consciously thrust upon the rest of the world. Social media has done a good thing in breaking this.
Yes.
And then also, people are waking up because we are becoming more financially strong and independent.
Yes.
You may say so much about your culture, but until you are technologically and financially strong, and of course our military is also very good,
yes.
have become very strong, the defense in this country. So these things will make people wake up and listen to us more. Yeah, and with world leaders, I would say they all have many challenges and very highly stressed. And so they don't know who is their friend and who is not. This is what happens. This is
how do you manage to talk to people who are highly stressed and don't like each other? Because I've seen you talk to both sides and both sides seem to love you. Do they share their stress about each other?
That is how we have got to be, we have to be if you want to be bridge, you should have foot on both sides. Otherwise, you are not a bridge.
Now, Gurudev, all the politicians who will come today will come to you after this. And they'll say, we are very stressed. Gurudev, help us. I'm sure they come to you. I'm sure you won't share what they tell you. But Gurudev, we have so many challenges in our country also. I'm very troubled by the attempts to break our national unity. Mahakumbh is a symbol of our cultural unity. But cultural unity can be the base of national unity, but it cannot substitute national unity. Linguistic unity, religious unity, cultural unity and national unity. Now, there are attempts to break our country now. North versus South, Gurudev. Linguistic divisions, big debates on delimitation, regionalism and regional nationalism. Then there is this caste issue. Use caste once again. And Gurudev, we are all 90s kids. We saw what Mandal Commission did to the country. It broke our country. Ask all the 90s kids here.
I know all these
what
things
happens
happen.
Yes.
All these challenges take front seat if vested interests are active, number one.
Vested interest.
Vested interest, number one. Second, if people don't have a goal, they don't have a path to move on, they don't have something to cling on, they don't have something to do in their life, then their energy, our youth have tremendous energy, and it is diverted in these destructive tendencies.
No, I want to talk about caste, Gurudev. I'm very troubled by it, and I believe that when we are all here today, we don't look at the person sitting next to us and we don't define ourselves by our caste. Do we ever do that? We define ourselves by our belief, by our nationalism. Am I right? Am I speaking for all of us? But these politicians, but these politicians, Gurudev, we have
in politics, it becomes an easy vote bank.
Yeah, but that's dangerous for us.
Very dangerous.
Then what do we do here?
People normally in this country, if they want a good doctor, they don't ask you what is your caste. They want a lawyer, they don't go for a caste.
Correct. But my trouble is, Gurudev, sorry if I'm interrupting, I'm one of the few people on this planet who can interrupt you.
No,
you gave me the right.
Go ahead, yeah.
He loves me. He allows me to interrupt him, trouble him. I even call him when I have my problems. But he never says he won't take my call, so I feel I'm blessed. Gurudev, I'll tell you one thing. I studied social anthropology. And I went to the United Kingdom to study social anthropology. And I realized that in the United Kingdom and in France, they have made an academic discipline of caste. They will not talk about bhakti movement. They will not talk about Sant Kabir. But they will impose a French or British philosophical view on the fragmentation of Indian society on the basis of caste. And they tell us the only thing that matters in India is caste. I was so disappointed. I regretted I studied that course. Now, Gurudev, my question to you is, some Indian politicians use the Western interpretation and bring it back to India without realizing the essential unity of Indian society.
Correct.
So how do we break this? Are we in a trap? Are we in a trap?
This thing happened in the United States of America. In the state of California, they tried to bring this caste discrimination law against.
Yes.
Fortunately, the governor put it down. They said there is no need for it.
Great.
And so this is done because the people there, Indians there, they became more active. What happens are now, the good people, the so-called good people, they don't act as much as those who are in negative mindset. The positive mindset people will say, we'll do it, manana, later. We'll do it, Bhagwan dekh lenge. God will take care of it.
That's not a good approach.
That's not, And the negative people are super active.
Yes.
So this gave a chance for those who are in the positive mindset to take action. Yeah. Jump into action. And so they succeeded in doing so. Yes. Because, see, people go there, in America there is no caste. But then trying to impose this fabricated story there and take mileage out of it is such a small-mindedness.
Yes.
And they don't care about the country or culture or nothing. It's all a very self-centered, selfish job.
So what would you say to everyone to be vocal about these things? Because you began by talking about acceptance that was not passive. Which means we must not passively, would you say, Gurudev, we must not passively accept somebody else judging us, somebody else dividing us, using us. We must not passively accept it.
No, we should not.
We must not be passive.
No, we should not accept. And at the same time, we don't deny, yes, there are discrimination still today in those areas where people are, whether are prejudiced or they are not well educated or whatever reason, that action need to be taken, and our constitution provides full protection for all that. But those, instead of setting those things right, we take this in the international arena and take mileage out of it. I think it's doing more harm than any good to anybody.
So the message I received from you is we must confront in a rational way.
Correct. Unjust utilization of the division that unfortunately we have in this country from centuries.
Gurudev, my last question to you is actually what we are all looking forward to. Gurudev, I want you to tell all of us what you see for our country's destiny, and I want to link it to your thoughts about intuition. And you have said, and if I may quote you, Gurudev, that intuition means having the right thought at the right moment. Today, we are at a very pivotal juncture in our country's history. We all accept it. What does your intuition, what does Gurudev's intuition reveal about India's future and India's growth story?
In one word, I would say, very bright. India's future is bright. We will be stronger, prosperous, moreover, more spiritual and happy society, which would showcase a model to the whole world. Just this one kumbh with so many different sampradayas, so many different traditions coming together, celebrate, everyone doing their own thing, has showcased to the world there is possibility for unity in all diverse faiths, in diversity. We don't have to fight over things. And billions of people coming there, yet no crime. This shows that India's greatness is its spiritual glory, where we stand for ahimsa, non-violence. We stand for Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We are all one human family beyond all divisions, beyond all differences, and beyond all, mindsets. This embracing the whole earth, whole globe as one. And moreover, on top of this, we are very environmentally conscious. We are doing so much for green energy than anybody else in the world. And nobody can point us towards us and say, you are spoiling the planet. No, we are nurturing the planet physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, in all the way. So there is no limit for India's future and growth. Thank you.
One last thought. Everyone going away will want or staying with us after this session will want one thought from you. I want one thought of the day. from Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar, for all those who are watching this live on streaming, on channels, all of us here today, on what we should carry with us today.
Arnab, this is like going to a pharmacy and asking them, give me one medicine. Why do you limit in one thought? See, this is a Western idea, Arnab. We want one thing. We say many things. We have the victor, we have all the killers. We have so many thoughts. Let many thoughts come to us from every side. This is the mantra of Rig Veda. Anu Bhadra Kratavo Yantu Vishwato Mukha. Let thoughts come to, noble thoughts come to us from all sides. Wonderful.
I'm sure, I'm so relieved that Gurudev never became a TV anchor. I would be out of a job. But I only ask that one question because, as they say in Hindi, ye dil mange more. When you are on the stage, ye dil mange more. We love you with all our dils. We believe in you. You bless us. You make us feel positive. You've left the room today with a lot of energy around. Aren't we more energized after this? Gurudev, thank you. Thank you, Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar, the one and only. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Suggestion for Anil Kumble, who has seen a lot of ups and downs in his game.
People talk about the 600 plus wickets and they tell me that you are number one in India. All that is fine, but I had to bowl about 40,000 deliveries to get those 600. So which meant that more than 39,000 deliveries didn't get me any success. So it's about being persistent. It's about being at it all the time, and then eventually things will work out.
Viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in a shocking display of lawlessness. Punjab police officers brutally assaulted an army soldier and his son, leaving the veteran with a broken arm and his son with a severe head injury. Despite clear medical evidence and video proof, the police have refused to file an FIR, shielding their own, while the victim's family faces threats and intimidation. This brazen attack on a soldier, viewers, exposes the unchecked power and impunity of Punjab's law enforcement. This is the clear video evidence of the attack on the army man and his son. And despite the clear evidence and despite repeated attempts by the victim's family, no FIR has been registered so far in the case. In fact, the victims also approached the Ludhiana Patiala police, I beg your pardon, multiple times, and despite multiple complaints to the police, the SHO ignored the victim's plea for justice. Accused cops have now threatened the victim's family. Police officials are protecting the culprits, and victim in her testimony has said that they fear for their life and seeks urgent action. This is the state of lawlessness in Punjab, where police officials have brutally assaulted an army man. The Jawan and his son were brutally attacked by police inspectors. The Jawan's arm is broken and the son has been severely injured. He has severe head injuries. They're currently being treated at the hospital, while the other family member continues to fight for justice. There is medical evidence, DVR footage that exposes police brutality. And despite all of this, despite multiple proofs, no FIR has been filed by the police. All the pleas and cries of the victim's family have fallen on deaf ears, and the Punjab police have also turned a blind eye to the entire case. They have ignored the calls of the victim's family members. And in the testimony, they say, the victim's family has alleged that no action has been taken despite multiple complaints. The SHO has completely ignored the victim's plea for justice. And right now, in the aftermath, even as the soldier and his son continue to avail treatment in the hospital, their family members continue to fight for justice. Akhil is joining us on the phone line. Akhil, tell us about this latest episode of Punjab Police's brutality that has come to the fore, where an army man and his son have been brutally assaulted. So much so that the army man has suffered a broken arm and the son of the army man has suffered severe head injuries.
Well, Deepak, if you see at this point in time, there's a very unfortunate incident which took place in Punjab's Patiala. So what has happened that on that night when there was a parking issue, senior army officer Colonel Pushpendra Singh Bhatt and his son Angad Singh Bhatt both were there at a dhaba, basically. At that point in time, this incident took place, in which what we have seen that if you just go by the CCTV footage, in this CCTV footage, it's pretty clear that on the intervening night of 13th and 14th March, this incident took place, in which that officer has got severe injury. His hand also got broken. And apart from that, if you see, Pushpendra Singh's son, Mr. Angad, he has also got some head injuries at this point in time. I spoke to the family members of the victim, and they are saying that both the father and son, both the duo, are in hospital at this point in time, and they have been devastated by this entire incident. So it's a very critical situation for the entire family, because if you see, he's a decorated officer and the incident took place, and those officials from the Punjab police, they said at that point in time that you don't know who we are, or we are some senior police officials, and they basically threatened them. And despite that, if you just go by the incident where the victim's family member went to the very police station to register a complaint, to register an FIR, they refused to lodge an FIR in connection with the case. So it's a very concerning situation for the law and order situation in the Punjab region as well. Back to you in the studio.
Well, Akhil, in the complaint, the victim's family member alleges that no FIR and no action has been taken. What's the latest as far as the investigation is concerned?
Well, Deepak, if you see, several requests have been made from the side of Pushpender Singh, who is a decorated army officer, and his son Angad Singh. So at this point in time, I just spoke a few moments back to the family members of Mr. Pushpender Singh, and they are saying that the police, despite making several requests at the police stations in civil lines, they refused basically to take action in this case. So at this point in time, the family has been constantly demanding for justice in this regard. And at that point, when that incident took place, one of the close family members, while speaking to the Republic TV, has said that those police officers who were part of that entire incident from the Punjab police, they said that we are returning from an encounter spot. We have done an encounter and we can also kill you. These are basically claims being made by the family members of the victim. So on this regard, if you see, no action so far has been taken by the Punjab police.
Right, Akhil, complete lawlessness in Punjab has been exposed. The Chief Minister continues to remain mum and we continue to demand answers. But let's move on, viewers, because tensions continue to escalate as world leaders unite against Russia's aggression. In a virtual summit hosted by UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has renewed his call for stronger international pressure and sanctions on Russia. Zelensky also accused Russian president of deliberately prolonging the war and demands a ceasefire, urging the West to act decisively. Here's more. Drumming the idea of a 30-day ceasefire out and loud, Zelensky is accusing Russia of prolonging the war and calling his allies to mount pressure on Moscow. Listen in.
Well, we talked about who would delay peace and slow everything down, and now we see it clearly. A ceasefire could have already happened, but Russia is doing everything to prevent it. Putin is lying to everyone about the situation on the ground, especially about what's happening in the Kursk region, where our Ukrainian forces continue their operations.
In a 2-hour virtual meeting hosted by UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Zelensky called on US President Donald Trump to make Moscow understand with the only language it understands.
The path to peace must begin unconditionally, and if Russia doesn't want this, then strong pressure must be applied until they do. Moscow understands one language. I ask you to talk to America, to President Trump, to help bring peace faster. This can happen through full sanctions, strong pressure, forcing Russia to make peace. Peace is possible. It's possible when we all work together for peace, for security guarantees, for ensuring that the aggressor gains nothing from this war.
Reiterating Zelensky's words, Starmer called on to the coalition to reaffirm its commitment to help Ukraine.
We agreed we will keep increasing the pressure on Russia, keep the military aid flowing to Ukraine, and keep tightening restrictions on Russia's economy to weaken Putin's war machine and bring him to the table. And we agreed to accelerate our practical work to support a potential deal. So we will now move into an operational phase. Our militaries will meet on Thursday this week here in the United Kingdom to put strong and robust plans in place to swing in behind a peace deal and guarantee Ukraine's future security.
Around 30 leaders were involved in the call hosted by Starmer, including French President Emmanuel Macron and allies from Australia, Canada and New Zealand. Meanwhile, US was not represented in the meeting. Cop was killed and several policemen were severely injured as villagers in Madhya Pradesh attacked them while they went to rescue Madhya Pradesh's rescue a hostage who was held by the tribal in Madhya Pradesh's Mauganj. While the police rescued the hostages, several locals pelted stones on the team.
जिला मऊगंज थाना शाहपुर में जो हमारी जानकारी मिली है वहाँ पे कुछ विवाद हुआ था जिसमें फिर पुलिस वहाँ पे घटना स्थल पे गई थी और जहाँ पे फिर पथराव और कुछ लोग को बंधक बनाया था और फिर पुलिस ने छुड़ाया था। तो उसी इस पूरे घटनाक्रम में जो हमें जानकारी मिली एक सिविलियन की डेथ हुई है और एक पुलिसकर्मी की भी उसमें पत्थर लगने से मृत्यु हुई है। कुछ पुलिसकर्मी घायल हैं जिन उसमें से 2 और एक तहसीलदार भी घायल हैं। 2 लोग यहाँ पे तहसीलदार और सब इंस्पेक्टर यादव उनको यहाँ पे रिफर किया गया। यहाँ पे उनका डॉक्टरों की टीम द्वारा इलाज किया जा रहा है।
4 Rohingyas were arrested in Tripura's Agartala for illegally crossing the border. Along with them, 2 Indians were also arrested for their involvement with Rohingyas. A case has been registered in the matter and investigation is currently underway.
मरीज सारे ठीक है। हमने सारे मरीजों को बाहर निकाल के भी हमारे सारे डॉक्टर्स नर्सिंग स्टाफ्स हमने खुद ने जाके सारा जो हमारे पास इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स थे उनका कुछ मरीज बोल रहे थे घबराहट हो रही है, ऑक्सीजन की कमी हो रही है, तो हमने तुरंत पल्स ऑक्सीमीटर लगा के सबको चेक किया। 150-150 मरीजों को यहाँ शिफ्ट किया है क्योंकि जो PICU वार्ड था बच्चों का वहाँ पर भी धुआँ बहुत ज़्यादा जा रहा था और बच्चों के लिए धुआँ बहुत मुश्किल वाली चीज़ हो सकती थी, तो उनको भी यहाँ पर शिफ्ट किया है। अब एग्जैक्ट नंबर तो हम अभी नहीं बता सकते क्योंकि पूरा ही हमने गायनिक डिपार्टमेंट पूरा खाली कर दिया है, पूरा सब सुरक्षित है।
Crackdown against illegal infiltration continues as 4 people were arrested and along with them 2 others were also held for their involvement with the immigrants who illegally entered Agartala. A case has been registered. Whitewashing of Sambal Jama Masjid begins after Allahabad High Court granted permission on March 12. The next hearing in the case is on April 8th. With that, viewers, we'll slip into a very short break, but the countdown has begun for Prime Minister Modi's much anticipated podcast with renowned MIT scientist and AI researcher Lex Fridman. Stay tuned for more on that.
आपने deliberately उन विषयों को आप you have brought together which unites the country.
हमने जिंदगी में इतनी सारी हॉलीवुड फिल्में देखी। जब भी दुनिया में कोई प्रॉब्लम होती है, एस्ट्रॉइड्स गिर रहा होता है, तो कौन बचाएगा? अमेरिका। तो मैं बोला यार ये सब काम अमेरिका ही करेगा तो कब कुछ करेंगे? क्या हम जानते नहीं भारत क्या कर सकता है? मेरा दिल बोलता है I want to make these films and I will keep on making films about my country and I am very proud to say कि lot of people मुझे आके बोलते हैं यार मैंने अपने बच्चे को ये फिल्म दिखाई, मजा आ गया। And I feel very proud about it because for me that is what I'm going to earn.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
The rise of, absolute rise of rampant corruption, venal corruption. You know, there is the fear of total spread of unemployment. You know, it's at 12.6% is the employment levels in Nepal. So all these have coalesced to create a kind of a situation in which the people are feeling worried, concerned about their country, about their future. and about the loss of their identity with the rampant levels of conversion that are taking place in Nepal. They are threatened with a loss of identity, and that can be a major threat. Don't forget that in 1857, one of the causes was the fear of mass-scale conversion, a threat to the religious identity, and that had brought in problems. That had created the first war of independence there in India against the British rule. So loss of identity can be a very destabilizing factor, a fear of the loss of identity, effacement of their cultural identity.
This week on Get Me Right, is Nepal heading back to becoming a Hindu Rashtra again? Kind of reception King Gyanendra got on his return to Kathmandu after a brief hiatus shows a nation yearning for its roots. We explore. Also, the contours of Donald Trump's tariffs are clear now. While the American president succeeds in ending a war in Europe, the tariff war is just hotting up, and perhaps to the detriment of the United States. Take a deep dive this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 10 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. NASA has confirmed that SpaceX's Dragon capsule has docked with the International Space Station. So homecoming of Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore has begun. The process to bring them back has begun. We'll get you all the latest on that, but first a quick check on the headlines we are tracking. Elite terrorists and Hafiz Saeed's close aide Abu Qatal has been neutralized by unknown gunmen in Punjab. PM Modi's much anticipated podcast with renowned MIT scientist and AI researcher Lex Fridman is set to release today. Viewers, in a major milestone for space exploration, NASA and SpaceX have successfully launched the Crew 10 mission to bring two U.S. astronauts, Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore, back home after a lengthy 9-month stay aboard the International Space Station. The mission lifted off from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and it aims to replace the stranded astronauts and ensure a smooth handover of operations at the International Space Stations. Now, SpaceX's Dragon capsule has docked to the station with 4 Crew 10 members, and this includes NASA astronauts Annie McLean and Nicole Ayers, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Takuya Onishi, and Roscosmos, or the Russian Space Agency's astronaut Kirill Peskov. They have arrived at the International Space Station as the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft docked to the orbiting complex at 12:04 a.m. local time. In fact, Venkateshwar Sharma, former director of ISRO, is joining us live on this broadcast. A very good morning to you, Mr. Sharma. SpaceX's Dragon capsule has finally docked with the International Space Station. What follows after the docking process?
Good morning to you and all the viewers. Yes, after the docking happens, the 4 astronauts from the crew service module of Crew 10 will be entering into the space station, and there are already 4 astronauts in in ISS. They have to give hand over the charge and take over, and handing over happens. The entire system of handing over, taking over takes about 1 or 2, 3 days. And by the time the crew, which has to come back, including Sunita Williams, and which will be ready for packing up and coming back to home, is the process which happens during handing over and taking over. Of course, ISS is not something which is just like that going around. It needs to be maneuvered, it needs to be managed, and it also needs to be thoroughly upkeep. Therefore, these 4 astronauts who have gone now into the ISS, they will take over and do all those activities which the present crew was doing it.
Right, Mr. Sharma, stay on with us because we have that particular video where you can clearly see how the SpaceX's Dragon capsule docked with the International Space Station.
Traveling with a range rate of less than 0.082, which, as you mentioned earlier, it continues to get slower and slower as we make this final approach.
5 meters.
Copy, 5 meters.
So the next call we should hear is chop, or that crew hands off period, followed moments later by docking.
That typically comes out about 2 meters away from the International Space Station. Right now, we're less than 4 meters away. Less than 3 meters away.
2 meters, please hands off.
Copy, hands off.
And there is the chop call.
Standing by for initial contact of Dragon to the International Space Station.
Dragon contact and soft capture complete.
And there you heard Dragon has successfully docked to the International Space Station. We have contact and soft capture confirmed.
Now, viewers, we have Venkateshwar Sharma, former Deputy Director ISRO, as well as B.R. Guru Prasad, former ISRO scientist, with us. Firstly, let me go across to Mr. Guru Prasad. Sir, the docking is successful. What are the primary and preliminary checks that are conducted after the docking is, after the docking process is done? Because there are several leak tests and pressurization checks that will be done. If you could take our viewers through the processes that follow.
Yeah, good morning to all of you. It's a very nice thing for us Indians to know that Crew 10, the Crew Dragon spacecraft carrying Crew 10, has docked with the International Space Station, ISS. And as you mentioned that now leak checks are being done. It has to be extremely carefully done because, any air leaks out means that is the end of it. So that is to be done, and any the thing is fumes kind of thing, which are harmful or irritating. Such things, if they are there, those things have to be purged out. That kind of things will be done. And another thing is before all these things are done, it is made sure that both the spacecraft have docked firmly, in the sense without any problem. So these are the things which are done, and the astronauts have to get ready themselves for entering to the International Space Station. Though the ambience is similar or almost the same, yet there are a little bit of differences. So these 4 astronauts, 2 of them Americans, both are ladies, and a Japanese and a Russian cosmonaut and a Japanese astronaut, they are going to enter the International Space Station to meet not 4, actually 7 people are there already in the International Space Station. So for a while there will be a lot of people, and then as was mentioned earlier, the Sunita and Butch, whatever functions they were performing, there will be an overlap of about 2 days, and they are going to brief thoroughly the incoming group of astronauts. as to how to manage the International Space Station. One of the reasons why Sunita was kept there was that in addition to living in the space station, it has to be maintained very well. So that is a prerequisite. So all these things will be done. And after 2 days, Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore and 2 more people who were part of Crew 9 in this one SpaceX capsule, Crew Dragon capsule that docked with the International Space Station in September 2024. And these 4, Sunita, Butch, and these 2 will enter and they will come back. So that is the schedule. Everything has to be planned meticulously. Everything has to be done in a systematic way. And NASA is very adept at doing these things because they have enormous experience in human spaceflight, especially in the space station operations from 1998 when the first module of the International Space Station was launched. That was actually Russian, but then the American one. But they have plenty of experience. So I'm sure that everything will go well. Thank you.
Right, Mr. Sharma, now coming back to you, sir, what is the procedure that follows when these Crew 10 astronauts meet the Expedition 72 crew, 7 members aboard the ISS? A formal handover will be sought, and how long could that process take?
Look, once the docking happens successfully, one has to ensure that the docking is, perfect and there are no challenges in the docking. This is the first part which the space agency will do. Once the docking is done, then there is a place called what is called as airlock room, which is the common place between the ISS and the crew, which has Crew 10, which has just docked into. So the astronauts will be coming up for the Crew 10.
Well, it seems like we have some technical difficulties, but we'll get Mr. Venkateshwar Sharma back with us. But what we understand is that Crew 10 astronauts will join the Expedition 72 crew of NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Don Pettit, Suni Williams, that is Sunita Williams, and Butch Wilmore, as well as along with them, there are 3 Russian astronauts as well from Roscosmos, Alexander Gorbanov, Alexei Ovchinin, and Ivan Wagner. So these crew members will replace these 7 members, and Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore will be coming back home. And these are the live pictures from the International Space Station. There you can see the docking procedure is done, and after that, these are the inside pictures of the International Space Station. We have Mr. Guru Prasad still with us. Sir, if you could elaborate on the handover process, what are the details and what are the details that will be sought from the crew members who will be replacing these 4 members on the International Space Station?
Yeah, it's a very good question indeed. See, International Space Station is a huge spacecraft. It is as big as a football field. And the other thing is, it has got many modules, and it is as big as the internal volume is as big as a 6-bedroom house. Okay, so there are 2 aspects here. One is as far as providing facilities for living, or for comfortable living of the astronauts. The second thing is research-related equipment. Okay. So the thing is both, see, even for performing daily chores, there are certain things, the maintenance of which is essential and careful operation is essential. Based on whatever observations Sunita and Butch have observed, and more importantly, pertaining to the research work that has been done, okay, and maintaining the research equipment, okay, and equipment in general. So all these things, the procedures, the observations, all these things have to be communicated effectively to the new set of people, 4 people who came as a Expedition 10. Now it is named as a 72 and such things. That is a matter of semantics. Okay, that is one thing. So all said and done. So there is an established procedure as far as the living part is concerned, as well as the research equipment part is concerned. So everything, observations, you see, when procedures are written at the time of building the modules and all those things, that is one thing. But how it performs in space, That is important, and based on that, whatever observations are there, whatever changes need to be done, all these things have to be communicated to the incoming group of astronauts very, very carefully, methodically, and procedure-wise. So this is what I'm sure that Sunita and Butch, who have been doing maintenance work of the International Space Station also for the past 6 months, they'll be doing. Against this context, let me tell you, this is where the SpaceX, the undocking of 2 small satellites in Earth orbit at a height of, say, 475 kilometers by Indian Space Research Organization assumes significance. You see, even India has an ambitious Gaganyaan program. So there also it is very important. May not be for Gaganyaan directly, but when we have Bharatiya Antariksha Station in around 1930 or so, when we start building such things, as has been publicized, and at that time, different modules have to be launched to Earth orbit, and they have to be docked, rendezvous and docked. And just at 9:30, about 45 minutes back, we saw how 2 spacecraft successfully docked. Even for India, for its human space flight, not for Gaganyaan directly, but for the next step, this is very important. And now viewers might have understood how important it is as far as rendezvousing 2 spacecraft in orbit, as well as docking them and undocking them is very important for us. And India has taken a small preliminary yet very important step in this regard.
Also, Mr. Guruprasad, one quick question from you. The astronauts are currently suspended in something called as the microgravity environment, or a state of near weightlessness in the International Space Station. So when they come back to India, what are the challenges as far as their medical conditions are concerned? What are the challenges that they might encounter?
By the physicians and biologists on the part of this. See, long-term space flight leads to certain challenges, okay? I would not say problems, challenges, okay? One thing is the continuous loss of calcium from the bones, in fact. Then bones become very brittle. And an astronaut who happens to come back, okay, to Earth, he or she has to be very careful, because chances of having a fracture, that will be more if one were to injure. So one has to be extremely careful. And the other thing is the bones will become somewhat brittle. That is one part. The other thing is muscular atrophy. That is what physicians say. Muscles, when we stand on the ground on Earth.
Mr. Guruprasad, unfortunately, we've run out of time. We have to end our conversation here, but many thanks for joining us with those details. Now, these are the live visuals coming in from NASA's Space Center here, who are monitoring the docking procedure, which was successful. And after the link up, now the astronauts have met and the homecoming is closer than ever. Let's move on to the other top stories that we are tracking from across the nation. A cop was killed and several policemen were severely injured as villagers in Madhya Pradesh attacked them when they went to resolve a dispute. The police team had arrived in Madhya Pradesh's Moganj to rescue hostages. While the police rescued them, several locals pelted stones on the police team.
मोगंज थाना शाहपुर में जो हमारी जानकारी मिली है, वहाँ पे कुछ विवाद हुआ था, जिसमें फिर पुलिस वहाँ पे घटना स्थल पे गई थी और जहाँ पे फिर पथराव और कुछ लोग को बंधक बनाया था और फिर पुलिस ने छुड़ाया था। तो उसी इस पूरे घटनाक्रम में जो हमें जानकारी मिली, एक सिविलियन की डेथ हुई है और एक पुलिसकर्मी की भी उसमें पत्थर लगने से मृत्यु हुई है। कुछ पुलिसकर्मी घायल हैं, उसमें से 2 और एक तहसीलदार भी घायल है। 2 लोग यहाँ पे, तहसीलदार और सब इंस्पेक्टर यादव, उनको यहाँ पे रिफर किया गया। यहाँ पे उनका डॉक्टरों की टीम द्वारा इलाज किया जा रहा है।
A fire broke out at a hospital in Gwalior due to AC blast. Fire tenders reached the spot and doused the flames. No casualties or injuries have been reported. The cause of the fire is still yet to be ascertained.
मरीज सारे ठीक है। हमने सारे मरीजों को बाहर निकाल के भी हमारे सारे डॉक्टर्स, नर्सिंग स्टाफ्स, हमने खुद ने जाके सारा जो हमारे पास इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स थे उनका, कुछ मरीज बोल रहे थे घबराहट हो रही है, ऑक्सीजन की कमी हो रही है, तो हमने तुरंत पल्स ऑक्सीमीटर लगा के सबको चेक किया। 100-150 मरीजों को यहाँ शिफ्ट किया है, क्योंकि जो PICU वार्ड था बच्चों का, वहाँ पे भी धुआं बहुत ज़्यादा जा रहा था और बच्चों के लिए धुआं बहुत मुश्किल वाली चीज़ हो सकती थी, तो उनको भी यहाँ पे शिफ्ट किया है। अब एग्जैक्ट नंबर तो हम अभी नहीं बता सकते, क्योंकि पूरा हमने गायनिक डिपार्टमेंट पूरा खाली कर दिया है, पूरा सब सुरक्षित है।
4 Rohingyas were arrested in Tripura's Agartala for illegally crossing the border. Along with them, 2 Indians were also arrested for helping them. A case has now been registered in the matter. Whitewashing of Sambal Jama Masjid begins after Allahabad High Court granted permission on March 12th. The next hearing is scheduled on April 8th. We have some big breaking news coming in. The work of whitewashing of Jama Masjid in Uttar Pradesh's Sambal has begun after the Allahabad High Court granted permission on March 12. Viewers, these are the visuals coming in straight from Sambal, from the Jama Masjid, where the whitewashing is currently underway under heavy security deployment. And this after the High Court granted permission on the 12th of March. The next hearing is scheduled for April 8th. But these are the live pictures that are coming in. There you see preparations are currently underway. Jatin is also live with us on the phone line. Jatin, if you could tell us what's happening in Sambal. The whitewashing process has begun. How long will it take?
बिल्कुल देखिए, ये जो पेंट का काम है वो अब शुरू कर दिया गया है और कल ऐसी तस्वीरें देखने को मिली थी जब ASI की टीम यहाँ पर पहुंची थी और पूरे जो कैंपस है विवादित किया गया था, सर्वेक्षण किया गया था। आज 8 लोगों की टीम है जो कि अब विवादित इमारत पहुंची है और पेंट का काम अब यहाँ पर शुरू किया जा रहा है। 8 लोगों की टीम में ये वो लोग हैं जो कि दिल्ली से पहुंचे हैं पेंट करने के लिए और ASI के निगरानी में ये पेंट जो है वो किया जा रहा है। लेकिन अब जो टीम यहाँ पर पहुंची है तो जामा मस्जिद से जुड़े लोग भी वहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। किसी भी तरीके की कोई परेशानी ना हो उसको देखते हुए पुलिस बल भी यहाँ पर साफ तौर पर तैनात किया गया है। 8 लोगों की टीम पहुंची है। 7 दिन के अंदर काम खत्म करना है, क्योंकि इलाहाबाद हाईकोर्ट ने बोला था कि 7 दिन में विवादित इमारत के बाहर की जो दीवारें हैं जहां पर पेंट की जरूरत है वहां पर ASI जो है वो पेंट करवाए। और यही कारण था कि पहले ASI की टीम ने पूरे जो विवादित इमारत का निरीक्षण किया, जायजा लिया और ये चेक किया गया कि कितना मटेरियल इसमें इस्तेमाल होना है और किस तरीके का मटेरियल इस्तेमाल होना है। और यही कारण है कि आज जब 8 लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं पेंट करने के लिए तो तमाम मटेरियल उनके पास है। हालांकि कलर को लेकर भी विवाद पिछले दिन देखने को मिला था। लोगों में अलग अलग तरह की अफवाह फैलाई गई कि अलग तरीके का कलर जो किया जाएगा, लेकिन जो अभी तस्वीरें सामने आ रही है कि व्हाइट कलर का जो पेंट है वो विवादित इमारत में किया जाएगा। ASI इसको पूरा मॉनिटाइज कर रही है। साथ ही आपको ये भी बता दें कि इलाहाबाद हाईकोर्ट ने अपने ऑर्डर में क्लियरली बोला था कि ASI के निरीक्षण में ये पेंट कराया जाएगा। शाही जामा मस्जिद से जुड़े जो कमेटी के लोग हैं वो सिर्फ देखेंगे और अगर कोई सुझाव देना चाहते हैं सुझाव देंगे, इसके अलावा उनका कोई हस्तक्षेप नहीं होगा। साथ ही इस पूरे पेंट कराने के पीछे जो खर्चा होगा वो शाही जामा मस्जिद को ही बेयर करना है। तो इसीलिए शाही जामा मस्जिद से जुड़े जो लोग हैं, जो कमेटी से जुड़े लोग हैं, वो भी इस समय वहाँ पर मौजूद है। तीसरा सबसे बड़ा पॉइंट इस केस में यह है कि पुलिस भी वहाँ पर बड़ी।
Right, Jatin, thank you for joining us with those details. There you see the visuals of the Jama Masjid whitewashing. On your screens, the preparations are on and the whitewashing will begin and the next hearing is on April 8th. On that note, viewers, we'll slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, we'll get you more details about A.R. Rahman being hospitalized after he complained of chest pain. More on that. Stay tuned.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Coming in, A.R. has been hospitalized in Chennai after complaining of chest pain. We are awaiting more details. Oscar-winning music director A.R. Rahman is currently hospitalized. And this after he complained of chest pain. He was rushed to the hospital. He is currently being treated. More details are awaited. We have Sharda also live with us. Sharda, what exactly happened, and has there been any medical bulletin that has been released by the hospital?
A.R. Rahman was admitted to the private hospital in Chennai at 7:30 a.m. in the morning. The hospital is yet to release a full-time statement stating what the actor has. So with the chest pain, it's said that the actor will soon be undergoing an angiogram, and the details of his health status is yet to be revealed by the doctors. However, it seems that A.R. Rahman has been on a busy schedule with his upcoming movies, and that's the reason it seems to have triggered his health right now. So we are waiting what the hospital has to say about it. And A.R. Rahman recently got his films RC16 and Gandhi Talks underway, and so it looks like the films would take a little more time and the work would be in progress. Back in studio. We are waiting for more updates yet. The hospital yet to give us more updates.
Right, Sharada, A.R. Rahman is currently being monitored by the doctors at a private hospital. More details are awaited. With that, viewers, we'll slip into a very, very short break, and we'll be right back with more details on Houthis side's close aid being neutralized in Punjab province of Pakistan. Stay tuned for more on that.
Hi there, a brief hiatus due to the Republic Plenary Summit last week, and we are back. It's been a newsy week, from the most audacious moment in Baluch insurgency against the Pakistani state to a flare-up of violence in Manipur despite President's rule, to the Stalin government pushing the envelope even further on Tamil separatism, to Nepal in our neighborhood where the king returned to a rapturous welcome, clearly spoiled for choice. The Trump administration brokered ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. It was on and off, but might succeed. The Trump tariff plan has clear contours now, and some of its impact has already kicked in. So I picked two. Let's have a deep dive on what the tariff war means for India and the world. Two, I take you on a journey to Kathmandu. Is the Himalayan kingdom on road to be a Hindu Rashtra again? Let's get started. Erstwhile royal King Gyanendra had arrived in Kathmandu only after a month in Pokhara to this tumultuous welcome by the monarchists of Nepal this week. The sentiment in the air was strong, the demand clear. Restore monarchy, restore Nepal as a Hindu Rashtra. World's only official Hindu nation that Nepal was till 2006, when it was made a constitutionally secular country as part of a civil war truce with the communist Maoists. But before I get into the complexities of the issue at hand, of whether Nepal is any close to reverting to monarchy and Hinduism as a state religion, a brief look at the protagonist, King Gyanendra. Gyanendra was never supposed to be king. Born as second son to the then Prince Mahendra in 1947, his stars aligned in a manner at the moment of his birth that even his sight was considered inauspicious, prompting his banishment to his grandmother's place on a royal astrologer's advice. That turned out to be a quirk of fate that would make him king even before his father Mahendra or elder brother Birendra at the age of just 3. It so happened that in 1950, reigning monarch King Tribhuvan, who was also the grandfather of Gyanendra, had to flee Nepal facing challenge from the house of the Ranas, of which Mohan Shamsher Jang Bahadur Rana was the prime minister. Tribhuvan first took shelter in the Indian embassy before being evacuated into IAF Dakotas to Delhi. This too was not without drama, with the Nepal government trying to block the escape by digging up the runway of Kathmandu airport and parking trucks on it so that the Dakotas could not take off. The Nehru government had to flex its muscles to make it happen. But with Tribhuvan and his family in Delhi, it left only 3-year-old Gyanendra from the Shah lineage to take on the mantle of king, which he was duly anointed by the Rana government. As fate would have it, in 2001, then King Birendra was killed along with 8 of his family in a regicide by his son, Prince Dipendra, over a family dispute. Gyanendra became king again, this time his reign continuing till 2008, when a Maoist-dominated constituent assembly abolished monarchy in Nepal. Like in 1950, so in 2001, Gyanendra became king by default and had to make way when circumstances changed. That brings us back to the present. Are circumstances changing in Nepal, again making Gyanendra appear out of the shadows that he was pushed into? After the second round of multi-party democracy that kicked in from 2008, Nepal has seen 13 prime ministers. It is an encore of the 1990-2005 period when Nepal had again seen 13 prime ministers. The same set of leaders, same set of people around them, a game of musical chairs in which personal ambition takes precedence over national interest, where political intrigue guides public conduct. Corruption has been rampant. Nepal has slipped on most development parameters. Infrastructure is broken. But for mountain tourism and foreign remittances of Nepalese abroad, the economy in complete shambles. Incumbent KP Sharma Oli has been Prime Minister 4 times in the last decade and a half. His ally Pushpakumar Dahal alias Prachanda thrice. Sher Bahadur Deoba 5 times. Gireja Prasad Koirala, who passed away in 2010, had been PM 5 times. Surya Bahadur Thapa, who died in 2015, had been PM again 5 times. Lokesh Bahadur Chand became PM 4 times. The likes of Krishna Prasad Bhattarai, Madhav Nepal, Sushil Koirala, Baburam Bhattarai have been faces in Nepali politics, controlling levers of power for 3 decades and more. The case of Surya Bahadur Thapa is the most emblematic of the Malays. He became PM for the first time in 1963 and for the 5th time in 2003, hanging around for 40 years. Through all this, Nepali economy has stagnated. Tourism around Mount Everest carries the burden of service sector. Against a potential of 90 gigawatts of hydropower, Nepal has managed just about 2.5 gigawatt of installed capacity. Projects remain mired in corruption. Flagship infrastructure ports like Pokhara and Lumbini airports have come up courtesy China. Look at this report. 5 aircrafts China sold to Nepal Airlines are grounded. The Chinese muscled their way into a deal which Nepal couldn't handle, and the Nepali state has no wherewithal to stand up to a cheating China. A pro-China KP Sharma Oli knows he is a voiceless client for Xi Jinping. Or look at these headlines. The state of aviation safety is so pathetic that for over 10 years now, European Union has put a complete ban on any Nepali airline flying over their airspace for the fear of the aircrafts crashing. This report on the notorious Buddha Air says that the pilots did not even come to know that one wheel had fallen off during takeoff, though they managed to land the plane safely. All these reports are from this week alone. That gives you a sense of frustration that might be building up among the common Nepali citizens over the state of affairs. The mismanagement of the country by the kleptocracy can be allowed to run only that much in the name of multi-party democracy. That is why the mass welcome to Gyanendra this time might be little more than a few thousand monarchists propping up a former king. Since being forced out of the Narayan Hiti palace in 2008, Gyanendra kept a low profile for most part. Only once in 2012, in an interview, he expressed frustration at the way things were panning out and did some loud thinking on his return. The context was that the first Constituent Assembly had failed to come up with a constitution despite 4 years having passed since 2008. A subsequent Constituent Assembly elected in 2013 managed to build consensus to bring about a federal, democratic and secular constitution in late 2015. It took the squabbling Nepali politicians 8 years, yes, 8 years to agree on a constitution. In July 2019, the birthday of King Gyanendra saw street celebrations in Kathmandu by royalists. In February 2023, he attended a pro-monarchy event in Jhapa district, but chose not to speak, just gracing it with his presence on the dais. Then again in October 2024, he visited Bhutan, where he was well received by the Bhutan royal family. It was seen as Gyanendra's message to India that he was willing for a Bhutan kind of arrangement, something he had apparently spurned during the Manmohan Singh era apparently. But he broke silence on February 18 last month, setting a cat among pigeons. In a pre-recorded video released for the Democracy Day, Gyanendra expressed dissatisfaction with the situation in Nepal and sought better accountability. He said he was willing to play a role in saving his country. This was his most direct shot at regaining the monarchy since 2012.
संसारकै पवित्र मुलुक नेपालमा जन्मन र यही माटोको सुगन्धमा आफूलाई समर्पण गर्न पाउँदा हामी हरेक नेपाली पुलकित छौं, गर्वान्वित महसुस गर्दछौं। देश रक्षा र देश समृद्धिको सम्पूर्ण दर्शन बडा महाराज धीराजबाट बक्सेको दिव्य उपदेशबाट लिन सकिने अवस्था रहँदै हामी मध्येकै कतिपय दाजुभाइ दिदीबहिनी किन परायाद्वारा सृजित वाद र विवादको चक्रव्यूहमा फसिरहेका हुन्, हामी सबैले आत्मसमीक्षा गर्नुपर्ने बेला आएको छ।
His reception in Kathmandu on March 9 has to be seen in this backdrop. A day before his return, Gyanendra unveiled a statue of his cousin, King Birendra, at a Pokhara square. The event saw a strong sloganeering in support of monarchy. People egged on Gyanendra to return to power. The pre-2006 national anthem, which sees royalty as protector of the nation, Shriman Gambhir Nepali, was also played. The messaging could not have been clearer. The video and the reception set the political temperature soaring in the Himalayan kingdom. Prime Minister Oli challenged Gyanendra to join politics and contest elections. Former PM Prachanda went a step further. He directly blamed the former king of usurping the throne by making the royal massacre of 2001 happen. These can be seen as stakeholder responses of those in power. But even among the elites of Nepal, the approach to the idea of return of royalty might be softening. Hisila Yami, wife of former Maoist PM Baburam Bhattarai, for example, has expressed frustration publicly at the ineffectiveness of multi-party system and called for the return of monarchy. In 2023, just ahead of his trip to India, then PM Prachanda was petitioned by his own party, again a hardcore communist setup, seeking a referendum on return of monarchy. Prachanda raised quite a few eyebrows in Kathmandu and Beijing with a visit to Mahakal temple in Ujjain, complete with rituals in a saffron robe. The shift from red to saffron might have some feedback from the ground. That brings me to the India part of this issue. As a landlocked country, Nepal has had to deal with two powerful neighbors forever: China up in the north and India down south. But for most part, Nepal has had an India tilt, in good measure because of the people-to-people connect. Nepal was and is Hindu, not atheist. Nepali language is Sanskritic in origin with Devanagari script, not Mandarin. China's entry was always political through communism and Maoism. It has never had any organic connect. If anything, the bloodbath during Maoist-led civil war made Nepal lose 20,000 of its people in the 1995-2005 decade, and much more by way of civic and economic strife. India too played its cards badly often. The two major economic blockades of Nepal, one in 1988 and the second one in 2015, played havoc with pro-India sentiments. But by and large, things have been on an even keel, till 2005 at least, when under Sonia Gandhi and Manmohan Singh, we committed a geopolitical blunder straight out of Pandit Nehru's book. The Congress did not like King Gyanendra. The dislike was mutual and played out in full during the 2005 SAARC summit in Dhaka, where Manmohan Singh and Gyanendra reportedly had a testy exchange. This was enough for the UPA government to broker a deal with the Maoist guerrillas in a manner that Gyanendra was ousted and Nepal declared a secular nation in 2006. The then Congress government in New Delhi effectively executed a China plan in Kathmandu because Sonia Gandhi did not like King Gyanendra. That has changed now. The Kathmandu roadshow of Gyanendra had posters of a beaming Yogi Adityanath. The Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister has been active on the Hindu Connect with Nepal for some years now. His organizations based out of Gorakhpur have deep socio-religious connections in Nepal. His Gorakhpur Mutt, of which he remains the temporal head, has mass following across the border. In 2015, as a Lok Sabha MP, Yogi Adityanath wrote to the then Nepal PM Sushil Koirala seeking to restore the monarchy. Gyanendra had met Yogi in Gorakhpur just a month ago as well. So there is an overlay of a resurgent Hindutva polity in India rubbing off the supporters of the king, who see in the monarchy a unifying factor in a fractured, directionless and corrupt multi-party democracy of Nepal. Moving on.
Look at India, 150% tariff on American alcohol. You think that's helping Kentucky bourbon be exported into India? I don't think so. 100% tariff on agricultural products from India. President Trump believes in reciprocity, and it is about dang time that we have a president who actually looks out for the interests of American businesses and workers.
India is the largest producer and consumer of whiskey in the world. When it comes to drinking, it better be the Patiala peg after all. Jokes apart, America-produced bourbon is a minuscule 1% of India's whiskey market. The United States exports $9 million worth of that bourbon to India. Till last month, those American imports attracted 100% tariff. The Modi government slashed them by half in the budget, though it seems the White House's spokesperson is not updated on that fact. But this is not about Indians developing a taste for American bourbon. The larger global trade war unleashed by Donald Trump has started having an impact, and not all of them are to the advantage of America or Trump. The markets are in a tailspin. Long-term outlook for global economy increasingly looks uncertain, and that's why it is getting reflected in the gold prices, for example, which crossed $3,000 to an ounce for the first time in history this week. That's roughly rupees 90,000 per 10 grams in India. There's more to it, which is not going America's way. Pound sterling, which was 1.25 to a dollar in November last when Trump won the election, stands at 1.29 now, 2 months into his presidency. Euro has strengthened from 1.062 to 1.093 against the dollar in the same period, which means the dollar has become weaker in the same markets which Trump seeks to target with his tariffs. The Wednesday announcement of tariffs had immediate blowback from the rest of the world. The European Union's retaliatory measures worth $28 billion match the impact of Trump tantrums on trade.
The European Union must act to protect consumers and business. The countermeasures we take today are strong but proportionate. As the United States are applying tariffs worth $28 billion, we are responding with countermeasures worth 26 billion euros. This matches the economic scope of the tariffs of the United States.
Even friendly nations like Japan and Australia have been hit. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said the tariffs were entirely unjustified and against the spirit of the nation's enduring friendship with America. This is not a friendly act, said Albanese. Interestingly, Australia was exempt from the tariffs imposed during first term of Trump. So what has changed? Look at this post by the US President on Truth Social. He calls the EU hostile and formed with the sole objective of taking advantage of the United States. He believes the long trade deficit that the US has run post-World War II with the rest of the world is a result of a malicious plan by Europe, by China, by India and others to fleece his country. It does not help that, like Juhi Chawla of Kabhi Haan Kabhi Na, Trump switches the tariffs on and off between morning and evening. A day after announcing the Canada tariffs, he rolled them back the next day. The markets are not liking it. The Nasdaq was down 4% on Wednesday, but more tellingly, Tesla's stock tanked 10%. Trump's first buddy Elon Musk is not exactly benefiting either. As per reports, 5 top billionaires of the world, all of whom attended Trump's oath-taking ceremony in January, have seen their collective wealth come down by $209 billion. The S&P 500 is down roughly 10% since Trump took over presidency. The American president gets it wrong at multiple levels. 1. America consumes more than it produces. That's been the pattern since World War II, and that's because cost of production is higher in US with their dollar wages and whatnot. It cannot produce the same textiles and clothing that it consumes as efficiently as companies can in Bangladesh, or footwear in Vietnam, or washing machines and television sets in South Korea, or the Trump mega hats in China. 2. Trump gets it wrong again when he says he would make other nations pay for the tariffs for the simple reason that the duties get paid by the importing nation. As the importers pay more to the treasury, they pass on the additional burden to the consumers. If sustained, the tariffs are going to build an inflation spiral in the United States. That makes one wonder if this is really the plan. Addressing a business gathering a day before the tariffs kicked in, Trump maintained that the action would encourage foreign companies to invest in US manufacturing, effectively to avoid costs. But it is not that simple. The raw material would still need to be imported, even if the shop floor for manufacturing gets set up in America.
During the first full month in office, we've not only stopped that manufacturing collapse, but we've begun to rapidly reverse it and get major gains. We created 10,000 manufacturing jobs in February alone. That hasn't happened in a long time.
Asked if it could lead to recession, Trump told a gaggle of White House correspondents he did not see it coming, but admitted that this was going to cause some hardship in the short term. I am doing it the hard way, but results are going to be 20 times better. American economy would boom, he said.
I don't see it at all. I think this country is going to boom. But as I said, I can do it the easy way or the hard way. The hard way to do it is exactly what I'm doing, but the results are going to be 20 times greater.
Mr. President, you asked...
And remember, Trump is always right.
Later, when asked on Fox News whether his policies could lead to a recession, an uncharacteristically ambivalent Trump said he hates to make predictions. There is a period of transition, which means he is not ruling the possibility out. If you read his lips, which is not easy, and read between the lines, the message is clear. Tariff is a tool to browbeat others, to shift manufacturing. If companies and corporations make in America, there might be case-to-case relaxations on imports. It is easier said than done, however. That brings me to what's in it for us. India has lived through this with the horrific import substitution regime during the Planning Commission days and would not wish it upon anyone. The Modi government has been prepping up. There's been a flurry of activity in New Delhi with the Commerce Ministry checking with importing bodies to explore whether they can import more from the United States vis-à-vis China without compromising competitiveness. Minister Piyush Goyal has just returned from Washington, D.C., and the two sides are working to find a way out with a trade deal. And we know of Tesla setting up some showrooms in India and Starlink getting entry via tie-ups with Indian telecom majors just this week. But till that happens, every morning would be a typical Trump roller coaster, even swinging from the sublime to the ridiculous. Look at this post of the US president. If Europe does not reduce duty on whiskey, I would impose 200% on French wine and champagne. The Americans would have expensive wine, the French even more expensive bourbon. For us in India, for the time being, our women folk are going to be richer. Gold prices have sped up thanks to the uncertainty. And all that glitters on our sisterhood has an extra sheen for now. Thanks for watching.
suggestion for Anil Kumble, who has seen a lot of ups and downs in his game?
People talk about the 600 plus wickets and they tell me that you are number one in India. All that is fine, but I had to bowl about 40,000 deliveries to get those 600. So which meant that more than 39,000 deliveries didn't get me any success. So it's about being persistent. It's about being at it all the time, and then eventually things will work out.
This week on Get Me Right, is Nepal heading back to becoming a Hindu Rashtra again? Kind of reception King Gyanendra got on his return to Kathmandu after a brief hiatus shows a nation yearning for its roots. We explore. Also, the contours of Donald Trump's tariffs are clear now. While the American president succeeds in ending a war in Europe, the tariff war is just hotting up, and perhaps to the detriment of the United States. Take a deep dive this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. This is Republic and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Madhurima Mishra. Let's get started with the headlines. LET terrorist and Houthis Saeed's close aide Abu Qatal neutralized by unknown gunmen in Pakistan's Punjab. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's much-anticipated podcast with renowned MIT scientist and AI researcher Lex Friedman is set to release today. Indian student Sudiksha Konaki goes missing in Dominican Republic. Whitewashing of Sambal Mosque begins after Allahabad High Court order. After 9 months of delay, Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore are finally on track for their long-awaited return to Earth. Good morning, viewers. We'll start up with the news coming in from Pakistan's Punjab. Abu Qatal, chief of Jammu and Kashmir operations of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, has been killed by unknown gunmen in Jhelum area of Pakistan's Punjab late last night. Abu Qatal was behind two major attacks on Indian Army and civilians in Rajouri and Poonch. No one has as of now claimed as to who was behind this particular operation. They were unidentified and unknown gunmen. Viewers, Abu Qatal was even charge sheeted by the NIA in multiple cases. Abu Qatal was also referred to as Ghazi of Lashkar-e-Taiba's Jammu and Kashmir unit. He was a close aide of terrorist Houthis Saeed, and as he has been executed. Nobody as of now has claimed, but yes, it's a big news for India because he is the mastermind behind those attacks on Indian army personnel and civilians in Rajouri and Poonch. Remember, he was the person who also masterminded that attack in 2023 in Rajouri sector, which had claimed multiple lives. This comes in as we've seen what's happening in Balochistan, as Balochistan took control of the Jafar Express, and then at the same time the person who had ISI link and was behind putting Kulbhushan Jadhav inside the jail has also been neutralized. So Pakistan appears to be on the back foot, viewers, but this news coming in, this is a huge breaking coming in from Pakistan's Punjab. He was killed near the Jhelum area of Pakistan's Punjab. More news coming in one after another, viewers, as this is a big breaking coming in from Pakistan's Punjab. He was the mastermind, viewers. He was the mastermind for those attacks in Rajouri and Poonch. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Gursimran. Okay, we'll go to Gursimran in a while, but yes, big breaking news coming in, and he was behind conducting many attacks and even chalking out multiple strategies against Indian army and civilians as well. And him being neutralized is a big news. Nobody so far, viewers, has claimed as to who carried out this particular operation. But we are also getting to know, viewers, that there were many more members of the LET that were in that convoy that was attacked. No confirmation so far as to who all were there, but yes, many other top rung of the Lashkar-e-Taiba were in that convoy that was attacked. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Gursimran. Gursimran, what more do we have on this?
ऑपरेशंस का उसका चीफ अब इस दुनिया में नहीं रहा। जम्मू कश्मीर में लश्कर अब दहशत कैसे फैलाएगा, अब ये लश्कर के लिए एक बड़ा चिंता का विषय, और चिंता का विषय हाफिज सईद के लिए भी है, जिसकी जान पर भी लगातार खतरा जो है वो मंडरा रहा है। क्योंकि आतंकी संगठनों के वर्चस्व की लड़ाई का इतिहास अगर आप देखेंगे तो कई बड़े आतंकी हैं, जिसमें कि चाहे आप 26/11 के मास्टरमाइंड्स की बात करें या फिर उससे पहले भी 2006 के अटैक्स के मास्टरमाइंड्स की बात करें, हर एक आतंकी जो है वो मारा जा रहा है। आतंकी संगठन ही आतंकी संगठनों के दुश्मन बन गए हैं, क्योंकि अब पैसे का मामला जो है वो है, क्योंकि जो सबसे प्रबल दावेदार होगा, जिसका वर्चस्व होगा, उसे आईएसआई जम्मू कश्मीर में हालात खराब करने के लिए सबसे ज़्यादा पैसा देगी, और इसीलिए लगातार एक आतंकी संगठन दूसरे के कमांडर्स को मार रहा है। इसी चलते अब अबू कताल मारा गया है। अबू कताल, आपको बता दें, एक बड़ा नाम था, क्योंकि ये 1996 से 1999 के 3 साल, 99 के 3 साल और उसके बाद 2001 से 2003 तकरीबन 5 साल जो है जम्मू कश्मीर में आतंकी हमलों को अंजाम दे चुका है। घुसपैठ कर आया था और फिर एक्सफिल्ट्रेट कर वापस पाकिस्तान चला गया था। 20 साल तक, 2 दशक तक ये जो है खामोश रहा, लेकिन उसके बाद 1 जनवरी 2023 ढांगरी आतंकी हमले में इसका नाम सामने आया, किस तरह से डायरेक्ट हैंडलर्स को निर्देश दे रहा था। और उसके बाद 20 अप्रैल 2023 में भाटा दूरिया में आतंकी हमला, जिसमें भारतीय सेना के राष्ट्रीय राइफल्स के 5 जवान शहीद हुए थे, उसमें भी
We just heard, Gursimran, as to that Qatl was a big man in the LET ranks, and him being neutralized is good news for India. Nobody so far has claimed as to who executed this attack. Now, viewers, let's move on to more news coming in from the state of Telangana. Now, Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has expressed his outrage and over derogatory online content against him and his government and his family, issuing a stark warning to those posing as journalists who indulge in offensive and abusive content about public representative. During a discussion in the assembly regarding the governor's address, Revanth Reddy hit out at such individuals and said that who are maligning the government, necessary actions will be taken against them. He said that they'll be stripped, they'll be paraded in public. So all those actions, Mr. Reddy has warned against those who speak against his government. Listen in.
ఎవరు జర్నలిస్ట్ అనే అడగడం ఐఎన్పిఆర్ లేకపోతే డిఏవిపి ఆమోదించిన పత్రికలు ప్రసార సాధనాలు వాళ్ళు ఇచ్చే ఐడి కార్డులు ఉన్నోళ్ళు జర్నలిస్ట్లా ఎవడు పడితే వాడు ఏదో ఒక ట్యూబ్ పెట్టుకొని మమ్మల్ని ఇష్ట రాజ్యంగా అధ్యక్ష ప్రజా జీవితంలో ఉన్నాం కాబట్టి నిజంగా ఓపిక పడుతున్నాం అధ్యక్ష. రక్తం మరుగుతుంది. ఏంది భాష అది అధ్యక్ష? కుటుంబ సభ్యులను అంతేసి మాటలు అంటుంటే అసలు మీరు మనుషులా అని నేను వాళ్ళని అడగదలుచుకున్నా అధ్యక్ష. మీకు భార్య బిడ్డలు లేరా? తల్లిదండ్రులు లేరా? మీ అమ్మనో నీ చెల్లినో నీ భార్యనో ఈ రకంగా మాట్లాడితే నువ్వు ఇంతవా నేను అడుగుతున్నా. ట్విట్టర్లో పెట్టినోని అరెస్టును ఖండించినోని నా భార్య నా బిడ్డను తిడితే నాకు నొప్పి అవుతుంది, కానీ నీకు ఒక ఆడపిల్లను అవమానిస్తుంటే నీకు నొప్పి కాదా? ఏ సంస్కృతిలో ఉన్నారని నేను అడుగుతున్నా అధ్యక్ష. తోడుకలు తీస్తే అధ్యక్ష ముఖ్యమంత్రిగా చెప్తున్న ఒక్కనొక్కని బట్టలు ప్రదేశం రోడ్డు మీద తిప్పిస్తా అధ్యక్ష.
Well, viewers, we just heard the Telangana Chief Minister who has gone forward and without mincing word, he has said that anybody who is expressing dissent against my government, against the policy of the government, against my family, they'll be dealt with. He says that I have the power, I have law and order in my hand, and I will make sure that whomsoever who speaks against my family or my governance and policies will be dealt with. Now, viewers, this is coming after a YouTuber was arrested for posting against Telangana government, Congress government's policy, and then she was arrested. Mr. Reddy has gone forward and said that those who are accredited journalists, it's okay. Otherwise, these YouTubers or social media journalists will be dealt with. Now, this has enthralled massive flags from the side of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Listen in.
कांग्रेस पार्टी का डीएनए इमरजेंसी वाला है. जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस पार्टी ने हमेशा मीडिया के अधिकारों पर कुठाराघात किया है. इंदिरा गांधी जी ने तो सेंसरशिप लगाने का काम किया इमरजेंसी के समय. नेहरू जी ने फर्स्ट अमेंडमेंट लाकर बोलने की आजादी पर अंकुश लगाया. मजरू सुल्तानपुरी को जेल में डाल दिया. राजीव गांधी ने 2 मीडिया विरोधी बिल लाने का काम किया. कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अभी हाल ही में 14 पत्रकारों को बॉयकॉट भी किया था. आमूमन जर्नलिस्ट को प्रताड़ित भी करते हैं. अभी तेलंगाना में कांग्रेस की सरकार ने सुबह 5 बजे एक महिला पत्रकार को गिरफ्तार करवा दिया क्योंकि उन्होंने किसानों की जो स्थिति थी वो दर्शाने का काम किया. जो किसानों को धोखा मिला वो बताने का काम किया. किसानों की आवाज बनी तो कांग्रेस ने उन पर ही हमला कर दिया. और अब कांग्रेस के मुख्यमंत्री धमकी देते हैं कि ये यूट्यूब वाले कौन हैं, ये पत्रकार थोड़ी है, ये गाली देते हैं और मैं इनको स्ट्रिप करूंगा, इनको नंगा करूंगा, इनको पीटूंगा, इनको सड़क पर घुमाऊंगा. ये भाषा है एक मुख्यमंत्री की जो कांग्रेस पार्टी से है. राहुल गांधी फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस, मोहब्बत की दुकान, डेमोक्रेसी की बात करते हैं. क्या ये डेमोक्रेसी का परिचय है? क्या ये मोहब्बत की दुकान है? क्या ये प्रेस फ्रीडम को बढ़ाने वाला काम है? राहुल जी, आप अपना ज्ञान वियतनाम से या जहां पर भी हो आप वहां से साझा जरूर करें.
Joining me live on this broadcast is BJP's national spokesperson, Tom Wadakkan. Mr. Wadakkan, we just heard Revant Reddy. He is saying that anybody who speaks against my government, who speaks against my policy and is not an accredited journalist, he in a way is targeting the social media journalists, the YouTubers, and he says that anybody who posts content that is against my government and policy will be dealt with, will be beaten, will be stripped. It is not a very good example of Mohabbat ki dukaan, is it, Mr. Wadakkan?
I don't know what he does in his Mohabbat ka dukaan, but it is very clear that the model that is being followed is Rahul Gandhi's model, which he has trained all his chief ministers to activate. And he sits in Vietnam meeting Soros uncle and others. Now, be what it may, this is absolutely not acceptable in democracy, and is not acceptable in civil behavior. If you have dissenting people who talk about your failures, your farmer, your failure in law and order situations, and you try to, arm twist them, it is not acceptable in any democratic setup. And I think it's time Rahul Gandhi has a special refresher course on what democracy is all about. He goes all over the world talking about democracy's failure in India. But what is happening is in his own state is a clear indication of what will happen if this mishap called Rahul Gandhi ever comes to power. So I think it's time people of India should wake up to realize what the Congress party and the Congress party's leaders stand off.
Yes, Mr. Vidakkan, please stay with us. Joining us live on the broadcast is BRS member Dr. Krishank as well. Dr. Krishank, this is not the first time that Mr. Reddy is taking case of a YouTuber. Just a couple of days back, a woman named Revati was arrested because she posted something that was not in favor of the Telangana government. How do you see this relentless attack on freedom of press by the Telangana's chief minister?
Well, number one, the YouTubers did not speak anything in the video. The fact which the nation should know is it was a farmer who is venting out his anger for the failed promises of the Congress government, be it the 4,000 rupees pension, which is still not implemented, be it the loan waiver, which is false, be it the right to bharosa, which is not under implementation. So many such schemes were questioned by this particular farmer, which was posted by this YouTuber. And what we get to hear is speaking on this in assembly, not realizing that he was talking about two women journalists who are currently in the central prison because the Congress government picked them up at early morning 5 a.m. And he says that if these YouTubers continue like this, they would be paraded naked, and he would call his Congress cadre, lakhs of Congress cadre, to beat them up on the streets. This is the call which a chief minister gives in the assembly session, number one. And interestingly, one more thing happened on the same day, yesterday. The Congress government has released an official circular from the Osmania University that protests and dharnas, democratic protests, will be prohibited on the campus. Now, is this democracy, or is this the same constitution which Sri Rahul Gandhi catches entire nation and flashes it? But here is the Congress government which warns from the assembly that social media users should not post anything against their Congress government, and also in a university which has been the epicenter for the creation of the state. It has been the battleground for a movement for the Telangana statehood. And on the same campus today, you release a circular that no protests or no dharnas should be held. Rahul Gandhi should answer. Is this not Congress's hypocrisy? Is this not Congress's double standards? They have no right to preach about democracy.
Dr. Krishank, I'll interrupt you there. This is not the first time. Like I said that previously as well, the Congress took out a list of over 10 to 15 journalists where they said that they are not going to send their spokesperson to such and such debate. So this is not the first time. This has been the Congress ideology. So it has been like, if a tough question is asked, if a person asks you a tough question, you need to either shun them out, or then we get the statement from Telangana Chief Minister where he says that they are going to strip people, they are going to beat them. How is it going to bode for the Congress here and now? How the BRS is going to take this entire matter forward?
Absolutely, you're right to point out that this is not the first time. Earlier, a few other women journalists named Sarita and Vijaya Reddy, they covered Revant Reddy's constituency where farmers were protesting there against the land acquisition which Revant Reddy was taking up, and these tribal women were molested. In fact, the National ST Commission, National Women Commission reacted on it and came here. And you know what Revant Reddy did? He sent Congress leaders to attack these women, these two women, and then when these two women went for protection to the police department, shockingly, police or the Congress government book cases against these two women journalists. This is the situation of Telangana Congress government which the nation should know. This is not the first time. And his language, just 3 days ago, he said that KCR, the opposition leader, is currently on a stretcher and very soon he'll be going to the mortuary. This is the language which Revanth Reddy speaks. Heavy abuse. Yesterday in assembly session also it was absolute abuse. Then who should take action on Revanth Reddy for his language? If the leader himself does not set an example, people will question it. And for questioning this, the only thing you have, in fact, yesterday, the Congress government also said, the chief minister also said that he would bring more stringent laws to ensure
Absolutely,
that
Dr.
there is a
Krishant.
strict punishment.
Absolutely, Dr. Krishant, you've put it very amicably over there. We'll keep coming back to you. These are the live visuals from the International Space Station. Viewers, there is Sunita Williams and Butch Williams over there, exclusive visuals on Republic TV. This has happened after a delay of 9 months. We were finally the craft that was meant to bring them back has reached the International Space Station, and now we have those visuals that we've been waiting for a very long time by holding our breaths. We have Sunita Williams on our screen. Viewers, they were all stuck, and now NASA stuck astronauts are welcomed by the newly replacement to the space station. Just over a day after blasting off, SpaceX crew capsule arrived at the International Space Station, viewers, on Sunday, delivering the replacement for NASA's 2 stuck astronauts.
28 hours to get back up to the space station, and I cannot tell you the immense joy of our crew when we looked out the window and we saw the space station for the first time, returning for a couple of people, very first time for a couple of people. And let me tell you, that is such an amazing journey. You can hardly even put it into words. The ride up on the Falcon 9, orbiting the Earth for the last couple of days, it's been absolutely incredible, and it is something that none of us could do by ourselves. As we've said before, you cannot be great without the greatness of others, and I tell you, the greatness of the ground control teams have really shined through in the last few days, getting us up here safely. Thank you very, very much.
Hey, from the bottom of my heart, thanks to our families, friends, and our colleagues from all the partners, SpaceX, NASA, CSA, ESA, Roscosmos, and JAXA, for preparing us and making it possible for us to get here. And we are so excited to now be officially part of the Expedition 72. Thank you guys. And I want to say a couple of words in Japanese from here. 日本の皆さん応援ありがとうございました。元気にここまで ISS まで帰ってくることができました。明日からまた一生懸命希望でのサイエンス等含めていろんなタスクを頑張っていきたいと思います。ぜひ応援よろしくお願いします。
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot one more time to SpaceX and NASA for this wonderful ride. That was really fun. And thanks to all the world's aerospace industry, which works to make the dreams to come true and to take us further and further. That's really wonderful. Thanks to everyone working there. И спасибо, конечно же, отдельно это Роскосмосу и Центру подготовки космонавтов за знания и опыт, которые привели меня сюда. Будем работать славно, работать дружно во благо всего человечества. Передаю микрофон. Потерялся.
I'd like to just say again, thank you to SpaceX for the awesome ride up here. As a rookie, that was one of the coolest things I've ever done, and I can't wait to get to work up here. So excited for the 4 pilots and us that just got to get to space together, and now we're 4 astronauts together. So thank you to all of our friends and families, and thank you to all of the instructors and all of the ground teams who got us here. Can't wait to get started.
And Houston, thank you for tuning in this early morning. It was a wonderful day. Great to see our friends arrive. So thank you so much.
Thanks to all participants. Station, we're now resuming operational audio comm.
So, well, viewers, those were the pictures of the new crew over there at the International Space Station. The craft has been sent to bring back the two stranded astronauts, including Sunita Williams and Brute Wilmore, viewers. Now, moving on, viewers, for now, big breaking news coming in. This confirms the Republic News break that how, as per Pak media reports, not only nephew of Hafiz Saeed Abul Qatl is dead, Hafiz Saeed himself is hurt, viewers. Hafiz Saeed, the known terrorist across the globe, is hurt and has been admitted in the hospital. What we are learning, viewers, from the Pak media reports as to Qatl was not the main target. The main target was to neutralize Hafiz Saeed himself. This is a big breaking news coming in. Remember, viewers, earlier today we broke the news that Abu Qatl, who is a close aide and nephew of Hafiz Saeed, has been neutralized. But remember, viewers, that now the breaking news that we're getting in, we told our viewers that there were many other big leaders of Lashkar in that convoy that was attacked, and Hafiz Saeed was in that convoy. So this confirms the Republic News break that we were insinuating that Hafiz Saeed was in the convoy and he was the main target. Now joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Gursimran. Gursimran, this is a big breaking news that we're giving our viewers, that Hafiz Saeed was the main target. He was the part of the convoy that killed Abu Qatl, his nephew. The Hafiz Saeed is in the hospital. Gursimran, what more do we have on this?
See, Madhurima, the reports that flowing in suggest the same, that possible target was not Abu Qatl, but was the chief of Jamaat al-Dawa and Lashkar-e-Taiba. Though he has been hit as per the reports, but though he managed to survive, as what information that is flowing through. Important to mention that there have been several attempts by the rival terror groups on Hafiz Saeed in the past as well. We have seen that he has been hit multiple times, but he managed to escape. So the killing of Abu Qatl can also be seen that Abu Qatl, since he was one of his trustworthy persons, he's one of his close associates. So possibly in a bid to save his master, Abu Qatl may have come in between the fire, and that was the reason that Abu Qatl is no more the man who was who was considered as the right-hand man, because he was the operations chief of the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Jammu and Kashmir, and he has been here for more than a 5 years time, in 1996 to 1999, and then to 2001 to 2003. This time he has been here, Abu Qatl. He was well aware of the area. That was why he was given a key responsibility. But what we are picking up right now, as per the reports, that the Lashkar chief has also been hit and is presently being hospitalized. Madhurima.
Well, thank you, Gursimran, for those details. But big break coming in. Okay, we're joined by Praful Bakshi also on phone line. General Bakshi, we know that Hafiz Saeed, now we know that Hafiz Saeed was the main target and he has been hurt. He is very badly hurt and inside the hospital. So what do you have to say on this? After that, Mr. Bakshi, after that attack on the Jafar Express, then we saw that how the person who was behind putting Kulbhushan Jadhav behind bars, and now this. Pakistan is on the back foot, Mr. Bakshi.
Absolutely, yes, that's very right. Pakistan will remain on back foot. And now that the Hafiz Saeed episode is taking place and all other his nephew is being killed, so Pakistan will remain on back foot. But then Pakistan, it makes no difference to Pakistan. In fact, their senior journalists are clearly saying that Pakistan has been always culprit of hiding these people, but it makes no difference to Pakistan. That is the main problem.
Absolutely, Mr. Bakshi. Mr. Bakshi, as far as we know that Hafiz Saeed is very badly hurt, but his nephew has been neutralized. How do you see these operations coming back to back, big blow for Pakistan, who so far has not claimed anything? who has always distanced themselves from such people.
No, they will not say anything. In fact, they will say we don't even know. And they are the main sponsors of it, Pakistan Army and ISI. But the question is, let me tell you one thing. We must understand, killing of Hafiz Saeed or injuring of Hafiz Saeed and nephew, it probably would be a milestone in the whole episode. But you cannot kill this thought process of radicalism. That is there. And the radicalism affects us because the sleeper cells are here in India who are supporting them. Take example of Kashmir. It is alive because of sleeper cells in Kashmir. Our people, they are the ones who are in all the schools, training schools, the philosophical schools are here. Deoband and Barelvi in India. If we can't take them out the roots from here, we will fail. Hafiz Saeed, you can kill 10 Hafiz Saeeds. Nothing can happen much.
Yes, Mr. Bakshi. Yes, Mr. Bakshi, you're raising a very pertinent point there. We'll keep coming back to you, viewers, but we'll slip into a very short break and more after the break, as we know that after 9 months, Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore are finally going to come back to Earth. The long-awaited return of the both astronauts will come to an end soon. Replacement team has already reached the International Space Station. Stay tuned.
LED terrorist and terror chief Hafiz Saeed's close aide Abu Qatal neutralized by unknown gunmen in Pakistan's Punjab. Prime Minister Modi's much anticipated podcast with renowned MIT scientist and AI researcher Lex Fridman is set to release today. Indian student Sudiksha Konanki goes missing in Dominican Republic. Probe underway. Forces launch drones to detect and search for Konanki. Whitewashing of Sambal Mosque begins after Allahabad High Court's order. After 9 months, Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore are finally on track for their long-awaited homecoming. A very good morning, viewers. It's 11:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. There's complete lawlessness in the state of Punjab under Mann government because an army officer was attacked by the police. He was beaten so much so that his left arm is now fractured. And it's not just the army man, but the army man's son is also injured with severe injuries to his head. And despite clear medical evidence and video proof, the police have refused to take action so far. Initially, when the family members registered a complaint, the SHO of the police station refused to accept it. They refused to acknowledge the attack, and this brazen attack on the soldier has exposed the unchecked power and impunity of Punjab's law enforcement, completely in shambles. The law enforcement and the police brutality has highlighted how Man's government has failed to curb lawlessness. He has lost control over Punjab, with his police now going rogue on an army man. Akhil is joining us live on this broadcast. Akhil, we have accessed the pictures of the kind of injuries and the kind of assault that the army man and his son endured under the hands of Punjab police. But so far, no word from the Chief Minister yet.
Well, absolutely. If you see at this point in time, Deepak, what we have learned from Punjab police sources that at this point in time, they have registered an FIR in connection with the case against unidentified people. Because earlier, if you see when that incident took place on the intervening night of 13th and 14th, at that point in time, Punjab police was not ready to file an FIR. This is what the family has been constantly claiming. But at this point in time, the FIR has been registered, and the victims in this case, both father and son, are at hospital, and they're undergoing treatment. So at that point in time, what has happened, when I spoke to the family members, they are saying that those police officials were basically in civil dress when that scuffle broke out at that point in time. So while speaking to the Republic Media Network as well, Patiala SSP Mr. Nanak Singh has also confirmed this, that they have registered an FIR in connection with the matter as of now.
Well, Akhil, have they identified all these police officers who are responsible for this heinous crime? Because the family claims that no action has been taken yet.
Well, Deepak, if you see earlier what has happened, that the family members of the victims have claimed that it's the police officials who were in civil dress, they basically attacked Colonel. But if you just go by the version of the police is saying that it's not the police official who was part of the entire scuffle which broke out on the intervening night of 13th and 14th at around 12:15 a.m. So after that, when that incident took place, both the victims were taken to hospital. And if you see, Mr. Bath, who is a colonel in the Indian Army, has got injury on his left arm. His left arm got fractured, and we have also got the visuals and pictures of that broken arm. So at this point in time, treatment is going on.
Right, Akhil. Thank you for joining us with those details. This is the face of police brutality in Punjab that has now victimized an army man and his son, who continue to avail treatment at a hospital after being completely brutalized by the Punjab police. We'll get you all the latest. Now let's move on to another alarming development, viewers. In Telangana, there seems to be no room for free speech, because Revant Reddy has gone after journalists, has gone after critics, and he has said that anybody who speaks against him will be stripped, will be kicked, will be beaten. This is the exact statement of Revant Reddy in the assembly. In fact, listen in to believe it.
INPR లేకపోతే DAVP ఆమోదించిన పత్రికలు ప్రసార సాధనాలు వాళ్ళు ఇచ్చే ఐడి కార్డులు ఉన్నోళ్ళు జర్నలిస్టులా ఎవడు పడితే వాడు ఏదో ఒక ట్యూబ్ పెట్టుకొని మమ్మల్ని ఇష్ట రాజ్యంగా అధ్యక్ష ప్రజా జీవితంలో ఉన్నాం కాబట్టి నిజంగా ఓపిక పడుతున్నాం అధ్యక్ష. రక్తం మరుగుతుంది. ఏంది భాష అది అధ్యక్ష? కుటుంబ సభ్యులను అంతేసి మాటలు అంటుంటే అసలు మీరు మనుషులా అని నేను వాళ్ళని అడగదలుచుకున్నా అధ్యక్ష. మీకు భార్య బిడ్డలు లేరా? తల్లిదండ్రులు లేరా? మీ అమ్మనో నీ చెల్లినో నీ భార్యనో ఈ రకంగా మాట్లాడితే నువ్వు ఇంతవా నేను అడుగుతున్న ట్విట్టర్లో పెట్టినోని అరెస్టును ఖండించినోని. నా భార్య నా బిడ్డను తిడితే నాకు నొప్పి అవుతుంది, కానీ నీకు ఒక ఆడపిల్లను అవమానిస్తుంటే నీకు నొప్పి కాదా? ఏ సంస్కృతిలో ఉన్నారని నేను అడుగుతున్నా అధ్యక్ష. తోడుకలు తీస్తే అధ్యక్ష, ముఖ్యమంత్రిగా చెప్తున్న ఒక్కనొక్కని బట్టలు పదేసి రోడ్డు మీద తిప్పిస్తా అధ్యక్ష.
In fact, BJP has hit out at the Congress government. Let's listen in.
कांग्रेस पार्टी का डीएनए इमरजेंसी वाला है. जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस पार्टी ने हमेशा मीडिया के अधिकारों पर कुठाराघात किया है, इंदिरा गांधी जी ने तो सेंसरशिप लगाने का काम किया इमरजेंसी के समय। नेहरू जी ने फर्स्ट अमेंडमेंट लाकर बोलने की आज़ादी पर अंकुश लगाया। मजरू सुल्तानपुरी को जेल में डाल दिया। राजीव गांधी ने 2 मीडिया विरोधी बिल लाने का काम किया। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अभी हाल ही में 14 पत्रकारों को बॉयकॉट भी किया था। आमूमन जर्नलिस्ट को प्रताड़ित भी करते हैं। अभी तेलंगाना में कांग्रेस की सरकार ने सुबह 5 बजे एक महिला पत्रकार को गिरफ्तार करवा दिया क्योंकि उन्होंने किसानों की जो स्थिति थी वो दर्शाने का काम किया। जो किसानों को धोखा मिला वो बताने का काम किया, किसानों की आवाज बनी। तो कांग्रेस ने उन पर ही हमला कर दिया और अब कांग्रेस के मुख्यमंत्री धमकी देते हैं कि ये यूट्यूब वाले कौन हैं, ये पत्रकार थोड़ी है, ये गाली देते हैं और मैं इनको स्ट्रिप करूंगा, इनको नंगा करूंगा, इनको पीटूंगा, इनको सड़क पर घुमाऊंगा। ये भाषा है एक मुख्यमंत्री की जो कांग्रेस पार्टी से है। राहुल गांधी फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस, मोहब्बत की दुकान, डेमोक्रेसी की बात करते हैं। क्या ये डेमोक्रेसी का परिचय है? क्या ये मोहब्बत की दुकान है? क्या ये प्रेस फ्रीडम को बढ़ाने वाला काम है? राहुल जी, आप अपना ज्ञान वियतनाम से या जहां पर भी हो आप वहां से साझा जरूर करें।
We also have Shazia Elmi joining us live on the phone line. A very good afternoon to you, ma'am. How do you look at this? You have on one hand, Rahul Gandhi says democracy is under threat. And on the other, democracy is under threat in Telangana itself, because here you see Revant Reddy openly criticizing and openly threatening journalists, saying that if anybody speaks against me or my family, I will strip them, beat them and assault them. Your first thoughts, ma'am?
It's an absolute shocker. I can't imagine that the CM can use this language, and that too on the floor of the House, in the Assembly. The way he's threatening the critics, he's openly talking about beating them up and fixing them. I think it's just not on, and I think he should be pulled up for this, and I think Rahul Gandhi has a lot to answer for. So look at the language that he's using, and he's actually mentioning journalists. I can understand a lot of us get attacked. We are in public life. A lot of things get said. But is this the language that he's going to use? Is these the words that he's going to use? He's going to use this threatening language, abusive language almost, and actually take a bow and say that, oh, I'm going to strip you all, beat you all if you speak against me. Is this freedom of expression? Is this the Abhivyakti ki Azadi that Rahul Gandhi and his clan, Tukde gang talks about? I'm quite shocked, you know that, because he is saying this, using this language in the assembly. So I don't know. I mean, there is absolutely no shame and sense of law and order and decency and decorum in the very house which he presides, where he is the CM. And the way he's openly threatened the journalists, media persons, and the opposition is indeed very, very unfortunate.
Well, many thanks, ma'am, for joining us with your thoughts. In fact, we also have Krishna Sagar Rao also joining us on the broadcast, on the phone line, the chief spokesperson of the BJP. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Rao. Do you think this is an assault on free speech and democracy?
Bharatiya Janata Party condemns CM Revant Reddy's outburst in the well of the assembly against the journalists. I can understand he attacking the opposition parties because he is so used to it even before the elections. Now he's talking about derogatory comments online. Now, what was he doing 6 months ago? What was he doing 1 year ago? I mean, the kind of language Revant Reddy used to use as an opposition leader was path-breaking. I mean, was never unprecedented earlier. Now he is now teaching lessons and lecturing others about decency and decorum. How I wish he had the same. And he even now doesn't have the decorum and decency as to what is the language he uses. So Bharatiya Janata Party stands validated when we say that this particular party, Congress, has only talking to do. It doesn't have any capability to deliver the promises which they have made to the people of the state.
That's right, sir. Congress should be focusing on their governance model and mostly prioritizing fulfilling all the promises that they've made. But their governance model is this, Mr. Rao, that they will quell any dissent, they will silence all their critics, and they will assault anybody who is trying to speak the truth about the Congress government in Telangana.
No, but it's very trivial and petty to focus on stuff which is so small, like what people are saying, what opposition parties are saying online and on social media network, while he has so much of the burden of the promises he has made to people. Not even one is being delivered. So Revanth Reddy is playing a distraction game. Everybody understands it. He's making what is trivial important. He's trying to, have his own goal setting in terms of how he puts the ball in other people's court and says that, this is what is happening, so I'll focus on the trivial issues. I'll not focus on what is important. So Bharatiya Janata Party understands his game, and it is very, very, very apologetic of him to indulge in these kind of small games. And he should not be doing it. And it is downright criminal negligence in terms of the governance he is currently at.
Mr. Rao, in his own words, he said anybody who opposes the Congress will, face action, and according to him, action is that they will be beaten, they will be stripped, and they will be assaulted. In fact, we also have Rachna Reddy of the BJP also joining us. A very good afternoon to you, ma'am. Will the BJP now approach the governor and seek intervention, because this threat not only applies to journalists but also opposition, because that's exactly what Mr. Revanth Reddy has said.
Good afternoon to you also, sir. This is absolutely uncalled for, and it is shocking because this man comes from a party which allegedly went hammers and tongs and protested and sat in Dikshas, etc. during the erstwhile regime of the PRS, where they claimed that it was a dictatorship, it was tyrannical, etc. But the same party has taken an about turn, a complete U-turn, and turning a blind eye to the fact that we are in a democracy, has stated that they are going to strip and beat up journalists and not even allow any kind of protest. In fact, this was the party that, his point is to be noted. This was the party that violently protested the fact that the Dharna Chowk in Hyderabad at Indira Park was removed by the erstwhile party, and this was the party, the Congress party, that violently protested, went to court, went on the streets, etc. And this is the same party which is claiming that opposition cannot protest. There cannot be any protest in OU, which is the bedrock of the Telangana movement. OU, Usmania University, is the bedrock of the Telangana movement. And this party and this chief minister claim that they are not going to allow any protest, any democratic protest as of a right. Freedom of speech, last I checked, still exists in India, and Telangana is definitely a part of India. This is a party that recently has threatened a female journalist who was covering the plight of farmers in Telangana, the horrible plight of farmers in Telangana, where they have been cheated out of their right to Bharosa, where even their Runa Maafi, which is the farmers' loan waiver, was also not completely received by them, and the farmers were genuinely talking about their plight. And the female journalist was picked up at 5 o'clock in the morning and
right, Ms. Reddy,
taken away, etc.
This is nothing but an authoritarian, mindset of the Congress party, and especially Mr. Revanth Reddy, which has been exposed, and the people of Telangana were watching very closely because most of their promises have not been fulfilled. And on the other hand, you have Revanth Reddy coming out and threatening journalists and critics and dissenters. We'll have to wait and watch how the Congress party, the national, leadership will take cognizance of this matter. With that, we'll now take a quick check on the other top stories that we're tracking from across the nation. A police was killed and several policemen were severely injured in Madhya Pradesh as they were attacked by villagers when they went to resolve a dispute. The police team had arrived in Madhya Pradesh's Mohganj to rescue hostages. While the police rescued hostages, several locals pelted stones on the team, leaving them injured.
जिला मऊगंज थाना शाहपुर में जो हमारी जानकारी मिली है वहाँ पे कुछ विवाद हुआ था, जिसमें फिर पुलिस वहाँ पे घटना स्थल पे गई थी और जहाँ पे फिर पथराव और कुछ लोग को बंधक बनाया था और फिर पुलिस ने छुड़ाया था। तो उसी इस पूरे घटनाक्रम में जो हमें जानकारी मिली, एक सिविलियन की डेथ हुई है और एक पुलिसकर्मी की भी उसमें पत्थर लगने से मृत्यु हुई है। कुछ पुलिसकर्मी घायल हैं, उसमें से 2 और एक तहसीलदार भी घायल है। 2 लोग यहाँ पे, तहसीलदार और सब इंस्पेक्टर यादव, उनको यहाँ पे रिफर किया गया। यहाँ पे उनका डॉक्टरों की टीम द्वारा इलाज किया जा रहा है।
A fire broke out at a hospital in Gwalior due to AC blast. Fire tenders reached the spot and doused the flames. No casualties or injuries were reported. The cause of the fire is still uncertain.
मरीज सारे ठीक है। हमने सारे मरीजों को बाहर निकाल के भी हमारे सारे डॉक्टर्स, नर्सिंग स्टाफ्स, हमने खुद ने जाके सारा जो हमारे पास इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स थे उनका, कुछ मरीज बोल रहे थे घबराहट हो रही है, ऑक्सीजन की कमी हो रही है, तो हमने तुरंत पल्स ऑक्सीमीटर लगा के सबको चेक किया। 100-150 मरीजों को यहाँ शिफ्ट किया है, क्योंकि जो PICU वार्ड था बच्चों का, वहाँ पे भी धुआं बहुत ज़्यादा जा रहा था और बच्चों के लिए धुआं बहुत मुश्किल वाली चीज़ हो सकती थी, तो उनको भी यहाँ पे शिफ्ट किया है। अब एग्जैक्ट नंबर तो हम अभी नहीं बता सकते, क्योंकि पूरा हमने गायनिक डिपार्टमेंट पूरा खाली कर दिया है, पूरा सब सुरक्षित है।
4 Rohingyas were arrested in Tripura's Agartala for illegally crossing the border. Along with them, 2 Indians were also arrested for their involvement. A case has now been registered. Viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in from Sambhal. The whitewashing of Jama Masjid in Uttar Pradesh, Sambhal district, has begun after the Allahabad High Court has granted permission on March 12th. These are the live pictures. Just a few moments back, we showed you how they were preparing for the whitewashing of this structure. And now you have these live images coming in from Sambhal, where you can see the whitewashing is currently underway. Police deployment can also be seen. And this comes after the Allahabad High Court's March 12th order, which directed the Masjid Committee to carry out the whitewashing work of the Jama Masjid, and the next date of hearing has been set for April 8th. That's the latest that we're tracking from this particular district. Jama Masjid whitewashing is currently being done under heavy security deployment. Well, just a few days back, the Allahabad High Court had, in fact, the Masjid team had requested the Allahabad High Court to get the entire structure renovated, but the Allahabad High Court said that only the whitewashing work can be done, and that's what is being witnessed right now in Sambhal. Moving on, actor Ranya Rao is embroiled in a gold smuggling scandal, and the heat continues to mount. Her DGP stepfather has been sent on a leave, and Ranya Rao, who is currently being grilled by the DRI sleuths, has alleged that she was slapped and made to sign on several blank papers by the investigating officers. Here's more to this story.
In a major development in the gold smuggling case, Kannada actor Ranya Rao's stepfather, DGP rank IPS officer K. Ramachandra Rao, has been sent on compulsory leave by the Karnataka government. This comes after a Bengaluru court rejected Ranya Rao's bail plea, citing her 27 visits to Dubai since January 2025. The Directorate of Revenue Intelligence told the court that Ranya Rao allegedly misused the VIP airport protocol services available to her stepfather K. Ramachandra Rao to facilitate gold smuggling. Following Ranya's arrest, her stepfather distanced himself from her, claiming she has not been in touch with the family since her marriage in November 2024 to an architect. The actress has also alleged that she was slapped multiple times, denied food, and was forced to sign blank documents by the DRI officers. The gold smuggling investigation has intensified, with 3 central agencies now probing different aspects of the case. The DRI is investigating Ranya Rao's direct involvement, the CBI is probing the largest smuggling network, and the ED is tracking the suspected Hawala transactions linked to the case. Additionally, the Karnataka government has launched an inquiry into the alleged misuse of VIP airport protocol privileges by the actor.
On that note, viewers, we'll slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll tell you about how law enforcement officers have now launched drones on this particular beach where the student was last seen before she went missing. More details coming right up after a quick break. Stay tuned. Welcome back, viewers. Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky has been rallying for support in mediating a ceasefire deal between Ukraine and Russia. But it seems like Putin has said no to the ceasefire proposal. Now, Keir Starmer, UK Prime Minister, has held a video conference with 30 other leaders, and Zelensky has demanded more pressure and more sanctions on Putin. Drumming the idea of a 30-day ceasefire out and loud, Zelensky is accusing Russia of prolonging the war and calling his allies to mount pressure on Moscow. Listen in.
Well, we talked about who would delay peace and slow everything down, and now we see it clearly. A ceasefire could have already happened, but Russia is doing everything to prevent it. Putin is lying to everyone about the situation on the ground, especially about what's happening in the Kursk region, where our Ukrainian forces continue their operations.
In a 2-hour virtual meeting hosted by UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Zelensky called on US President Donald Trump to make Moscow understand with the only language it understands.
The path to peace must begin unconditionally, and if Russia doesn't want this, then strong pressure must be applied until they do. Moscow understands one language. I ask you to talk to America, to President Trump, to help bring peace faster. This can happen through full sanctions, strong pressure, forcing Russia to make peace. Peace is possible. It's possible when we all work together for peace, for security guarantees, for ensuring that the aggressor gains nothing from this war.
Reiterating Zelensky's words, Starmer called on to the coalition to reaffirm its commitment to help Ukraine.
We agreed we will keep increasing the pressure on Russia, keep the military aid flowing to Ukraine, and keep tightening the restrictions on Russia's economy to weaken Putin's war machine and bring him to the table. And we agreed to accelerate our practical work to support a potential deal. So we will now move into an operational phase. Our militaries will meet on Thursday this week here in the United Kingdom to put strong and robust plans in place to swing in behind a peace deal and guarantee Ukraine's future security.
Around 30 leaders were involved in the call hosted by Sharma, including French President Emmanuel Macron and allies from Australia, Canada and New Zealand. Meanwhile, US was not represented in the meeting. That note, we'll slip into a very short break. On the other side, more details on Telangana Chief Minister waging a war on free speech and threatening journalists. Stay tuned for more on that.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
As per Pak media reports, LET terrorist Houthis Syed has been hospitalized. Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy's open threat to opposition and critics wages war on free speech. PM Modi's much anticipated podcast with renowned MIT scientist and AI researcher Lex Fridman is set to release today. Indian student Sudiksha Konanki goes missing in Dominican Republic. SpaceX Crew 10 successfully docks at International Space Center. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore closer to homecoming. Hello and thank you for tuning in to Republic TV viewers. It's 12 and I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. First up, as per Pakistan media reports, not only nephew of Hafiz Syed Abu Qatal is dead, but Hafiz Syed himself is also gravely injured. He has been hospitalized in Pakistan. That's the latest that we are tracking at the moment. Hafiz Syed has been injured in this particular attack in Punjab province, which saw the elimination of Abu Qatal. He is the LET operations chief in Jammu and Kashmir and also the nephew of Hafiz Syed. But what we understand is that the main target was LET chief Hafiz Syed. But unfortunately, the gunmen couldn't complete their task and the person eliminated instead was Abu Qatal. Major General K.K. Sanaa is joining me live on this broadcast to give us more insights, a retired veteran and also a defense expert. A very good afternoon to you, Major General. Hafiz Syed, according to Pakistani media reports, is hospitalized. He has suffered grave injuries. What does this mean for the LET?
Jai Hind and good afternoon. Deepak, what you said that, this incident which has happened in Jhelum in Punjab, basically the 2611 mastermind, he was the target, Hafiz Syed, but his very close aide, the chief for the Jammu and Kashmir, now the operations which are going on, Abdul Qatal has been killed and he is hospitalized. I think it is one of the best, news I feel that, as far the security is concerned of Jammu and Kashmir and India is concerned, which has come from Pakistan. It has got great implications. These tanjeems, which are operating, more or less, it has been marginalized in Pakistan, and one by one. And this, gunning down by unknown gunman is, which they say that India, behest of India is being done. But I feel that, there are a section in Pakistan which is against all these things, and also they want to join the Indian state. And those are the people who are carrying out these operations. Otherwise, it has been happening from last about 2.5 years now. And mind you, Abdul Qatal was also responsible for Riasi bus attack, which the pilgrims the Hindu pilgrims who are moving were killed. And this happened after the general election. A massive turnout in Jammu and Kashmir, not only our abrogation of Article 35A and 370, but it was, after the general election, which the, Pakistani, this deep state, especially ISI, was put on, what was happening in Jammu and Kashmir, total integration with the nation, and also what is happening in POK and Gilgit-Baltistan. Now it is happening now. This incident in Jhelum has got a major significance. The Saraki movements, which has started especially in Punjab. I am not talking about Balochistan, what happened in Balochistan, recently, what the people who actually, the man who was responsible for abduction of Kulbhushan was shot dead. What is happening in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, that is different. But now this Saraki movement, which has started in Punjab, this is because these people also want to join the Indian state. So you have asked me the question, what is the implication for the Lashkar-e-Toiba? But Lashkar-e-Toiba Tanzeem is marginalized. Of course, with the China's behest, other, factions which are coming up, we have been hearing, whether it is Al-Badr, those people are different name now in India, it has started. But I think it's a great news as far as I am concerned, what is happening in Pakistan.
Major General, there's also internal media reports and source-based information that there is a battle for supremacy between several terror outfits in Pakistan just to, get a piece of ISI funding. And this could be one of, the proof of that.
Deepak, what you are asking, the supremacy of these Tanjeems. These Tanjeems, whether it was Hizbul Mujahideen, Lashkar-e-Toiba or Hizbul Mujahideen, they were used to be, apex body used to control these things. And, they are, now you are saying they're fighting for the funding from ISI. ISI has got a huge amount of money. It doesn't come from Pakistan. It comes from $200 million, I think, per year they spend on these things. The supremacy, as far the money is concerned, it comes from the deep state from the West also. And so money-wise, I don't think the supremacy is going on because they want more funding. It is much more than that, which I said that there is an unknown force which is working in Pakistan, which is eliminating from all Tanjeems. It is not only in Lashkar-e-Toiba, Hizbul Mujahideen or this thing. Anyone who was perpetuating anything in India, they are getting eliminated. And it is not run by the Indian state. It is happening within the Pakistan. So there are forces. Other than that, what is happening in, when we say, TTP or, BLA, there are different factions which is fight. They are actually threatening the existence of Pakistan. And what is happening, balkanization of Pakistan is taking place. So it is a mix of many, many things. And I think, that will be, in my judgment, will be wrong that they are, they are being eliminated because they want more funding from ISI and the Tanjeems are doing it. It has been done by the section of the people who wants to have, what was their Southeast Asia in an actual shape. They wants to join and, what is happening in POK, what is happening in Pakistan. They want to join the Indian state.
Right, Major General, many thanks for sharing your insights and your thoughts on this development and what it could mean as well. It's a big, it's a good news for India with Hafiz Syed now suffering grave injuries, but we'll have to wait and watch if these are confirmed Pak media reports. Now let's move on. Viewers, star India batter Virat Kohli has now batted for the presence of families on Team India's tour, saying that having them around brings a balance and normalcy, especially when the players face tough times. Virat Kohli's comments come after the Board of Control for Cricket in India, BCCI, introduced directives restricting players' family on tours following India's 3-1 drubbing to Australia in the Border Gavaskar Trophy away from home, and also series loss at the hands of New Zealand as well. Now, Virat Kohli has said that it's better to spend time with family than to sit alone and sulk in the dressing room. He has batted for some family time during Indian teams' tours abroad as well. While BCCI says no family time during cricket tours, on cricketing tours, Virat Kohli on the other hand says that families present during tours is a moral boost, especially when the players are going through tough times, and it's an important aspect. When the family is around, then it's better. Players get back their morale after a defeat, and it's better than sitting alone and sulking away in a dressing room. This is exactly what Virat Kohli has said. He has spoken against BCCI's directive of keeping family and players away from each other during tours for more efficiency in the outcome of the games. Patiala police registered an FIR against unidentified people after a colonel and his son alleged that they were assaulted over a car parking issue. Although the FIR has been registered against the unidentified people, the family members of the colonel have apparently accused Punjab police inspectors of the brutality. Whitewashing of Sambal Jama Masjid begins after Allahabad High Court granted permission on March 12th. The whitewashing process will continue for the next week, and the next hearing is on April 8th.
ये एसआई के माध्यम से ही है।
पुताई शुरू हो गई है?
हाँ हाँ हो गई।
अच्छा, कौन सा कलर कराया जा रहा है?
कलर तो वही है जो हमेशा से होता चला आया सैकड़ों सालों से।
कौन सा है?
हरा है, सफेद है, हल्का सुनहरी है। जी हाँ, वही
हो गया पुताई।
हाँ हाँ।
Security forces deployed in Giridih clash after clashes broke out between two communities in the Gortamba area during Holi celebrations. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will chair a meeting with chief ministers of northeastern states to review implementation of the Bharatiya Nyay Sanhita, which replaced the IPC. Rescue operation in SLBC tunnel collapse has entered day number 24. The operation is still underway for those 7 workers who have been trapped inside the tunnel of the Sri Salem left bank canal project since 22nd of February. The body of one worker was retrieved on March 10th. A fire broke out at a hospital in Gwalior due to an AC blast. Fire tenders reached the spot and doused the flames. No casualties or injuries have been reported.
मरीज सारे ठीक है। हमने सारे मरीजों को बाहर निकाल के भी हमारे सारे डॉक्टर्स, नर्सिंग स्टाफ्स, हमने खुद ने जाके सारा जो हमारे पास इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स थे उनका, कुछ मरीज बोल रहे थे घबराहट हो रही है, ऑक्सीजन की कमी हो रही है, तो हमने तुरंत पल्स ऑक्सीमीटर लगा के सबको चेक किया। 100-150 मरीजों को यहाँ शिफ्ट किया है, क्योंकि जो PICU वार्ड था बच्चों का, वहाँ पे भी धुआं बहुत ज़्यादा जा रहा था और बच्चों के लिए धुआं बहुत मुश्किल वाली चीज़ हो सकती थी, तो उनको भी यहाँ पे शिफ्ट किया है। अब एग्जैक्ट नंबर तो हम अभी नहीं बता सकते, क्योंकि पूरा ही हमने गायनिक डिपार्टमेंट पूरा खाली कर दिया है, पूरा सब सुरक्षित है।
Moving on, viewers, Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has expressed his outrage over derogatory online content targeting him and his family, issuing a stark warning to those posing as journalists who indulge in offensive and abusive content about public representatives. During a discussion in the Assembly regarding the Governor's address, Revanth Reddy said that individuals spreading such malignancy could face severe repercussions, including being stripped and paraded in public, thrashed and assaulted. Revanth Reddy has now issued an open threat to all his critics in the Assembly, saying that if you speak anything against the government or him or his family, they will be skinned. YouTubers who speak against Congress government will be skinned, and opponents, critics who will speak against Revanth Reddy will be stripped and paraded. Let's listen in to Revanth Reddy's shocking remarks.
అధ్యక్ష జర్నలిస్టులని వేదిక మీద నుంచి INPR లేకపోతే DAVP ఆమోదించిన పత్రికలు, ప్రసార సాధనాలు, వాళ్ళు ఇచ్చే ID కార్డులు ఉన్నోళ్ళు జర్నలిస్టులా? ఎవడు పడితే వాడు ఏదో ఒక ట్యూబ్ పెట్టుకొని మమ్మల్ని ఇష్ట రాజ్యంగా అధ్యక్ష ప్రజా జీవితంలో ఉన్నాం కాబట్టి నిజంగా ఓపిక పడుతున్నాం అధ్యక్ష, రక్తం మరుగుతుంది. ఏంది భాష అది అధ్యక్ష? కుటుంబ సభ్యులను అంతేసి మాటలు అంటుంటే అసలు మీరు మనుషులా అని నేను వాళ్ళని అడగదలుచుకున్నా అధ్యక్ష. మీకు భార్య బిడ్డలు లేరా? తల్లిదండ్రులు లేరా? మీ అమ్మనో, నీ చెల్లినో, నీ భార్యనో ఈ రకంగా మాట్లాడితే నువ్వు ఇంతవా అని నేను అడుగుతున్నా. ట్విట్టర్లో పెట్టినోని, అరెస్టును ఖండించినోని. నా భార్య నా బిడ్డను తిడితే నాకు నొప్పి అవుతుంది, కానీ నీకు ఒక ఆడపిల్లను అవమానిస్తుంటే నీకు నొప్పి కావా? ఏ సంస్కృతిలో ఉన్నారని నేను అడుగుతున్నా అధ్యక్ష. తోడుకలు తీస్తే అధ్యక్ష, ముఖ్యమంత్రిగా చెప్తున్న ఒక్కనొక్కని బట్టలు ప్రదేశ రోడ్డు మీద తిప్పిస్తా అధ్యక్ష.
In fact, viewers, the BJP has also issued a strong statement after Revanth Reddy openly threatened to strip, beat and parade all those who speak against him or his government. Listen in.
कांग्रेस पार्टी का DNA इमरजेंसी वाला है। जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस पार्टी ने हमेशा मीडिया के अधिकारों पर कुठाराघात किया है। इंदिरा गांधी जी ने तो सेंसरशिप लगाने का काम किया इमरजेंसी के समय। नेहरू जी ने फर्स्ट अमेंडमेंट लाकर बोलने की आजादी पर अंकुश लगाया, मजरू सुल्तानपुरी को जेल में डाल दिया, राजीव गांधी ने 2 मीडिया विरोधी बिल लाने का काम किया, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अभी हाल ही में 14 पत्रकारों को बॉयकॉट भी किया था, आमूमन जर्नलिस्ट को प्रताड़ित भी करते हैं। अभी तेलंगाना में कांग्रेस की सरकार ने सुबह 5 बजे एक महिला पत्रकार को गिरफ्तार करवा दिया क्योंकि उन्होंने किसानों की जो स्थिति थी वो दर्शाने का काम किया, जो किसानों को धोखा मिला वो बताने का काम किया, किसानों की आवाज बनी, तो कांग्रेस ने उन पर ही हमला कर दिया। और अब कांग्रेस के मुख्यमंत्री धमकी देते हैं कि ये यूट्यूब वाले कौन हैं, ये पत्रकार थोड़ी है, ये गाली देते हैं और मैं इनको स्ट्रिप करूंगा, इनको नंगा करूंगा, इनको पीटूंगा, इनको सड़क पर घुमाऊंगा। ये भाषा है एक मुख्यमंत्री की जो कांग्रेस पार्टी से है। राहुल गांधी फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस, मोहब्बत की दुकान, डेमोक्रेसी की बात करते हैं। क्या ये डेमोक्रेसी का परिचय है? क्या ये मोहब्बत की दुकान है? क्या ये प्रेस फ्रीडम को बढ़ाने वाला काम है? राहुल जी, आप अपना ज्ञान वियतनाम से या जहां पर भी हो आप वहां से साझा जरूर करें।
Moving on, we have some big breaking news coming in. US Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard has arrived in the national capital. She is on her multi-nation trip to the Indo-Pacific regions and her first stop is New Delhi. Gabbard will attend a high-level conference which will be chaired by National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, and it will focus on strengthening intelligence sharing mechanisms to tackle terrorism and also transnational crimes. And this particular event is set to take place in the national capital, and it will bring together intelligence chiefs from Australia, Germany, New Zealand and other key partner nations to enhance global security cooperation. Remember viewers, Tulsi Gabbard's visit to India comes just after Prime Minister Narendra Modi's trip to Washington in February, and during his visit, the Prime Minister also met with Gabbard and described her as a strong advocate for India-US relations. And this is part of her multi-nation trip to the Indo-Pacific regions, and she will be taking part in the high-level meeting that will be chaired by National Security Advisor NSA Ajit Doval. And this will also include intelligence chiefs from Australia, Germany, New Zealand and other key partner nations, and the focus will be to enhance global security cooperation and intelligence sharing mechanisms. Moving on, viewers, Kannada actor Ranya Rao's stepfather Ramachandra Rao, the DGP of Karnataka Police Housing Corporation, has been sent on a compulsory leave amid gold smuggling allegations against the actor. And the actor has also said that she was slapped by DRI sleuths and made to sign blank papers. She doesn't know what was the reason for that. Here's the story.
In a major development in the gold smuggling case, Kannada actor Ranya Rao's stepfather, DGP rank IPS officer K. Ramachandra Rao, has been sent on compulsory leave by the Karnataka government. This comes after a Bengaluru court rejected Ranya Rao's bail plea, citing her 27 visits to Dubai since January 2025. The Directorate of Revenue Intelligence told the court that Ranya Rao allegedly misused the VIP airport protocol services available to her stepfather K. Ramachandra Rao to facilitate gold smuggling. Following Ranya's arrest, her stepfather distanced himself from her, claiming she has not been in touch with the family since her marriage in November 2024 to an architect. The actress has also alleged that she was slapped multiple times, denied food and was forced to sign blank documents by the DRI officers. The gold smuggling investigation has intensified, with 3 central agencies now probing different aspects of the case. The DRI is investigating Ranya Rao's direct involvement, the CBI is probing the largest smuggling network, and the ED is tracking the suspected Hawala transactions linked to the case. Additionally, the Karnataka government has launched an inquiry into the alleged misuse of VIP airport protocol privileges by the actor.
That, viewers, we'll slip into a very short break, but on the other side, we'll tell you more about the ongoing probe and the search operation for Indian student Sudiksha Konanki, who went missing in Dominican Republic. Stay tuned. Welcome back, viewers. Tensions continue to escalate as world leaders unite against Russia's President Vladimir Putin in a virtual summit hosted by UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has renewed his call for stronger international pressure and sanctions on Russia. Zelensky has accused President Putin of deliberately prolonging the war and demands a ceasefire, urging the West to act decisively and respond in a language that Russia will understand. Drumming the idea of a 30-day ceasefire out and loud, Zelensky is accusing Russia of prolonging the war and calling his allies to mount pressure on Moscow. Listen in.
Well, we talked about who would delay peace and slow everything down. And now we see it clearly. A ceasefire could have already happened, but Russia is doing everything to prevent it. Putin is lying to everyone about the situation on the ground, especially about what's happening in the Kursk region, where our Ukrainian forces continue their operations.
In a 2-hour virtual meeting hosted by UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Zelensky called on US President Donald Trump to make Moscow understand with the only language it understands.
The path to peace must begin unconditionally, and if Russia doesn't want this, then strong pressure must be applied until they do. Moscow understands one language. I ask you to talk to America, to President Trump, to help bring peace faster. This can happen through full sanctions, strong pressure, forcing Russia to make peace. Peace is possible. It's possible when we all work together for peace, for security guarantees, for ensuring that the aggressor gains nothing from this war.
Reiterating Zelensky's words, Starmer called on to the coalition to reaffirm its commitment to help Ukraine.
We agreed we will keep increasing the pressure on Russia, keep the military aid flowing to Ukraine, and keep tightening the restrictions on Russia's economy to weaken Putin's war machine and bring him to the table. And we agreed to accelerate our practical work to support a potential deal. So we will now move into an operational phase. Our militaries will meet on Thursday this week here in the United Kingdom to put strong and robust plans in place to swing in behind a peace deal and guarantee Ukraine's future security.
Around 30 leaders were involved in the call hosted by Sharma, including French President Emmanuel Macron and allies from Australia, Canada and New Zealand. Meanwhile, US was not represented in the meeting. Viewers, Tesla is taking a major step towards entering India's rapidly growing electric vehicle market, and the company has also submitted applications for homologation of its Model Y and Model 3, bringing it closer to launching its electric vehicles in India. Watch our report to know more. Tesla has submitted the applications for homologation of its Model Y and Model 3 in India, a key step before sales can begin. Tesla's entry comes as India and US discuss trade talks that could reduce tariffs, making EV imports more feasible. Tata Motors and JSW MG Motors currently dominate the EV market, but Tesla's entry is set to intensify the competition. Amid the procedure, Elon Musk clarified that Tesla will first be importing vehicles before considering local manufacturing in India. The EV maker giant is also entering at a time when its share prices has declined by over 30% in the past month and are down 35% on a yearly basis. The EV market in India is expected to continue growing, with government support pushing electric vehicles, sales and adoption. India's electric vehicle market saw 20% growth in 2024, driven by government incentives like the PM e-Drive scheme. The EV maker's entry is also poised to drive further innovation and also competition, helping accelerate India's transition to green energy. Viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, open threat to democracy in Telangana by the Chief Minister himself. We'll get you all the latest reactions to Revanth Reddy. Stay tuned.
I would like to tell especially parents of young girls, we have enough people telling us that we can't do something. We just need our parents to tell us that we can. So when you have your parents by your side saying, it doesn't matter how many people say you can't become a tennis player or whatever else you want to be, I'm telling you the confidence that you feel and the kind of inspiration you feel coming from them, that's something that I was very lucky to have. And I would love to tell parents today to try and encourage the young girls to take paths that are out of the ordinary.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
यहाँ पर कार्यकर्ता आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। आप उसका खार बोली जो है वो देश का काम बना रहे हैं। यहाँ पर अपने समर्थकों के साथ जो उनके समर्थक हैं उनका यहाँ पर जो
आपके सामने सोनू निगम, जिनका बेसब्री से इंतजार था सभी को। अभी आपने सानिया मिर्जा को सुना, चंद्रबाबू नायडू को सुना और अक्षय को सुना। अब सुरों की महफिल के लिए सोनू निगम यहाँ हैं। सोनू, आपने बताया कि 31 साल आपको हो गए, इंडस्ट्री में शायद ज्यादा हो गए होंगे।
नमस्ते सभी को, मेरे बहुत बहुत नमस्कार। मैं दिल्ली में था 1991 तक। 91 में आई वेंट टू मुंबई टू बिकम अ सिंगर। तो पर मैं यहाँ पे मुझे गाते हुए स्टेज पर प्रोफेशनली 47 प्लस ईयर्स हो गए हैं।
47 ईयर्स?
47 प्लस ईयर्स, 77 से मैं गा रहा हूँ स्टेज पर।
तो फिर ये कहा जा सकता है सर कि आप आज के, मैं अगर कहूँ रफ़ी साहब, मुकेश दा या किशोर कुमार, आज के सोनू निगम भी उसी कैटेगरी में आएंगे?
ऐसा होता नहीं है, बाप बाप रहता है, वो बाप है हमारे, वो गुरु हैं हमारे। तो मैं हमेशा ये बोलता हूँ कि हम उनसे इंस्पायर होके अपनी एक जगह बनाने की कोशिश करते हैं, लेकिन मैं कभी भी नहीं चाहूँगा कि कोई मुझे मेरे गुरुओं से कंपेयर करे, क्योंकि उनको सुन के मैंने जो भी थोड़ा बहुत हल्का फुल्का पाया है वो उनकी वजह से पाया है।
तो बिना देरी के सोनू के सुरों की बात करेंगे। सर, आपने कहा 47 ईयर्स हो गए। अगर हम 47 ईयर्स में सुरों से आप कोई ग्राफ बनाएं अपने गाने का, तो वो कैसा होगा?
अच्छा, हाँ, एक्चुअली मुद्दे की बात पे पहले आ जाते हैं, मुझे पता है। गाना वाना गा लेते ताकि वरना फिर पीएम साहब आ जाएंगे तो फिर गाना नहीं होगा। हाँ, अच्छी सी इन्फॉर्मेशन, अच्छी सी बातें अक्षय भाई कर ही चुके हैं और भी बहुत लोग कर चुके हैं, आई एम श्योर। सो नाउ आई विल गिव यू सम म्यूजिक। चलो, सो मैं स्टेप बाय स्टेप गाऊँ थोड़े से जो मुझे याद आता है। पहला गाना जो हिट हुआ था वो था, अच्छा सिला दिया तूने मेरे प्यार का, अच्छा सिला दिया तूने मेरे प्यार का, यार ने ही लूट लिया घर यार का, अच्छा सिला दिया तूने मेरे प्यार का। ये फर्स्ट था। उसके बाद में एक गाना आया था, यूपी वाला ठुमका लगाओ के हीरो जैसे नाच के दिखाओ, नाच के दिखाओ भैया नाच के दिखाओ, संग संग तुझे भी नचाओ के हीरो जैसे नाच के दिखाओ। पर कोई बड़ा गाना तब तक नहीं आया था। फिर 97 में सबसे बड़ा गाना जो मेरा पहला आया था वो था, संदेशे आते हैं हमें तड़पाते हैं, जो चिट्ठी आती है वो पूछे जाती है कि घर लिखो कब, कि तुम बिन ये घर सुना सुना है। ताली बजाओ। उसी साल गाना आया जिसने मुझे, एक था कि ये रफ़ी साहब की सिर्फ गाने नहीं गाता, ये अपनी आवाज़ में भी कुछ गा सकता है, तो इस गाने ने मुझे बचाया। वो गाना था, ये दिल दीवाना दीवाना है ये दिल, ताली बजाओ, दीवाने ने मुझको भी कर डाला दीवाना, मैंने उसके शहर को छोड़ा, उसकी गली में दिल को तोड़ा, फिर भी सीने में धड़कता है ये दिल, मैंने दिल से उसे निकाला, जो ना करना था कर डाला, फिर भी याद उसी को करता है ये दिल, ये दिल। ये आ गया। और गाऊं? पक्का? टाइम है ना?
जी जी।
ऐसा कुछ सवाल आपको मुझसे पूछता तो नहीं जो आप मुझसे जानना चाहते हैं और मैं आपको बता नहीं रहा?
सवालों की लिस्ट अभी बहुत लंबी है सर, ये शुरुआत है।
अच्छा, मैं आपको, हर घड़ी बदल रही है रूप जिंदगी, छाव है कभी कभी है धूप जिंदगी, हर पल यहाँ जी भर जियो जो है समा, कल हो न हो अभी मुझ में कहीं बाकी थोड़ी सी है जिंदगी। साथ में गाओगे? जगी धड़कन नहीं, जाना जिंदा हूँ मैं तो अभी, कुछ ऐसी लगन इस लम्हे में है, ये लम्हा कहाँ था मेरा, अब है सामने इसे छू लूं जरा, मर जाऊं या जी लूं जरा। थैंक यू।
बहुत खूब सोनू, लेकिन आपका एक गाना जो है भूल भुलैया 3 का मेरे ढोलना, मैंने सुना और आपका वो देखा भी जो आपने पोस्ट किया, आप बहुत इमोशनल हो गए, उसमें रो पड़े, ऐसा क्या हुआ उसमें?
कुछ चीज़ें, कुछ गाने एज वी गेट ओल्डर तो इंसान को थोड़ी अकल और आती है, थोड़ा हम्बल होता है इंसान, जो छोटे मोटे अपने बारे में खुश फहमियाँ होती हैं वो टूटती हैं। तो मेरे ख्याल से ये गाना जब आया पिछले साल नवंबर में, तो मैं एक बहुत ही अच्छे, पीसफुल और इमोशनली रिच समय से मैं गुजर रहा, कई साल से गुजर रहा हूँ मैं। आई एम इन अ वेरी हैप्पी स्पेस, टच वुड। सो थैंक यू। तो ये गाना जब आया तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा, मतलब लगा कि इतने सालों बाद भी एक ऐसा गाना आया है जो सारी दुनिया इस पर रियाज़ कर रही है। मतलब इसकी मेरे ख्याल से किसी एक गाने की इतनी रील्स नहीं बनी होंगी सिंगर्स की, जितने सिंगर्स ने इस पर प्रैक्टिस किया है, जितने सिंगर्स ने इसको गा के या बजाया है। सो क्या भाग्य है मेरे, हाउ फॉर्चुनेट आई एम, हाउ काइंड इज़ गॉड। मैं कहता हूँ इंसान की औकात नहीं होती, ये देता है जब तो हम क्रेडिट लेते हैं कि हमने किया, हमने मेहनत की, हमने रियाज़ किया, हमने किया। लेकिन रियाज़ भी इंसान तब कर पाता है जब सद्बुद्धि आती है। सद्बुद्धि भी ईश्वर देता है। तो वो सद्बुद्धि दी भगवान ने कि मैं ऐसा गा पाया, और वो गाना लोगों को इतना पसंद आ रहा है और आया है। अब तो जब मैंने स्टेज पे फर्स्ट टाइम गाया तो आई कुडंट सिंग, मैं रो रहा था उस समय।
मैं चाहूँगा यहाँ जो ऑडियंस है इन्हें भी आप
यहाँ पे रो,
इमोशनल
मैं गया तो बिना रोए गाऊंगा। भोला भाला था, सीधा सादा था, मैं तो नादान था, दुनियादारी से होशियारी से मैं तो अनजान था। लगी चोट ऐसी मेरे भोले दिल को, बिखर सा गया टूट के, जो धागे से छूटा ये रिश्तों का मोती, जुड़ेगा ना अब छूट के। जहरीले सपनों ने, मेरे ही अपनों ने मुझको है धोखा दिया। मेरे ढोल ना सुन, मेरे दर्द की धुन, मेरे ढोल ना सुन, मेरी नफरतें तो फिजा में रहेगी, जिंदा रहेगी होके फना। तनन तुम, तनन तुम, तनन तुम, तनन तुम, ताना देर देर ना।
बहुत खूब, बहुत खूब। तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट बता रही है कि ये सीधा दिल से दिल तक छुआ है। सर, सिर्फ यही गाना या कोई और भी गाना है जो आपको इमोशनल कर देता है बहुत ज्यादा?
लेजेंड ऑफ भगत सिंह। ऐसे कई गाने हैं अच्छे जो इन्होंने बोला है, आवाज़ आई है इतना ज़ोर से भगत सिंह की टोन में, इन्होंने इतनी अच्छी आवाज़ दी, तो मैं थोड़ा गा देता हूँ हल्का फुल्का। मेरा रंग दे मेरा रंग दे बसंती चोला, माए रंग दे मेरा रंग दे बसंती चोला, माए रंग दे मेरा रंग दे बसंती चोला, रंग दे रंग दे रंग दे बसंती चोला, माए रंग दे मेरा रंग दे थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू। सोनू, मेरा सवाल आपसे ये भी है कि आप बहुत से एक्टर्स के लिए गाते हैं। जब आप अलग अलग एक्टर्स के लिए गाते हैं तो उस वक्त जहन में उस एक्टर का स्टाइल भी होता है कि उसका स्टाइल अलग है, उठने का, बैठने का, एक्टिंग करने का, तो उसका गाने का स्टाइलिंग भी अलग होगा।
ये एक मिश्रण है, थोड़ा सा एक्टर की पर्सनालिटी। अगर एक्टर बहुत सुंदर हो, अक्षय कुमार जी जैसे, बहुत एनर्जेटिक हो, तो अगर आप उनके लिए सॉफ्ट या दुख वाला गाना भी गाएंगे तो भी आपको मद्देनजर रखना पड़ेगा कि इस बंदे की पर्सनैलिटी क्या है। ये एक लेड बैक बंदा नहीं है, ये एक जगी हुई पर्सनैलिटी है, जगा हुआ शख्सियत है। तो अगर ये मान लीजिए हम इनके लिए पहली पहली बार बलिए ऐसा भी गाएंगे तो उसको, आपके लिए था भाई, है ना? हाँ, तो ये गाना आप इनके लिए था। अब ये गाना इतना रोमांटिक है पर हमें पता है कि अक्षय कुमार जी पे है, तो हमको गायकी में थोड़ा सा एक स्पार्क का ध्यान देना होगा। हैविंग सेड दैट, गाने का जॉनर क्या होता है? गाना अपने आप में भी अपनी एक शक्ल लेकर पैदा होता है। गाना कहता है इसे इस आवाज़ में गाओ। जैसे ये गाना है किशोर कुमार जी का, मुसाफिर हो यारो, तो ये गाना है मुसाफिर हो यारो, तो मुसाफिर कैसे गाएगा? मुसाफिर, मुसाफिर ऐसे गाएगा, मुसाफिर ऐसे नहीं गाएगा, मुसाफिर हो यारो ऐसे नहीं गाएगा वो। तो गाना भी कहता है कि मुझे ऐसे गाओ। तो जब आप बहुत ज़्यादा निपुण हो जाते हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा गाने सुनते हैं, तो आपको उस गाने की आवाज़ आ जाती है कि इसे अगर मैं सपोज़, सूरज हुआ मध्यम चाँद जलने लगा, अब इस गाने को मैं सूरज हुआ मध्यम चाँद जलने ऐसा गाऊंगा तो गाना पूरा ख़त्म हो जाएगा। आपको गाना गाना है कि भाई रोमांस है, हीरो हीरोइन से कुछ कह रहा है, उससे एक्सप्रेस कर रहा है। एक्सप्रेस कैसे करेगा कि भाई सूरज मध्यम हो गया है, चाँद जलने लगा है, कैसे गाएंगे? सूरज हुआ मध्यम चाँद जलने लगा, तो बताएगा वो। और अगर आप एक गाना गा रहे हैं, मान लीजिए ये सोनिया ओ सोनिया, अब ये गाने में जो हीरो होगा वो ही इज कॉलिंग, वो बुला रहा है। सोनियो नहीं बोलेगा ऐसे वो, ओए इधर आना, इधर सोनियो, तो गाना बताएगा उसको कि भाई ऐसे बुलाना है तुमको गाने को। सो ऐसे ही हर गाने में आपको समझ में आता है।
सोनू, एक अच्छी चीज़, मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा सुरों की जानकारी नहीं ना पता है, लेकिन गाने सुनाई देते हैं और अच्छे लगते हैं। आपका जो वेरिएशन है वो बहुत शानदार है। मुझे बताइए, जो लोग सुर में हैं वो आप जैसे हैं, बहुत से लोग बेसुरे हैं हमारी तरह, तो सुर वाले बेसुरे कैसे सुर वाले बन सकते हैं, मैं ये जानना चाह रहा हूँ, या सुर वाले गॉड गिफ्टेड होते हैं?
मेरे हिसाब से सही उम्र में अगर किसी भी आर्ट फॉर्म को इंट्रोड्यूस किया जाए तो आप भले ही उसके पारंगत ना बने, पर आप कुछ ना कुछ तो उसको जान जाएंगे। बचपन में जब हम कहीं भी बाहर किसी देश में जाते हैं तो हम लोग देखते हैं कि वहाँ के लोग ज़्यादा सुर में गाते हैं, क्योंकि बचपन में उनको पियानो, गिटार्स, वायलिन्स से इनको मुखातिब किया जाता है, तो वो सुर में आ जाते हैं वो। वैसे ही हमारे देश में अगर संगीत को जल्दी से सिखाया जाएगा स्कूलों में प्रॉपरली, तो जल्दी सब संगीत सीखेंगे। मेरे ख्याल से कोई मैसेज आ गया आपको शायद।
मेरा सवाल आपसे सोनू की, जो हमारे थीम है लिमिटलेस इंडिया, तो टुगेदर वी कैन का विचार लिमिटलेस इंडिया की तरफ भारत के सपनों को हकीकत में बदल सकता है?
बदल ही रहा है मेरे ख्याल से। काफ़ी अच्छा समय चल रहा है भारत का, भारतवासियों का, बहुत एकजुटता के साथ में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आई थिंक वी डूइंग अ बेस्ट, पुटिंग अ बेस्ट फुट फॉरवर्ड।
जी सोनू, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। थैंक यू सो मच सोनू, थैंक यू।
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Welcome viewers, we are getting big breaking news coming in from the state of Bihar, where the Bihar police on Sunday, that is today, removed Constable Deepak Kumar from his duty as bodyguard of RJD MLA Tej Pratap Yadav after a video of the said police official went public where he could be seen dancing on MLA's instruction. Now, after this video went viral, viewers, there were a lot of questions raised against Tejasvi Pratap Yadav and the Bihar police, the conduct of Bihar police. So, acting swift on that criticism, Bihar police has taken swift action and removed Deepak Kumar as the bodyguard of Tej Pratap Yadav. This news went viral yesterday, viewers. We all saw that video where Mr. Yadav could be seen instructing Deepak Kumar that either you dance or you face suspension. And after that, we had Mr. Deepak Kumar dancing to the tunes of a song there during holy celebrations. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Prakash from Patna. Prakash, Bihar police has taken swift action against Deepak Kumar and he has been removed from that post. But we ask, what about Mr. Yadav? Because he was the one who gave those orders. Prakash.
Well, after yesterday's video that went viral, it was reported to the senior SP Patna as well as the senior authorities in the district administration also took cognizance of two videos. One, that Deepak Kumar, the said constable, dancing in uniform at the dictate of Tej Pratap Yadav. Second, Tej Pratap Yadav driving a scooty without a helmet. So it was taken cognizance of, and now Deepak Kumar has been asked to report to the police lines. He has been taken off from the security cordon of Tej Pratap Yadav, who by virtue of being an MLA has been granted 3 security personnel. So this is the swift action that has been taken against a police constable, a strict instruction that no security personnel or police constable should be allowed to be working as personal staff of MLAs or any IS officers concerned. So, and also the district transport officer also taking cognizance of the incident that Tej Pratap Yadav was not wearing a helmet. He has been imposed a fine, as well as the bike on which he was riding did not have any police certificate also. So double action against Tej Pratap Yadav. Whereas now RJD leaders and spokesperson Shakti Yadav has openly defended Tej Pratap Yadav that why no action is being taken against Chirag Paswan when he's been seen dancing with CRPF personnel on the occasion of Holi in Delhi. That video has also gone viral. RJD attacking the government side as well as the ruling party as well as the NDA that no action has been taken against Chirag Paswan's bodyguard and security personnel.
Yeah.
Back to you.
Thank you, Prakash, for those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, viewers, let's shift our focus to the state of Karnataka, where Rana Rao, the sandalwood actor who's all neck deep in the gold smuggling case, has filed a bail petition in the Sessions Court after the bail plea was rejected by Magistrate Court yesterday. Her lawyers have submitted the petition seeking relief in the case. The bail hearing in the Session Court is likely to take place tomorrow, that is on Monday. This is the big breaking news coming in the Rana Rao case, that the lawyers of the sandalwood actress will be moving the Sessions Court tomorrow, and the court will be hearing the bail plea that was rejected by the lower court. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Abhishek. Abhishek, what more do we have on this? Because initially the bail plea has been rejected. The lawyers are going to move the Sessions Court. What are we expecting tomorrow?
So basically, Rana Rao might have to face another backlash even at the Sessions Court based on the allegations she is facing as of now by the CBI and DRI officials. It was very clearly mentioned that since she is influential and there might be a big nexus behind the racket, she shouldn't be granted the bail is what the previous request was. So this is one of the main reasons as to why she wasn't granted bail, and she has planned to move to the Sessions Court, and the bail hearing will be happening on Monday morning. So with respect to this, the advocates of Rana Rao might give some health reasons as in grounds to take or consider the bail. However, there are a couple of ministers, MLAs, MPs, officials of administrative and police service involved. And also it is not a state or a national racket, it might be an international racket, and a couple of details from the Malaysian, African, USA and Europe context have been found on Rana Rao's laptop and mobile as well. And these items might have been mentioned in the bail petition as well. So these would be some of the reasons as to why she shouldn't be given the bail, would be the plea of the opponent advocate. So the CBI and DRI would obviously mention that if at all she gets out with the bail, there are chances of she destroying all the evidences which have already been started, and it is in the progress is one of the points which they would make. So at this hour, the only option in front of Rana Rao is to go through the investigation, answer all their questions, and then probably walk out with a clear face. Until and unless then, CBI and DRI would not allow Rana Rao to get out of the probe very easily, and they would also make sure that their point would be considered at the court.
Abhishek.
Back to you.
Yes, Abhishek. Abhishek, thank you for those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates on this story as it keeps getting murkier. Viewers, we'll be right back after a very short break. Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has gone forward and attacked all those YouTubers who will post content against him or his government. We'll be right back and bring you more on this after this short break.
आपने डिलिबरेटली उन विषयों को आप यू हैव ब्रॉट टुगेदर व्हिच यूनाइट्स द कंट्री।
हमने जिंदगी में इतनी सारी हॉलीवुड फिल्में देखी हैं। जब भी दुनिया में कोई प्रॉब्लम होती है, एस्ट्रॉइड्स गिर रहा होता है, तो कौन बचाएगा? अमेरिका। तो मैं बोला यार ये सब काम अमेरिका ही करेगा तो कब कुछ करेंगे? क्या हम जानते नहीं भारत क्या कर सकता है? मेरा दिल बोलता है आई वॉन्ट टू मेक दीज फिल्म एंड आई विल कीप ऑन मेकिंग फिल्म अबाउट माई कंट्री एंड आई एम वेरी प्राउड टू से कि लॉट ऑफ पीपल मुझे आके बोलते हैं यार मैंने अपने बच्चे को ये फिल्म दिखाई, मजा आ गया। एंड आई फील वेरी प्राउड अबाउट बिकॉज फॉर मी दैट इज माई व्हाट आई एम गोइंग टू अर्न।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
As per Pak media reports, Lashkar terrorist Houthis Saeed has been hospitalized. Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy's open threat to opposition and critics wages war on free speech. Anticipated podcast with renowned MIT scientist and Prime Minister Narendra Modi Lex Fridman is set to release today. Indian student Sudiksha Konkani goes missing in Dominican Republic. SpaceX crew 10 successfully docks at International Space Center. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore closer to homecoming. Good afternoon, viewers. We'll be starting with the more breaking news coming in from the state of Telangana, where Telangana Chief Minister A. Revanth Reddy has expressed his outrage over derogatory online content targeting him and his family, issuing a stark warning to those posing as journalists who indulge in offensive and abusive content about political representatives and public representatives. During that discussion in the assembly regarding Governor's address, Revanth Reddy went on and gave a fiery speech where he went on and threatened viewers to all those YouTubers or social media journalists. He said that those who are posting against him or the government or the government policies, they will be taken care of. They'll be stripped. They'll be paraded naked. They will be beaten up. Just listen in what the Telangana Chief Minister had to say.
ఎవరు జర్నలిస్ట్ అని నేను అడగదలుచుకున్న అధ్యక్ష జర్నలిస్టులని వేదిక మీద నుంచి INPR లేకపోతే DAVP ఆమోదించిన పత్రికలు ప్రసార సాధనాలు వాళ్ళు ఇచ్చే ఐడి కార్డులు ఉన్నోళ్ళు జర్నలిస్టులా ఎవడు పడితే వాడు ఏదో ఒక ట్యూబ్ పెట్టుకొని మమ్మల్ని ఇష్ట రాజ్యంగా అధ్యక్ష ప్రజా జీవితంలో ఉన్నాం కాబట్టి నిజంగా ఓపిక పడుతున్నాం అధ్యక్ష రక్తం మరుగుతుంది ఏంది భాష అది అధ్యక్ష కుటుంబ సభ్యులను అంతేసి మాటలు అంటుంటే అసలు మీరు మనుషులా అని నేను వాళ్ళని అడగదలుచుకున్నా అధ్యక్ష మీకు భార్య బిడ్డలు లేరా తల్లిదండ్రులు లేరా మీ అమ్మనో నీ చెల్లినో నీ భార్యనో ఈ రకంగా మాట్లాడితే నువ్వు ఇంతవా నేను అడుగుతున్నా ట్విట్టర్లో పెట్టినోని అరెస్టును ఖండించినోని నా భార్య నా బిడ్డను తిడితే నాకు నొప్పి అవుతుంది కానీ నీకు ఒక ఆడపిల్లను అవమానిస్తుంటే నీకు నొప్పి కావా ఏ సంస్కృతిలో ఉన్నారని నేను అడుగుతున్నా అధ్యక్ష తోడుకలు తీస్తే అధ్యక్ష ముఖ్యమంత్రిగా చెప్తున్న ఒక్కనొక్కని బట్టలు పదేసి రోడ్డు మీద తిప్పిస్తా అధ్యక్ష.
Well, viewers, we just heard Revanth Reddy where he went on and said that he is going to strip people, parade them naked if there is dissent posted online by YouTubers, by those journalists who are there on social media and who are not accredited. This is a blatant warning from the side of Telangana Chief Minister. Now, this has enthralled massive backlash from the side of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Listen in.
कांग्रेस पार्टी का डीएनए इमरजेंसी वाला है। जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस पार्टी ने हमेशा मीडिया के अधिकारों पर कुठाराघात किया है। इंदिरा गांधी जी ने तो सेंसरशिप लगाने का काम किया इमरजेंसी के समय। नेहरू जी ने फर्स्ट अमेंडमेंट लाकर बोलने की आजादी पर अंकुश लगाया। मजरू सुल्तानपुरी को जेल में डाल दिया। राजीव गांधी ने 2 मीडिया विरोधी बिल लाने का काम किया। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अभी हाल ही में 14 पत्रकारों को बॉयकॉट भी किया था। आमूमन जर्नलिस्ट को प्रताड़ित भी करते हैं। अभी तेलंगाना में कांग्रेस की सरकार ने सुबह 5 बजे एक महिला पत्रकार को गिरफ्तार करवा दिया क्योंकि उन्होंने किसानों की जो स्थिति थी वो दर्शाने का काम किया। जो किसानों को धोखा मिला वो बताने का काम किया। किसानों की आवाज बनी तो कांग्रेस ने उन पर ही हमला कर दिया। और अब कांग्रेस के मुख्यमंत्री धमकी देते हैं कि ये यूट्यूब वाले कौन हैं, ये पत्रकार थोड़ी है, ये गाली देते हैं और मैं इनको स्ट्रिप करूंगा, इनको नंगा करूंगा, इनको पीटूंगा, इनको सड़क पर घुमाऊंगा। ये भाषा है एक मुख्यमंत्री की जो कांग्रेस पार्टी से है। राहुल गांधी फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस, मोहब्बत की दुकान, डेमोक्रेसी की बात करते हैं। क्या ये डेमोक्रेसी का परिचय है? क्या ये मोहब्बत की दुकान है? क्या ये प्रेस फ्रीडम को बढ़ाने वाला काम है? राहुल जी, आप अपना ज्ञान वियतनाम से या जहां पर भी हो आप वहां से साझा जरूर करें।
So that was Bharatiya Janata Party's national spokesperson Shehzad Poonewala, who highlighted the fact that this was not the first time, viewers, when the Congress government has unleashed a tirade against free speech. Before this, Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party has banned multiple journalists as well and refusing them to send to their debates and podcasts. Now, viewers, more breaking news coming in from the state of Punjab, where in a shocking display of lawlessness, viewers, Punjab police officials brutally assaulted an army official and his son, leaving the veteran with a broken arm and his son with severe head injuries. Despite clear medical evidence and even proof, the police there refused to register an FIR in the beginning, shielding their own officials and letting the victim family face threats and intimidation. Now, this is a brazen attack on a soldier. This exposes the unchecked power and impunity of Punjab's law enforcement, viewers. So this news coming in from Punjab's Patiala, this incident unraveled. These are the exclusive visuals that we bring for you. These are the men who serve our country. But look at the behavior that has been meted out to them. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Akhil. Akhil, what transpired there? How did this entire event unravel and how much time did the Punjab police take at first to register the FIR? Akhil.
Well, Madhurma, if you see at that point in time, the incident took place when Colonel Bath was over there. Basically, he was present with his son. And at that point in time, while he was parking his car and he was just having a food over there, then in three different Scorpios, some Punjab policemen arrived over there and they tried to stop that person who was standing next to him and was eating food. And then what we have seen that there was an altercation, a brief altercation took place between both the gentlemen, and after that a scuffle broke out in which, if you see, Colonel has got injury. His left hand got fractured, and apart from that, if you see Mr. Angad Singh, who is the son of Colonel, he has also got some injury in his head. So at this point in time, both of them were sent to the hospital where their treatment has been going on in Rajendra Hospital. And after that, if you see, Colonel has been shifted to the Army Hospital. And we have spoken to the family members, and they have said that if you see, earlier when that incident took place, there were police personnel of Punjab police who were in the civil dress, and they said that if you are not going to remove basically shift your car from where you have put, then we are going to act against you. And this is what happened. And at that point in time, when the colonel tried to stop him, then basically they tried to threaten him. And then what we have seen in the entire CCTV footage, that they started beating up the colonel, and after that the entire thing basically changed into a ruckus. And after that, a police complaint has been lodged in connection with the matter. And in that FIR complaint, if you see, Madhurima, no person's name has been mentioned. This is what the family members of the colonel is claiming, that earlier, if you see, when there were 10 to 12 policemen were there were 4 inspectors and other constables were also there. But in that FIR, there is no mention of a single policeman. The FIR which has been filed in connection with the case in Patiala, so in that case, the FIR has no mention of any police official. There is just single mention of unidentified people. Back to you in the studio, Madhurima.
Thank you, Akhil, for those details. We are also joined by the family of Colonel Pushpinder Singh. They'll be speaking live to us as to what really transpired that night. Thank you for speaking to Republic Media Network. My first question is, what really transpired? What happened that night? What led to that altercation?
Good evening, ma'am. Ma'am, so basically me and my father had just returned from Delhi. After his office hours, we had left for Patiala, and we left Delhi at 6:15 and we reached Patiala at night 12:15. So before coming home, we wanted to eat something. So we had gone to this dhaba basically in front of the hospital to eat some Maggi. So in that duration, police vehicle came from wrong side and our car was parked there. And they told us to move our car because they wanted to put their car. All the police officials were in their official car and they all were drunk and without uniform. And then my dad had told them that he's from the army and
they abused. No, first the police officers abused him. They abused him.
They said that if you don't move your car, we'll get your legs lifted. They said it in Punjabi. And so then my father said, this is no way to speak to me. I am also a government official. I'm working with the army. We'll move the car, but please don't speak like this. While he was having this discussion with him, the inspector subordinate came and punched my dad on his face. My dad had blacked out there and then, and he fell down. So to save my dad, when I came, they tried to, after he blacked out and fell down, they kept hitting him. When I came to save my dad, then after that, they started hitting me also.
They took him into a side. There's a video.
7 policemen took me to a side. They all punched, they made a circle around me. They punched me from all corners. Then they hit me with rods. Then when I fell down.
He fell down. He picked up his dad. It's there in the video.
My dad came to save me. After he had blacked out also, he walked somehow and he came. They pushed him. He fell on his head. They broke his hand. After that, I have several head injuries, one here, one here.
Put his dad inside the car. You will see it in the video.
I have put my father inside the car. They have pulled my dad. Brutally, they have hit us.
Just man lying in the car. They pulled him out, hitting him in the car, unconscious, pulled him out and brutally kicking him.
They were not dead.
So I would also like to ask that an FIR has been registered. That an FIR has been registered, but the FIR does not give out specific names. How long did it take for you to convince police to register the FIR in the first place? And how happy are you, or are you even content with the FIR that has been registered?
No, we have been threatened now. What is happening? They are calling. We are getting calls from people to compromise.
We can see calls.
We have call records. We have everything. They are calling us for compromise, and now they are saying that they have all these 12. They were
till night 1. They made my mom sit in the police station.
If you want to listen, if you give me 2 time, wait. Till 9 o'clock, the SSP told me if the FIR will be done. From 9 o'clock till 1 o'clock, they made me run between as a lady alone. Night 1 o'clock, day before, I was running from hospital to police station. They said we need this document, that document, and they did not file a FIR.
Who is it, ma'am? Who is threatening you? Who is making these threatening calls, ma'am? Who is threatening your family and who's asking you to compromise?
There are 4 officers involved. Their parents are calling for compromise. They said if you don't compromise, you are staying in Patiala. You also have one son. And they're telling me the way they have hit you can see it in the video that not even my son, not even my husband has even raised their hand. They snatched his I card.
They snatched my dad.
You know what they said? Wait, I'll tell. They told him that if you are alive, we have done one encounter and we have come.
I'll tell the incident. This incident I'll tell, ma'am. When they had stashed my father's I card, so I'd asked them to return the I card while they were beating me also. But they told me, if you are alive, जिस सवेरे तक alive रहे, एक encounter करके आए हैं, जिस सवेरे तक उठ पाए, तो आपके I card ले जाओ. Which practically means we have done one encounter and we have returned. If you guys are able to get up by tomorrow morning, you can come and take your I card.
Now I'm.
They had tried to kill us. The way they have hit us, it is not hitting. Even if a person has passed out, you keep hitting him, he will die eventually.
My husband was.
I have been hit with rods on my head. My father, he wears spectacles. They have pushed him on the floor. He has got head injuries. He has scratches on his head.
And I want to submit something here. I have gone to SP's office twice and he's been asking me to compromise. And yesterday in the police station, they called these 3 officers. They came and in the police station, they told me that we want to ask forgiveness. Please, Anu, maaf kar do. And then I said, I will not forgive you for hitting my man like this. My pride. And they tell me, then you also have to stay in Patiala. This happened in police station. And then SP called, when I called the media, they stopped the media. Nothing has come in the media. It is now Delhi, you people are covering us. We have been tortured here. And now they are pressurizing us to compromise. No FIR on my husband has given a statement day before at 10 o'clock. When the officers have accepted that we have done this, 12 officers, I have all the photographs.
We have a video recording where officers are accepting that we have done wrong.
They have called me personally and said we apologize. We did not. They told me that there was a statement which was made by one of the officers कि मनु पता नहीं लग गया सीगा कि वो आर्मी ऑफिसर है दूजे नु पता सीगा मगर that's why I hit. Then I told them means if he was not an army officer, if he was a public, then you can hit them. This is good.
And whereas now they are saying we didn't know he's an army officer. The first thing we had told him was he's from the army. He's from the army. He's a colonel. The first thing we had told them was this.
And next,
yes, sir. Sir, my last question to you is that are you planning to move court if the police does not hear? Are you planning to move court?
We don't want these kind of officers.
We do not want such kind of officers. The officers should be suspended for what they have done because this is gunda.
They don't deserve to wear the uniforms.
A person wears a uniform is to save the country, not to beat the country. This is what Punjab Sarkar, nobody has approached us. After knowing my husband was beaten, what is Punjab Sarkar doing?
They are trying to submissive the case more and more that it does not reach anywhere.
And you know what they told me? They told me that these people, this is all is happening is because one day prior to this, the same day in the morning, the DIG Punjab had said that these are proud officers of Punjab whom we want to give award and promotions, and the same officers in the night are taking dandas and beating the public.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. We'll keep coming back to you.
Why they have not taken them to the police station? Why did they beat them till death and then they ran away?
Absolutely. What has happened should not have happened at all. And we here at Republic Media Network, ma'am, we'll make sure that action is taken against such police officials. Thank you for speaking to Republic Media Network. We here will make an attempt to make sure that justice is done in this matter. Thank you so much. So viewers, we just heard the family of Colonel Pushpinder Singh. They narrated their ordeal and their family was beaten up. Their son fractured his arm. The father received several head injuries. And the ordeal does not end there, viewers. They are now being threatened and are being forced to compromise. We'll keep coming back to you with more breaking news on this. But let's shift our focus to what's happening in Pakistan. Viewers, as per Pak media reports, not only the nephew of Hafiz Saeed, Abdul Qatal, is dead, but Hafiz Saeed himself is badly hurt and he has been admitted to a hospital. What we are learning from the Pak media reports is that Abdul Qatal was not the main target. Indeed, it was Hafiz Saeed, the terrorist, the man behind multiple terror attacks in India and across the globe. He is the head of the LET, but Abdul Qatal is dead. He is the nephew of Hafiz Saeed. Abu was also Abu was also referred to as Ghazi of LET's terror operations in Jammu and Kashmir. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Gursimran. But before that, we have some voices on this. Listen it. Viewers, this is the big breaking we're coming with at this particular moment, that Hafiz Saeed was the main target in this entire case. This convoy was moving around the Jhelum area of Punjab's Pakistan when this attack took place. Joining me live on this broadcast is Major General Ashwini Shivach. Sir, thank you for speaking to Republic Media Network. But now we are learning, this confirms, the Pak media reports confirm Republic Newsbreak, where we had said that there were more top-rung leaders of the LET in that convoy that killed, in which Abu Qatal was killed. Mr. Shivach, it's a big news coming in, and this puts Pakistan in the back foot.
Absolutely. See, as far as Abu Qatal himself is concerned, he is the nephew of Hafiz Saeed, and he was the one who was masterminding number of operations which have been conducted in Jammu and Kashmir. And he was the one who was looking after the southern part of basically of Pir Punjab, Rajouri, Poonch, Doda, Kiswar. He was involved in 2017 bomb blast in Riyasi, and 2023 that basically blast which taken place on the bus where the pilgrims were going. So the point is that this person was the one who was basically organizing the fund for the terrorists in POK. He was the one who was recruiting and getting them trained and then trying to push it. He came to India in 2001 from POK and went back in 2005. He was the right-hand man of Hafiz Saeed. Now it has been also learned that in this convoy, it was not only Abu Qatal, but Hafiz Saeed was also there. And there are chances that Hafiz Saeed has been injured, and he has been now taken by the ISI and Pakistan Army, and he's been now been hidden, and they are trying to now give him the medical facility in the military hospital. So it exposes Pakistan. It shows that how Pakistan is involved in terrorism. Abu Qatal, Hafiz Saeed, both are international terrorists. As far as Hafiz Saeed is concerned, there are about $10 million on his head, and so is Abu Qatal. So therefore, if Abu Qatal now is been confirmed that he's been killed, it shows that all the terrorists are in Pakistan. Pakistan is a nursery of terrorism. You know, out of 100 top terrorists, 80 terrorists are those whose roots they belong to Pakistan. And that's why the Financial Action Task Force has put Pakistan 4 times in grey list for money laundering and terrorist funding. This is the problem with Pakistan is not ready to mend its ways.
Absolutely, sir. You've raised a very pertinent point over there, that this highlights the fact that all these terrorists are in fact inside the boundaries of Pakistan, which Pakistan keeps on telling the entire world that they are not aware of their existence, or the fact that they are residing within the country. We'll keep coming back to you, sir. For now, viewers, we'll slip into a very short break. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's most anticipated podcast with renowned MIT scientist and AI researcher Lex Friedman is set to release today. Stay tuned for that to Republic TV. We'll be right back.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed